The conquest transformed England. The English language absorbed French words, reshaping itself into a new hybrid tongue that would become Middle English. Law, architecture, and culture bore Norman marks. The Church grew closer to Rome as Norman bishops enforced new reforms. But the Normans also faced resistance. Rebellions flared across the north, crushed in William's harrying of the north, a brutal campaign of destruction and famine. In time, however, Norman and English cultures blended. By the 12th century, a new Anglo-Norman identity had emerged. William's successors struggled to maintain control. His son, William II, Rufus, was a strong but unpopular ruler, killed in a hunting accident in 1100. His brother Henry I took the throne, issuing a charter of liberties and strengthening royal government. But when Henry's only son drowned in the White Ship disaster, the succession fell into crisis. His daughter Matilda claimed the throne, but many nobles supported her cousin Stephen. The result was years of civil war known as the Anarchy, 1135 to 1154. England suffered as rival factions fought for power, castles multiplied, and lawlessness spread. Finally, peace came when Stephen agreed to recognize Matilda's son, Henry of Anjou, as his heir. In 1154, Matilda's son became Henry II, the first Plantagenet king. Through inheritance and marriage, Henry ruled not only England but vast lands in France, creating what historians call the Angevin Empire. His reign strengthened royal justice, royal courts, traveling judges, and the beginnings of common law. But Henry's rule was marred by conflict with the Church. His former friend and Archbishop Thomas Becket opposed royal interference in church affairs. In 1170, Becket was murdered in Canterbury Cathedral by knights loyal to the king. Horror spread across Christendom, and Becket was soon canonized as a martyr. Henry, though powerful, was forced into penance. Henry's son Richard I, remembered as Richard the Lionheart, is famed for his role in the Crusades. Though he spent little time in England, his bravery captured the imagination of Europe. After his death in 1199, his brother John took the throne. John proved one of the most controversial kings in English history. John quarreled with the Church, lost vast lands in France, and angered his barons with heavy taxation. In 1215, rebellion forced him to sign the Magna Carta at Runnymede. This so-called Great Charter established that the king was not above the law, setting limits on royal power and affirming rights for nobles. Though it was a practical peace treaty at the time, Magna Carta became a symbol of liberty and the foundation of English constitutional tradition. By 1215, England had been transformed. The Norman conquest had reshaped its language, law, and ruling class. Castles and cathedrals dominated the landscape. Magna Carta planted the first seeds of constitutional government. The Plantagenet dynasty was now firmly in power, and England stood at the dawn of centuries filled with war, plague, and political struggle. The next great chapter would carry England into the Age of Knights, parliaments, and the 100 Years' War. When King John sealed Magna Carta at Runnymede in 1215, he likely did not realize how far-reaching its legacy would be. At the time, it was a desperate compromise to end baronial rebellion, but over the centuries Magna Carta became a symbol of liberty and law, reminding kings that they were not above their people. Its spirit, however limited in 1215, marked a turning point in English governance. John's son, Henry III, inherited the throne as a child. His long reign, 1216 to 1272, was troubled by conflict with powerful nobles who demanded a greater say in government. During his time, the seats of parliament began to grow. Simon de Montfort, a rebellious baron, summoned an assembly in 1265 that included not only nobles and clergy, but also commoners from towns and shires. Though Henry regained control, the idea of representative government had been planted. Henry's son Edward I, 1272 to 1307, was a formidable warrior and administrator. He conquered Wales, building mighty castles like Caernarfon and Conwy to enforce his rule. He also fought in Scotland, though his dream of conquest there ultimately failed. Edward strengthened Parliament, calling knights and burgesses to sessions that approved taxation. The balance between monarchy and representation was shifting, though kings still claimed divine authority. In 1337, under Edward III, England embarked on a long struggle with France that would dominate the 14th and 15th centuries, the 100 Years' War. The conflict arose partly from disputes over territory in France, and partly from Edward's claim to the French crown through his mother. The war was not continuous but a series of campaigns and truces. Early on, English armies achieved stunning victories. At Crecy in 1346, at Poitiers in 1356, English longbowmen devastated French knights. The capture of King John II of France at Poitiers marked the height of English fortunes. For a time, England controlled vast swaths of French land. But war was costly. Parliament gained more influence as kings needed funds, reinforcing the idea that the crown could not rule without consent. At the same time, England's military successes stirred national pride and a growing sense of English identity, distinct from French. In 1348, a new disaster struck, the Black Death. A plague that swept across Europe reached England. It killed perhaps a third to half of the population within a few years. Villages were abandoned, fields were untilled, and despair gripped the land. Chroniclers wrote of corpses piled in pits, families destroyed, and clergy overwhelmed by death. The plague transformed society. With so many dead, labor became scarce. Survivors demanded higher wages, and serfdom, the system binding peasants to their lords, began to break down. The government tried to freeze wages with laws like the Statute of Laborers, but unrest grew. In 1381, discontent erupted in the Peasants' Revolt, when thousands marched on London demanding freedom and justice. The revolt was suppressed, but the old order of feudalism had been shaken. In the 15th century, the war with France flared again. Under Henry V, England won its most famous victory at Agincourt in 1415. Outnumbered and facing heavy French cavalry, Henry's lightly armored archers and disciplined infantry triumphed. The French were forced to recognize him as heir to their throne. For a brief moment it seemed England might rule both kingdoms. But Henry V died young, leaving an infant son, Henry VI, as king. The French, rallied by figures like Joan of Arc, fought back. Slowly, England lost its gains. By 1453, only Calais remained in English hands. The 100 Years' War had drained the treasury, cost countless lives, and left England with little to show but pride and memories. Defeat abroad was followed by turmoil at home. The weak rule of Henry VI, prone to mental illness and dominated by quarreling nobles, led to civil war. Two branches of the royal family, the House of Lancaster, symbolized by the red rose, and the House of York, symbolized by the white rose, fought for the throne. The Wars of the Roses 1455 to 1485 were brutal, with battles that saw the rise and fall of kings. Richard, Duke of York, pressed his claim but was killed. His son became Edward IV, a strong king who restored order for a time. After his death, his brother seized power as Richard III. But Richard's reign was short. In 1485 he faced Henry Tudor, a distant Lancastrian claimant, at the Battle of Bosworth Field. Richard was slain, the last English king to die in battle. Henry took the throne as Henry VII, founding the Tudor dynasty. His marriage to Elizabeth of York united the warring houses, symbolized by the new Tudor rose, red and white combined. By 1485, England had endured war abroad and civil strife at home. Feudal armies of barons were fading, and a stronger monarchy was rising. With the Tudors, a new age of centralized power, exploration, and cultural flowering was about to begin. The Middle Ages had ended, the Renaissance was dawning. England was stepping into the modern world. In 1485, the Wars of the Roses came to a close on the battlefield at Bosworth. Richard III lay dead, and Henry Tudor was crowned as Henry VII, the first Tudor king. His marriage to Elizabeth of York united the rival houses of Lancaster and York, symbolized by the Tudor rose, red and white combined. After decades of turmoil, England at last had a monarch who brought stability. Henry VII ruled with caution and skill. He ended the feudal chaos by weakening the power of the barons, reducing their private armies and strengthening royal finances. Careful taxation and frugality made the crown wealthy again. He also forged alliances through marriage, securing peace with Spain by marrying his son Arthur to Catherine of Aragon. Henry VII's reign laid the foundation for a stronger monarchy. When he died in 1509, he left a secure throne and a prosperous kingdom to his second son, Henry VIII. Few kings have left such a lasting mark as Henry VIII. Tall, athletic and ambitious, he is remembered for his 6 marriages and for reshaping the church in England. At first Henry was a devout Catholic, even receiving the title Defender of the Faith from the Pope for opposing Protestant ideas. But his desire for a male heir changed everything. His marriage to Catherine of Aragon produced only one surviving child, Mary. Henry sought an annulment to marry Anne Boleyn, but the Pope refused. In response, Henry broke with Rome. Through Acts of Parliament, he declared himself head of the Church of England, beginning the English Reformation. Monasteries were dissolved, their lands and wealth seized by the crown. Henry's new church kept many Catholic traditions, but the break with the Pope was final. England had taken its first step toward Protestantism. Henry's marriages shaped both his family and his kingdom. Anne Boleyn bore him Elizabeth but was executed for alleged treason. Jane Seymour gave him a son, Edward, before dying in childbirth. 3 more wives followed, 2 divorced and 1 outliving him. When Henry died in 1547, his legacy was a stronger monarchy, a transformed church, and 3 children destined to rule in turn. Henry's son, Edward VI, became king at just 9 years old. During his short reign, 1547 to 1553, Protestant reforms deepened. Services were conducted in English rather than Latin, and the Book of Common Prayer was introduced. But Edward died young, and the crown passed to his half-sister Mary I, daughter of Catherine of Aragon. A staunch Catholic, Mary sought to restore the old faith. She married Philip II of Spain and persecuted Protestants, burning hundreds at the stake. Her harsh measures earned her the grim nickname Bloody Mary. When she died in 1558 without an heir, the throne passed to her half-sister Elizabeth. Elizabeth I, daughter of Anne Boleyn, became one of England's most iconic monarchs. Intelligent, cautious and charismatic, she reigned for 45 years, 1558 to 1603. She restored Protestantism but in a moderate form, creating a church settlement that balanced Catholic and Protestant elements. The Elizabethan religious settlement gave England a new sense of stability after decades of upheaval. Elizabeth faced challenges from abroad. Catholic powers, especially Spain, saw her as illegitimate. Tensions climaxed in 1588 when King Philip II launched the Spanish Armada, a massive fleet intended to invade England. English ships, aided by storms, scattered and defeated the Armada. The victory was celebrated as proof that God favored Elizabeth's rule and secured England's independence from foreign domination. At home, Elizabeth fostered an age of exploration and culture. Seafarers like Francis Drake circumnavigated the globe, while Walter Raleigh attempted colonies in the New World. Meanwhile, the arts flourished. William Shakespeare, writing plays for the London stage, gave England timeless works like Hamlet, Romeo and Juliet, and Macbeth. The Elizabethan era became known as England's Golden Age. Despite her many successes, Elizabeth never married and left no heir. She became known as the Virgin Queen, married only to her kingdom. When she died in 1603, the Tudor dynasty ended. The crown passed to her cousin James VI of Scotland, who became James I of England, uniting the two kingdoms under one monarch. The Tudors had ended England's medieval feudal world and ushered in a centralized monarchy, a national church, and a cultural renaissance. Now, with the union of the English and Scottish crowns, a new dynasty, the Stuarts, would inherit the throne. Their rule would bring both brilliance and turmoil, civil war, revolution, and the first steps toward constitutional monarchy. For the first time, England and Scotland shared the same monarch. James, son of Mary, Queen of Scots, styled himself King of Great Britain, though the two kingdoms remained legally separate. His reign began with high hopes, but soon the Stuarts would face conflicts that shook England to its core. James I was an intelligent man, fond of learning and writing, but often clumsy in dealing with Parliament. He believed strongly in the divine right of kings, the idea that monarchs ruled by God's will and were accountable only to him. Parliament, however, insisted on its rights to approve taxation and shape policy. The seeds of future conflict were already visible. James sponsored a new translation of the Bible, published in 1611. The King James Bible became one of the most influential texts in the English language, shaping speech and literature for centuries. But he also faced discontent from religious groups. Puritans wanted to further reform the Church of England, while Catholics longed for toleration. Tensions erupted in the infamous Gunpowder Plot of 1605, when Guy Fawkes and fellow conspirators tried to blow up Parliament and the King. The plot failed, but fear and mistrust deepened. James' son Charles I inherited the throne in 1625. Handsome and dignified, he shared his father's belief in royal authority, but lacked his political skill. Charles clashed repeatedly with Parliament over money and religion. When Parliament resisted his demands, he dissolved it and ruled alone for 11 years, raising funds through unpopular taxes. His religious policies alienated many. Charles married a Catholic princess, and his attempts to impose uniform practices angered Puritans and Scots alike. By the late 1630s, rebellion broke out in Scotland, forcing Charles to recall Parliament for funds. The Long Parliament seized a chance to demand reforms. Both sides dug in, and by 1642 compromise was impossible. England slid into civil war. The war divided families, towns, and regions. On one side stood the Royalists, or Cavaliers, loyal to the king, strong in the north and west. On the other side were the Parliamentarians, or Roundheads, drawing support from London, the navy, and much of the southeast. Early battles were indecisive, but Parliament gradually gained the upper hand. A new model army, disciplined and inspired by Puritan zeal, emerged under the leadership of Oliver Cromwell. In 1645, at the Battle of Naseby, Cromwell's cavalry smashed the king's forces. By 1646, Charles had surrendered. peace proved elusive. Charles refused to accept limits on his power. In 1649, after renewed fighting, Parliament put him on trial for treason. In a moment that stunned Europe, Charles I was executed outside Whitehall Palace. For the first time, an English king had been publicly tried and killed by his own people. England was declared a republic, the Commonwealth, governed by Parliament. In reality, power soon concentrated in the hands of Cromwell and his army. As Lord Protector, Cromwell ruled with stern authority. He crushed uprisings in Ireland with brutal campaigns, subdued Scotland, and enforced Puritan morality in England. Theatres were closed, festivals suppressed, and strict laws governed daily life. Yet Cromwell also promoted trade and expanded England's navy. Under his rule, England began to grow into a maritime power, competing with the Dutch and Spanish. Cromwell died in 1658, leaving the protectorate to his son Richard, who lacked his father's authority. Chaos returned, and by 1660 the nation turned once more to monarchy. Charles II, son of the executed king, was invited back to reclaim the throne. The restoration brought relief and celebration. Theatres reopened, lively court life returned, and England seemed ready to forget its years of turmoil. But problems remained. Religious tensions persisted, as Catholics and dissenters faced restrictions. Plague struck London in 1665, killing tens of thousands. The following year, the Great Fire of London swept through the city, destroying thousands of homes but also clearing space for the rebuilding of a modern capital. Architect Christopher Wren's new St. Paul's Cathedral rose as a symbol of renewal. Charles II was a skilled politician, balancing factions, but he left no legitimate heir. His brother James II, a Catholic, succeeded him in 1685. James II quickly alienated his subjects. His open Catholicism and attempts to promote tolerance for Catholics alarmed Protestants who feared a return to papal rule. When his queen bore a son in 1688, raising the prospect of a Catholic dynasty, opposition hardened. Leading nobles invited William of Orange, husband of James's Protestant daughter Mary, to intervene. William landed with an army and James fled to France. This bloodless transfer of power became known as the Glorious Revolution. William and Mary accepted the crown under new conditions. The Bill of Rights 1689 confirmed that the king could not suspend laws, levy taxes, or maintain a standing army without Parliament's consent. It established freedom of speech in Parliament and set limits on royal authority. England had become a constitutional monarchy where power was shared between Crown and Parliament. The 18th century began with the reign of Queen Anne, the last Stuart. Her time saw the Act of Union, 1707, which joined England and Scotland into the single kingdom of Great Britain. England, once a divided land of tribes and feudal lords, was now part of a united kingdom, with growing global ambitions. Anne died in 1714 without surviving heirs, and the crown passed to her distant relatives, the Hanoverians of Germany. With them came a new era of commerce, empire, and industry. The Stuart age had witnessed revolution, regicide, and the birth of constitutional monarchy. By 1714, the foundations of modern Britain were laid. Ahead lay the rise of the Hanoverian dynasty, the Industrial Revolution, and the global empire that would make Britain the most powerful nation on earth. In 1714, the death of Queen Anne ended the Stuart line. By the rules of succession, the throne passed to a distant relative, George, Elector of Hanover, a small German state. George was the closest Protestant heir, and so he became George I of Great Britain, beginning the Hanoverian dynasty. George I spoke little English and relied heavily on ministers to govern. This strengthened the role of Parliament and gave rise to the modern system of cabinet government. One minister, Robert Walpole, became the first to be recognized as Prime Minister. a title that reflected the shifting balance of power from monarch to parliament. George II and George III followed. Under their reigns, Britain expanded overseas. North America and the Caribbean became key colonies, bringing wealth through trade in sugar, tobacco, and later cotton. But expansion also brought conflict. Tensions grew between Britain and its American colonies, fueled by disputes over taxation and representation. When George III's government imposed new taxes, colonists protested with the slogan "No taxation without representation." In 1776, 13 colonies declared independence, launching the American Revolution. Despite Britain's military might, the war ended in defeat. In 1783, Britain recognized the United States as independent. It was a bitter blow, but not the end of Britain's imperial ambitions. Attention turned increasingly to Asia, Africa, and the Pacific. Even as America was lost, a new force was transforming England at home. In the late 18th century, the Industrial Revolution began. Innovations in machinery, like the spinning jenny and steam engine, revolutionized production. Coal and iron powered factories, and railways soon spread across the land. Towns and cities swelled as people left farms to work in mills. Manchester, Birmingham, and Liverpool grew rapidly, symbols of industrial might. England became the workshop of the world. But industrialization also brought hardship. Workers toiled long hours in dangerous conditions. Child labor was common. Smoke and pollution choked the air. Reformers campaigned for better conditions, and over time laws improved labor rights and expanded the vote. The 19th century was the age of empire. Britain expanded across India, Africa, and beyond. Its navy ruled the seas, and its merchants traded around the globe. At its height, the British Empire was the largest in history, ruling over a quarter of the world's population. The saying was true: the sun never set on the British Empire. This era was also marked by moral debates. The abolition of the slave trade in 1807 and of slavery itself in 1833 reflected a growing humanitarian conscience. Missionaries, explorers, and reformers accompanied empire, often mixing genuine charity with a sense of superiority. The long reign of Queen Victoria, 1837 to 1901, became a symbol of British pride and stability. Victoria embodied domestic virtue, while her prime ministers like Disraeli and Gladstone debated empire, reform, and the role of Britain in the world. It was an age of invention. The telegraph, photography, and electricity changed daily life. Literature flourished with authors like Charles Dickens, the Bronte sisters, and later Thomas Hardy. Science advanced, with Charles Darwin's theory of evolution challenging traditional beliefs. Yet the empire's growth also created tensions. Wars in India, Africa, and the Crimea showed that control was never secure. At home, industrial cities revealed stark contrast between wealth and poverty. Reform acts gradually widened the vote, moving Britain closer to democracy. In 1914, Europe plunged into catastrophe. The assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand set off a chain of alliances and mobilizations. Britain entered the First World War after Germany invaded Belgium. Millions of English soldiers fought in France and beyond, enduring the horrors of trench warfare. Battles like the Somme and the Ypres became symbols of sacrifice. At home, women took on new roles in factories and farms. By 1918, victory was won, but at a terrible cost. Nearly 1 million British lives lost and a society deeply scarred. The war also changed politics. Women gained the vote in 1918, and the old certainties of empire and class were shaken. The interwar years were difficult. Economic depression hit hard in the 1930s, with unemployment and hardship in industrial areas. Political extremism rose in Europe, and some feared it might spread. Britain tried to maintain peace, but the shadow of conflict loomed. In 1939, war came again. Nazi Germany invaded Poland and Britain declared war. Under the leadership of Winston Churchill, Britain stood firm against the Axis powers. The Battle of Britain in 1940 saw the Royal Air Force repel the German Luftwaffe, preventing invasion. London and other cities endured the Blitz, nightly bombings that tested the nation's resolve. The war was global, stretching from North Africa to Asia. Britain fought alongside allies, and by 1945, victory was achieved. Yet Britain emerged exhausted, its cities bombed, its economy weakened, and its empire beginning to dissolve. By the mid-20th century, England had journeyed from the farms of the Industrial Revolution to the battlefields of two world wars. Once ruler of the largest empire on earth, it now faced a new world of decolonization, rebuilding, and cultural change. Ahead lay the post-war decades, a time of welfare, pop culture, and global influence in unexpected ways, from the Beatles to Harry Potter. The end of the Second World War in 1945 marked both triumph and exhaustion for England. Victory had come at immense cost. Cities lay in ruins, the economy was battered, and rationing continued for years. Yet from the hardship, a new vision for society emerged, one built on fairness, welfare, and hope. The Labour government elected in 1945 launched sweeping reforms. The National Health Service was created in 1948, offering free healthcare to all, a cornerstone of modern British life. Welfare programs expanded, providing unemployment benefits, pensions, and housing. The aim was to build a cradle-to-grave system of security. Rebuilding was slow. Bombed-out cities were reconstructed with new housing estates, and industry was nationalized to stabilize the economy. Despite shortages, there was optimism. A new England was rising from the rubble. Even as England rebuilt at home, abroad the empire was crumbling. The war had drained Britain's resources, and independence movements grew stronger. In 1947, India, the jewel in the crown, gained independence, soon followed by many African and Asian colonies. By the 1960s, the empire had largely given way to the Commonwealth of Nations, a voluntary association of former colonies. The loss of empire was both painful and liberating. England no longer ruled vast territories, but it remained influential, turning toward Europe and the Atlantic world for new partnerships. The 1950s brought a sense of recovery. Queen Elizabeth II was crowned in 1953, her coronation broadcast on television to millions, symbolizing both tradition and modernity. In the 1960s, England became a cultural powerhouse. London swung with music, fashion, and art. The Beatles, Rolling Stones, and other bands led the British invasion, transforming global music. Designers like Mary Quant set trends, while films and literature explored bold new themes. The decade was one of liberation, social, sexual, and cultural. Immigration from the Caribbean, South Asia, and Africa added new diversity, reshaping English society. The 1970s were more turbulent. Economic troubles, strikes, and energy shortages created a sense of decline. Inflation soared, and the country was dubbed the sick man of Europe. Political instability brought frequent changes of government. Yet, amid the gloom, new movements emerged. Punk rock expressed anger and rebellion, while feminism and civil rights campaigns demanded equality. England was struggling, but it was also reinventing itself. In 1979, Margaret Thatcher became Prime Minister, the first woman to hold the office. Her policies, privatization, curbing unions, and free market reforms reshaped the economy. Admirers hailed her as the leader who revived Britain's fortunes. Critics accused her of deepening inequality. The miners' strike of 1984 became a defining conflict, symbolizing the decline of traditional industries. Thatcher's government also fought abroad. In 1982, Argentina invaded the Falkland Islands, a British territory. A swift military campaign restored British control, boosting national pride. After Thatcher, her successor John Major steered the country through the early 1990s, signing the Maastricht Treaty that deepened ties with Europe. Even as politics shifted, English culture flourished. The 1990s saw the rise of Cool Britannia, with bands like Oasis and Blur dominating music, while writers such as J.K. Rowling enchanted the world with Harry Potter. England's influence was now as much cultural as political. Sport remained a unifying passion. Football clubs like Manchester United and Liverpool became global icons, and England hosted international tournaments that drew worldwide audiences. By the turn of the millennium, England was a modern, multicultural society. Technology and globalization transformed daily life. London grew into a global financial and cultural capital, hosting everything from the Millennium Dome celebrations in 2000 to the London Olympics in 2012. From Stonehenge to Shakespeare, from empire to the internet age, England's story is one of constant reinvention. Once a land of tribes, then a kingdom of castles, later an empire upon which the sun never set. By the 2000s, England had become a nation defined less by conquest and more by culture, creativity, and resilience. Its journey was far from over. The centuries ahead would bring new trials and transformations, but the threads of its long past, monarchy, law, language, and liberty, continued to shape its place in the modern world. Before there was an England, before there were kings and castles, even before the Romans marched across the island, people hunted, gathered, and built mysterious stone circles that still puzzle us today. Over thousands of years, this island would become a kingdom, an empire, and a modern nation whose language, ideas, and even stories, from Shakespeare to Harry Potter, spread around the globe. This is the complete history of England, from the first settlers to the dawn of the 21st century. Before England was a country, this island at the edge of Europe was already home to thousands of years of human history. Its earliest inhabitants left no chronicles or written records, but they left behind clues, tools, bones, and monuments of stone that still rise from the countryside today. To understand England, we must begin not with kings but with the first people who walked its soil. Humans came and went with the ice ages. During the coldest periods, glaciers covered much of Britain, and people could not survive here. But during warmer interludes, hunter-gatherers crossed land bridges from continental Europe. Archaeologists have found flint tools from half a million years ago, along with footprints preserved in ancient mud on the Norfolk coast. These early people lived by hunting large animals like mammoths and deer, and by gathering roots, nuts, and berries. Around 10,000 years ago, the last ice age ended, and the world warmed. Forests spread, and small groups of hunters and fishers moved across the land. At this time, Britain was still connected to Europe by a low-lying plain called Doggerland, stretching across what is now the North Sea. For thousands of years, people could walk from England to what is now the Netherlands or Denmark. Rising seas gradually drowned Doggerland, cutting Britain off from the continent. The people who remained became the ancestors of the island's later inhabitants. Around 4000 BC, farming reached Britain. It arrived from the continent, likely carried by migrants who brought with them seeds, animals, and new ways of life. People began to clear the dense forests, build permanent villages, and cultivate wheat and barley. They raised cattle, sheep, and pigs. This was a revolutionary change. Instead of wandering as hunters, communities now tied themselves to the land. These early farmers also built some of the island's most enduring monuments. They raised earthen burial mounds called long barrows. where the dead were laid to rest. Over generations, these tombs became sacred places, connecting the living to their ancestors. The most famous monument of all, however, is Stonehenge. Constructed between about 3000 and 2000 BC, it required immense planning and labor. Some of the stones were hauled from Wales, over 150 miles away. Aligned with the rising and setting sun at midsummer and midwinter, Stonehenge may have been a temple of the heavens, a calendar, or a place of ancestor worship. Whatever its purpose, it shows how Neolithic people could organize vast communal efforts without kings or written laws. From around 2500 BC, the Bronze Age transformed society. Bronze tools and weapons were stronger and more durable than stone. Chieftains and warriors gained power, as control of metalworking gave status. Burial sites from this period contained rich treasures, gold ornaments, finely crafted daggers, and drinking vessels. Such graves suggest a society of growing hierarchy, with elites who commanded respect in life and were honored in death. Trade stretched far beyond the island. Britain's deposits of tin, essential for making bronze, were valuable across Europe. Merchants exchanged tin for amber, pottery, and exotic goods from as far as the Mediterranean. Even at this early stage, Britain was not isolated. It was tied into a larger world of exchange and influence. By 800 BC, the Iron Age had begun. Iron was abundant, and weapons and tools became cheaper and more common. Society shifted again. Powerful tribal kingdoms arose, each led by warrior chieftains. Across the countryside, people built hill forts, great earthworks topped with palisades, such as Maiden Castle in Dorset. These served both as strongholds in war and as centers of trade and community life. This was the Age of the Celts, though that word can be misleading. The Celts were not a single people, but many tribes across Europe who shared similar languages and traditions. In Britain, Celtic art blossomed, with intricate spirals, knotwork, and animal motifs carved into jewelry and weapons. They were a people of oral tradition, passing down stories, laws, and religion, not in writing but by word of mouth. The tribes of England worshipped gods of nature, deities of rivers, forests, and the sky. Sacred groves and springs became centers of ritual. Presiding over these ceremonies were the Druids, priests, judges, and teachers. Roman writers describe them as wise men with great authority, though much of what we know is colored by Roman hostility toward them. The Celts were also fierce warriors. They fought with iron swords and spears, carried large oval shields, and sometimes charged into battle painted with blue dye, a practice that gave rise to legends of the Painted Britons. Their society valued bravery, feasting, and heroic deeds, celebrated in epic poems recited around the fire. But life was not only about war. Most people were farmers, living in roundhouses of timber and thatch, tending fields and animals. Villages bustled with craftwork, weaving, pottery, and metalworking. Communities were bound by kinship and loyalty to their chieftains. By the 1st century BC, Britain was no longer unknown. Traders and explorers carried tales of the island to the Mediterranean. Greek geographers described it as a distant land of tin and amber. Roman merchants brought wine, glass, and fine pottery in exchange for hides, slaves, and metal. Coins minted in Gaul crossed the Channel, and soon British tribes struck their own. In 55 and 54 BC, Julius Caesar launched expeditions across the Channel. His armies fought skirmishes with local tribes, secured a few alliances, and then withdrew. Caesar's reports described Britain as rich in resources but filled with fierce tribes. Though Rome did not conquer the island at that time, Caesar's expeditions opened the door. Roman influence grew, and southern tribes began to adopt continental styles of leadership and warfare. On the eve of the Roman invasion, England was a patchwork of Celtic kingdoms. The Iceni ruled the east, the Trinovantes the southeast, and the Cautivellani held sway in the Thames valley. Rivalries between these groups were fierce. Some sought alliances with Rome, while others resisted foreign influence. In AD 43, under Emperor Claudius, Rome launched a full-scale invasion. With 4 legions and supporting cavalry, the Romans landed in Kent and marched inland. Some tribes submitted quickly, hoping to secure Roman favor. Others resisted fiercely. The conquest had begun, and England's fate would now be tied to one of the greatest empires the world had ever known. Almost a century earlier, Julius Caesar had crossed the sea twice, fought skirmishes with local tribes, and then returned to Gaul. His expeditions were brief, but they left a mark on Rome's imagination. Britain was rich in resources: tin, grain, cattle, slaves, and even pearls. And above all, conquest brought prestige. For Emperor Claudius, new to the throne and eager to prove his worth, the invasion of Britain was a chance to win glory. 4 legions, about 40,000 men, landed on the coast of Kent. They advanced inland, facing fierce resistance from tribes like the Cautivellani. Some Britons fought bravely, others chose to ally with the invaders. Within months, Roman standards were carried into the heart of southern England. Claudius himself even arrived in person, bringing elephants to terrify his new subjects. In a grand ceremony at Comoludinum, the modern Colchester, Claudius received the submission of many tribal leaders. The Romans did not stop there. Their armies pushed north and west, building roads and forts to secure their hold. Step by step, Britain was drawn into the orbit of the empire. Not every tribe gave way easily. In the rugged lands of Wales, the Silures and Ordovices resisted fiercely. The campaigns dragged on for decades, but slowly Roman power tightened its grip. The most famous challenge came in AD 60. The Iceni tribe in what is now East Anglia had once allied with Rome, but when their king died, Roman officials attempted to seize his lands. His widow Boudica was humiliated and her daughters assaulted. Outraged, the Iceni rose in rebellion, joined by neighboring tribes. Boudica, tall, fierce, and determined, led her warriors in a devastating uprising. The rebels stormed Camalodunum, burning the Roman colony to the ground. They marched on Londinium, modern London, which was still a young settlement. The Roman governor abandoned it, and Boudica's forces destroyed the town, slaughtering thousands. By the time they marched north to Verulamium, modern St. Albans, southern Britain was in flames. Ancient writers claim over 70,000 Romans and their allies were killed. The rebellion was eventually crushed by Roman legions in a decisive battle, but Boudica's name lived on. To later generations, she became a symbol of defiance, the warrior queen who dared to resist the empire. After Boudica's revolt, Rome consolidated its hold. Over the next centuries, Britain became a Roman province, though never entirely subdued. The Romans built a network of roads, straight and solid, linking forts and towns across the land. Some of those roads, Watling Street, Fosse Way, Ermine Street, still shape the routes of English highways today. Towns flourished. Londinium became a bustling port on the Thames, while places like Verulamium, Cirencester, and York grew into centers of trade and administration. Villas spread through the countryside, where wealthy landowners farmed grain, raised livestock, and lived in mosaic-floored houses with underfloor heating. Public baths, amphitheaters, and temples gave provincial towns a touch of Roman life. Yet most of the population still lived in small villages, farming the land much as their ancestors had. Romanization touched some more than others. In the south, near towns and roads, life could look very Roman. In the north and west, tribal traditions persisted, and many communities remained on the margins of empire. Rome never fully conquered the entire island. In the north, the tribes of Caledonia, ancestors of the Scots, resisted fiercely. Repeated campaigns failed to bring them under control. Around AD 122, Emperor Hadrian ordered the construction of a great wall to mark the empire's limit. Hadrian's Wall, stretching over 70 miles from coast to coast, was more than a barrier. It was a statement. Beyond here lay the wild, unconquered land. Later, another emperor built the Antonine Wall farther north, but it was abandoned after only 2 decades. The Romans held firm to Hadrian's Wall, manned by garrisons of legionaries and auxiliaries from all over the empire. Syrians, Spaniards, Gauls, and Germans all served on Britain's frontier, leaving behind inscriptions that remind us how connected this province was to the wider world. For centuries, Roman Britain followed the empire's gods, Jupiter, Mars, Mercury, and countless local deities. Temples rose in towns, blending Roman and Celtic traditions. Shrines to river gods and healing springs attracted worshippers. Soldiers brought with them foreign cults like Mithras, whose secretive rites were practiced in underground chambers. In the 3rd and 4th centuries, Christianity began to spread. Merchants, soldiers, and missionaries carried the new faith across the Channel. By the late 300s, Christian communities existed in Britain, though paganism still thrived. The blending of traditions was typical of Roman provinces, old gods and new faiths living side by side. By the 4th century, cracks were appearing. Rome faced growing pressure on its frontiers from Goths, Vandals, and other migrating peoples. Emperors needed troops elsewhere, and Britain's legions were often withdrawn to fight on the continent. Without strong garrisons, the province grew vulnerable. Barbarian raiders, Saxons from across the sea, Picts from the north, and Irish from the west struck settlements and carried off loot. The economy faltered, towns shrank, and villas fell into disrepair. By the early 400s, the empire itself was in crisis. In AD 410, the Western Roman Empire officially abandoned Britain. The Emperor Honorius told the cities to look to their own defense. For the first time in nearly 4 centuries, Britain stood without Rome. When the legions marched away, they left behind crumbling walls, empty villas, and a population uncertain of its future. Roman roads and towns still scarred the landscape, but order and authority had vanished. Into this vacuum came new raiders and settlers from across the sea, the Angles, Saxons, and Jutes. In the centuries to come, they would build new kingdoms upon the ruins of Rome, and England would begin to take shape. When the Roman legions departed in the early 400s, Britain entered a time of uncertainty and change. For centuries, Roman soldiers, governors, and emperors had maintained order, collected taxes, and guarded the frontiers. Now that structure vanished almost overnight. Roman towns, once bustling with trade, fell silent. Villas crumbled, roads grew overgrown, and coinage became scarce. Archaeologists call this period sub-Roman Britain, when the old ways lingered but could no longer sustain themselves. The people left behind, a mix of Romanized Britons, Celts, and descendants of earlier tribes, struggled to hold society together. Local warlords rose, some claiming to be successors of Rome, others clinging to ancient traditions. Latin still echoed in church liturgy. But across the countryside, old Celtic languages and customs resurfaced. Christianity survived, but its hold was uneven, strongest in the west and fading in the east. Amid this fragmentation came new threats. From across the North Sea, raiders struck the coasts, the Angles, Saxons, and Jutes, Germanic peoples from what is now Denmark and northern Germany. At first, they came as mercenaries, hired by local rulers to fight Picts and Irish raiders, but soon their presence grew into settlement. By the mid-400s, entire communities of Saxons and Angles were carving out land for themselves. Over the next 2 centuries, waves of settlers established themselves in eastern and southern Britain. They brought their languages, pagan gods, and warrior traditions. Latin faded, and the Celtic Britons were pushed west into Wales, Cornwall, and beyond into Brittany. In time, the land itself took a new name, Englaland, the land of the Angles. From this came the word England. By the 600s, England was divided into several kingdoms, often called the Heptarchy, the Seven Kingdoms. Northumbria, stretching across the north, Mercia, powerful in the Midlands, East Anglia, home of the early settlers, Essex, Sussex, and Wessex carved from the Saxons' lands, Kent settled by the Jutes. These kingdoms were rarely at peace. Kings fought for dominance, forging alliances and breaking them just as quickly. Sometimes one king would rise as Bretwalda, White Ruler, or Overlord, but no single ruler controlled all of England. Power shifted constantly, and the story of this age is one of rivalry and ambition. The Anglo-Saxons worshipped gods of war, fertility, and fate. Names still survive in the days of the week. Woden's Day became Wednesday, Thor's Day became Thursday, and Frigg's Day became Friday. Sacred groves, rituals, and feasting halls were central to their religion. But Christianity had not vanished with Rome. In the West, Celtic monks preserved the faith. Across the Channel, missionaries in Gaul looked to bring the Anglo-Saxons into the Christian world. In AD 597, Pope Gregory the Great sent a mission led by Augustine of Canterbury. He landed in Kent and soon converted King Ethelbert, whose marriage to a Christian Frankish princess had prepared the ground. From Canterbury, the new faith spread. Conversion was gradual. Some kings accepted baptism for political advantage, others clung to the old gods. Monks from Ireland and Iona brought a distinct Celtic Christianity, known for its austerity and scholarship. At the Synod of Whitby in 664, leaders chose to align with Roman practices, bringing unity to English Christianity. With Christianity came literacy. Monks established monasteries where scribes copied manuscripts and preserved knowledge. One of the most famous centers was Lindisfarne, a monastery on a tidal island in Northumbria. From here, missionaries carried the gospel into pagan lands, and the illuminated manuscripts like the Lindisfarne Gospels showcased the artistry of the age. Northumbria also produced the Venerable Bede, a monk whose ecclesiastical history of the English people, written around 731, remains one of the best sources of this era. Bede not only recorded kings and battles but also measured time, calculated Easter, and wrote about the natural world. His works secured him the title Father of English History. Most people lived in small villages of wooden huts with thatched roofs. They farmed barley, rye, and wheat, kept sheep and pigs, and brewed ale. Life was hard and short, but communities were close-knit. Law codes reveal a society concerned with order and compensation. Crimes were punished not always by death but by fines, a system called vergild, or man price, where each person's life had a value. Society was hierarchical: kings, nobles, freemen, and slaves. Warriors fought for their lords, bound by loyalty in exchange for protection and gifts. Poetry and song celebrated their deeds. The most famous surviving poem, Beowulf, tells of a hero who battles monsters and dragons, blending myth with values of courage and loyalty. Though set in Scandinavia, it reflects the warrior culture of Anglo-Saxon England. By the late 700s, a new danger loomed. From across the sea came longships, sleek and fast, carrying raiders from Scandinavia. In 793, they struck the monastery at Lindisfarne, slaughtering monks and carrying off treasure. The attack shocked Christendom. How could holy places be violated so brutally? Yet it was only the beginning. The Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, already divided among themselves, now faced a common enemy. The age of Viking raids had begun, and England's fate would soon be reshaped by these fierce warriors from the north. The Anglo-Saxons had carved kingdoms from the ruins of Rome, built churches and monasteries, and forged a new culture of warriors and poets, but just as they were settling into dominance, sails appeared on the horizon. The Vikings had come and England would never be the same. In the summer of 793, a storm broke over Anglo-Saxon England. But it was not of wind or rain. Longships appeared off the coast of Northumbria, and warriors poured into the holy island of Lindisfarne. They slaughtered monks, looted the monastery, and carried away gold and sacred relics. The chronicles recorded the event with horror. Never before had such terror come to the land. To contemporaries it felt like the end of the world. In truth, it was the beginning of the Viking Age. The Vikings, seafarers from Norway, Denmark and Sweden, had long ranged across the seas, trading and exploring, but in the late 8th century their raids grew in scale and frequency. English monasteries, with their wealth and lack of defenses, made easy targets. Lindisfarne was followed by attacks on Jarrow, Iona, and other sacred sites. At first, these were hit-and-run raids. Ships would strike swiftly, seize treasure, and vanish before local forces could respond. But soon the raids became more ambitious. By the mid-9th century, Viking armies were not merely raiding. They were invading, settling, and seeking to carve out kingdoms of their own. In 865, a vast force known as the Great Heathen Army landed in England. Led by legendary figures such as Ivar the Boneless and Halfdan Ragnarsson, they sought conquest rather than plunder. Moving from kingdom to kingdom, they crushed resistance. Northumbria fell, its kings deposed. East Anglia was overrun, its ruler killed. Mercia, once a dominant power, was weakened. By the late 9th century, only one kingdom held firm against the Viking tide: Wessex, under the rule of Alfred the Great. Alfred, King of Wessex from 871 to 899, faced daunting odds. His kingdom was nearly destroyed by Viking attacks. For a time, he fled into the marshes of Somerset, gathering what forces he could, but Alfred was resourceful. In 878, he rallied his army and won a decisive victory at the Battle of Edington, forcing the Viking leader Guthrum to accept baptism and retreat. Alfred did more than defend his kingdom. He reorganized the military, building fortified towns called burhs across Wessex, so no community would be left undefended. He also built a navy of ships to challenge the Vikings at sea. Beyond warfare, Alfred valued learning. He promoted education, translated Latin texts into English, and encouraged literacy among his people. For this he earned the title the Great, the only English king ever to bear it. Though Alfred secured Wessex, much of England remained under Viking rule. This territory, stretching across the north and east, became known as the Danelaw. Land where Danish law and customs prevailed. Towns like York became Viking strongholds, thriving with trade and craft. Over time, the lines blurred. Vikings settled as farmers, married into local families, and adopted Christianity. Place names in much of northern and eastern England still carry their legacy. Names ending in "b", meaning farm, or "thorp", meaning village. The English language itself absorbed Norse words like sky, egg, and knife. Out of conflict came cultural blending, reshaping England's identity. After Alfred's death, his successors continued the struggle. His son Edward and grandson Aethelstan expanded Wessex power. In 1937, Aethelstan achieved a great victory at the Battle of Brunanburh, defeating a coalition of Scots, Norse, and Welsh. Chroniclers hailed it as the moment England truly became a united kingdom. For a time, the dream of unity seemed secure, yet the Viking threat never vanished. In the late 10th and early 11th centuries, new waves of raiders, often supported by powerful Scandinavian kings, struck again. England paid enormous sums of Danegeld, tribute to buy peace, but peace never lasted long. In the year 1016, the Danish prince Knut the Great conquered England after defeating Edmund Ironside. Knut ruled not only England but also Denmark and Norway, creating a North Sea empire. Despite being a conqueror, he governed wisely, respecting English customs and supporting the church. His reign brought stability, and some later remembered him as a just king. But after Knut's death in 1035, his empire fragmented. England returned to the rule of the Anglo-Saxon line, under Edward the Confessor. Pious and reserved, Edward built Westminster Abbey, but his lack of an heir left the kingdom vulnerable. Rival claimants circled like hawks. When Edward the Confessor died in January 1066, a succession crisis erupted. Three men claimed the throne. Harold Godwinson, the powerful English earl chosen by the nobles. Harald Hardrada, King of Norway claiming descent from earlier Viking rulers. William, Duke of Normandy, across the Channel, who claimed Edward had promised him the crown. The stage was set for one of the most dramatic years in English history. Battles loomed and the future of the kingdom hung in the balance. For nearly 3 centuries, England had struggled against the fury of Viking raids and the power of Scandinavian kings, yet the Norsemen had also left deep marks on its land, its language and its people. Now, as 1066 dawned, the age of Vikings gave way to the age of Normans. England stood on the threshold of conquest once again, and nothing would ever be the same. The year 1066 is one of the most famous turning points in English history. With the death of Edward the Confessor, the kingdom faced a storm of rival claims. In January, Harold Godwinson was crowned king, chosen by the English nobles, but far to the north Harald Hardrada of Norway prepared an invasion. While across the Channel, Duke William of Normandy waited for his chance. In September, Hardrada landed in northern England with a great fleet. Harold Godwinson marched swiftly to meet him, defeating the Norwegians at the Battle of Stamford Bridge in a brutal clash. Hardrada was slain, his army destroyed, England rejoiced, but the relief was short-lived. Even as Harold celebrated victory in the north, William crossed the Channel with his Norman knights. Harold marched his weary army south and met him near Hastings on October 14, 1066. The Battle of Hastings was long and bloody. Harold's shield wall held firm through repeated Norman charges, but in the end Norman cavalry and archers broke the English line. Harold himself was killed, famously said to have been struck in the eye by an arrow. William was victorious. Within weeks he was crowned King of England in Westminster Abbey. William set about securing his new kingdom with ruthless efficiency. Norman castles rose across the land, motte and bailey fortresses of earth and timber at first, then great stone keeps like the Tower of London. These castles were symbols of dominance, designed to intimidate and control. The Normans introduced feudalism. Land was taken from Anglo-Saxon nobles and granted to William's followers in return for loyalty and military service. The great families of England now owed everything to the king. The old Anglo-Saxon elite was swept away, replaced by Norman lords and bishops. In 1086, William ordered a survey of his realm, recording every village, field, and household. The result was the Doomsday Book, a vast catalogue of landholding and resources. To contemporaries, it felt like the final judgment. Nothing was left uncounted. For historians today, it remains an invaluable window into the 11th century England. What happens to a world after an empire that lasted for centuries finally falls? When the Roman legions no longer march, when aqueducts crumble, and when cities that once glittered with marble fall silent, what takes their place? This is the story of Europe in the early 600s, a land caught between memory and survival, a place where the shadow of Rome still lingered, but new peoples and new powers were beginning to rise. It was the year 600. More than a century had passed since the last emperor in the West had been deposed. Yet the memory of Rome was everywhere. Roads still cut through hills and valleys, though many were broken and overgrown. Old Roman towns still stood, their walls weathered, their amphitheaters abandoned, their forums turned into grazing grounds. But life had not disappeared. In these ruins, people built huts from timber and stone. Farmers plowed the same soil their Roman ancestors had once worked, though the grand villas and estates had often collapsed. The empire was gone, but the habits of survival remained. In the east, the Roman Empire had not vanished at all. It lived on in Constantinople, the Byzantine Empire. But for Western Europe, the old Roman world had splintered into many kingdoms. The order of emperors and governors had been replaced by warlords and kings, each ruling over smaller lands. In what had once been Roman Gaul, a new dynasty had risen, the Merovingians, the kings of the Franks. Their long hair was said to mark their sacred power. They ruled from cities like Paris and Reims, blending Roman traditions with their old Frankish customs. Yet Merovingian rule was often unstable. Kings died young, and their kingdoms were divided between sons, leading to rivalry and feuding. Still, they kept alive the memory of kingship, and under them the Franks remained one of the strongest forces in Western Europe. In the countryside, Roman villas had turned into small villages. Latin was still spoken, though slowly it was changing into the early forms of French. Christianity had spread widely here, though many old pagan customs lingered. Priests and bishops guided not just faith, but often daily order. Across the Channel, Britain had been cut off from Rome for more than 200 years. Roman legions had left in the 400s, and since then waves of Germanic peoples, Angles, Saxons and Jutes had settled. They brought their own language, which would eventually become English. By 600, several Anglo-Saxon kingdoms had formed: Northumbria in the north, Mercia in the center, Wessex in the south, and Kent in the southeast. These kingdoms often fought each other, but they were also building the foundations of a new culture. Christianity, once strong under Rome, had nearly disappeared in much of Britain. But now missionaries were returning. Pope Gregory the Great had sent monks to convert the Anglo-Saxons, and in Kent, King Ethelbert welcomed them. Slowly new churches were being built, and the faith was returning. South of the Alps, Italy itself was no longer the heart of empire. The city of Rome still stood, its ancient monuments looming over smaller, poorer neighborhoods. The Senate was gone, the emperors long departed. Now Rome was a city of bishops and pilgrims. Most of Italy was controlled by the Lombards, a Germanic people who had invaded in the late 500s. They ruled from Pavia, carving the peninsula into duchies. Their power was great but not absolute. Parts of Italy were still held by the Byzantines, including Ravenna and a few coastal areas. This meant Italy was divided, with two different rulers laying claim to the old Roman lands. The Lombards were fierce warriors, but like many Germanic peoples, they were slowly converting to Christianity. Their courts mixed Roman law with their own traditions, producing a patchwork society. Further west, in the Iberian Peninsula, the Visigoths ruled. They had once been Arians, a Christian sect that clashed with the Catholic Church, but in 589 King Recared had converted to Catholicism, bringing his people with him. This gave the Visigoths stronger ties to the rest of Christian Europe. The Visigothic kingdom stretched across most of modern Spain and Portugal. Toledo served as its capital, with councils of bishops playing a large role in law and government. Yet beneath this order, the kingdom was fragile, troubled by noble rivalries and succession crises. Within just a few generations, the Visigoths would face an invasion unlike any before, but in 600 they still believed their rule was secure. In Central and Eastern Europe, new peoples were moving. The Slavs, once scattered tribes, were expanding across the lands east of the Elbe and south into the Balkans. They cleared forests, built wooden villages, and spread their language across vast areas. Alongside them came the Avars, a nomadic people who built a khaganate in the Carpathian Basin. From their strongholds they launched raids into Byzantine lands. To Constantinople, the Avars and Slavs were a constant threat on the northern frontier. Through all of Europe's fragmentation, one institution tied much of it together: the Christian Church. Bishops and monasteries carried on learning and preserved books. Monks copied manuscripts in candlelit rooms, keeping alive knowledge of the Bible, Roman law, and even classical authors. In Rome, the Pope was growing in importance. Though politically weak, the papacy held spiritual authority. Pope Gregory the Great, who died in 604, had sent missionaries to England and written widely, shaping medieval Christianity. So the year 650 approached, and Europe was still a place of shadows and survival. The Roman Empire was gone, but its ghost lingered in roads, cities, and laws. Germanic kings ruled over Latin-speaking peasants. New peoples like the Slavs were pushing in, while the Church quietly bound the continent with faith. Europe was fragile, divided, and poor compared to its Roman past. Yet within this seeming weakness lay the seeds of the medieval world to come. The Franks, the Anglo-Saxons, the Lombards, the Visigoths, each would play a part in shaping the next centuries. What holds a continent together when kingdoms rise and fall, when invasions continue, and when wealth has faded? In the years between 650 and 700, Europe was no longer the world of emperors and legions, but of monks and bishops, kings and warlords, and ordinary people trying to keep faith and stability alive. This was the age when the Church became the heart of Europe's identity, while new powers slowly emerged from its fragmented lands. By the mid-600s, the Christian Church had become one of the strongest unifying forces in Europe. Kings ruled small territories, but bishops and abbots often held more influence than generals. In monasteries scattered across forests and valleys, monks lived quiet lives of prayer and work. They rose before dawn, copied texts in scriptoria, tilled the soil, and provided food and shelter for travelers. The most famous rule of life, the rule of Saint Benedict, spread widely. It emphasized discipline, prayer, and stability, qualities desperately needed in unsettled times. The monasteries became islands of learning. They preserved books of scripture and classical authors alike. In an age when war and famine often destroyed, the monks wrote, prayed, and kept knowledge alive. In Italy, the Lombards still ruled much of the land, but the city of Rome remained special. The Byzantine Empire controlled parts of Italy through its exarchate in Ravenna. Yet their power was distant. The real heart of Rome's influence was the papacy. Popes in this era had little military power, but their authority as leaders of the Western Church grew stronger. They negotiated with kings, sent missionaries, and offered moral guidance to a continent in need of direction. Rome's ancient ruins may have crumbled, but its bishop, the Pope, held a spiritual crown that would grow ever more important. The Lombards, meanwhile, were no longer the wild invaders of earlier times. By the later 600s they were settling, building cities and blending with the local population. Their rulers issued laws that combined Germanic custom with Roman precedent. Duchies like Spoleto and Benevento thrived in southern Italy, while their capital in Pavia remained the heart of their kingdom. Though they had once been Arians, most Lombards now accepted Catholic Christianity, bringing them closer to the rest of Europe. Yet Italy was still divided. The Byzantines clung to Ravenna and to parts of the south, while Rome itself remained in the strange position of being both Byzantine territory and papal city. This patchwork would remain a source of conflict for centuries. To the west, the Visigothic kingdom of Spain was nearing its final days. Their capital in Toledo was a center of councils where bishops and nobles gathered to guide the kingdom. The Visigoths had converted to Catholicism decades earlier, and the church now played a central role in their governance. But their unity was fragile. Rivalries among nobles, constant plots, and contested successions weakened the state. By the late 600s, when kings like Wamba and Egica tried to reform the realm, they faced deep resistance. The Iberian Peninsula seemed stable from the outside, but its cracks were widening. Within a generation, these cracks would break wide open. North of the Pyrenees, the Franks under the Merovingians continued to rule Gaul. But by the mid-600s, their kings had grown weaker. Royal power often fell into the hands of the mayors of the palace, chief officials who controlled armies and finances. While kings held sacred authority and long hair as symbols of rule, the real power was shifting. This quiet change would eventually bring new leaders to the forefront, the Carolingian family. For now, the Merovingians still wore the crown, even if others guided their hands. In England, the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms were slowly taking shape. Christianity had returned through the mission of Augustine in Kent, and by the later 600s it had spread widely. Northumbria became a shining center of culture. Monasteries like Lindisfarne and Wearmouth Jarrow produced learning and art. The famous Book of Kells and Lindisfarne Gospels, with their dazzling decoration, came from this tradition. Kings such as Oswald and Oswiu supported the church, and missionaries from Ireland and Rome debated how best to guide the faithful. England was still divided into many kingdoms, but it was also a place of renewal. The blending of Germanic energy and Christian order gave it a distinct character that would shape its future. In Eastern Europe, the Slavs continued to expand. They built simple wooden settlements, farmed new lands, and spread their culture widely. Their villages were small, but their numbers grew steadily, and they filled the lands that Rome had once ruled. To their west and south, the Avars maintained their khaganate in the Carpathian Basin. They were feared for their raids, striking into Byzantine territory. Yet their hold was not eternal. New peoples, especially the Bulgars, would soon rise and challenge them. The Byzantine Empire, though far stronger than the kingdoms of the West, was struggling. Wars with the new Islamic Caliphate drained its strength. The emperors in Constantinople could not focus fully on the West, and their authority in Italy and the Balkans weakened. Still, Constantinople itself stood as a glittering city. Its walls, markets, and churches remained a beacon of survival. While Western Europe struggled in poverty, the Byzantine capital kept alive a reminder of Rome's grandeur. As the year 700 approached, Europe remained divided. Franks, Lombards, Visigoths, Anglo-Saxons, and Slavs each carved their place. The Church bound them together in faith, even as kingdoms splintered and shifted. It was not yet the Europe of empires or nations. It was a patchwork, fragile and diverse. But within its monasteries, its courts, and its villages, the seeds of a new order were quietly growing. Soon new leaders would emerge, and with them Europe would take a step closer to the medieval civilization we recognize today. In Gaul, the Merovingian kings still wore their crowns, but their power had withered. They were sometimes called do-nothing kings, for real authority lay with their mayors of the palace. The most powerful of these was Pepin of Herstal, who had consolidated Frankish lands under his control. His son, Charles Martel, was now rising to prominence. Known for his energy and skill, Charles would soon reshape the destiny of the Franks. But in 700 this was only beginning. The Carolingian family, as they would later be called, was quietly gathering the threads of power. In time they would replace the Merovingians entirely, for now they ruled from behind the throne, preparing the ground for greater things to come. Across the Channel, the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms were still divided, but a sense of unity was beginning to form through faith. By the early 700s, Christianity had reached most of the English kingdoms. Monks traveled between monasteries carrying not just scripture but also art and learning. Kingdoms like Northumbria and Mercia began to rise as regional powers. Rivalries were constant, but the idea of a shared faith gave them a common identity. The blending of Germanic warrior culture with Christian order created a new foundation for England's future. In Italy, the Lombards continued to rule, but their kingdom was changing. They were no longer simply conquerors. Many Lombard dukes and nobles had adopted Christianity, and their laws mixed Roman tradition with Lombard custom. The Pope in Rome, meanwhile, grew in influence. Though Rome itself was still officially Byzantine territory, imperial power was weak and far away. Popes dealt directly with kings, bishops, and even invaders. They became not just spiritual leaders but also negotiators and protectors of the city. This shift in Rome's role would, over centuries, change the very nature of European power. In Iberia, the Visigothic kingdom continued to appear stable, but beneath the surface it was cracking. Kings still ruled from Toledo and councils of bishops advised them, yet noble factions plotted and succession crises weakened unity. By the early 700s, the Visigoths faced growing tension. Their borders were not yet threatened, but far to the south, across the Strait of Gibraltar, the Islamic Caliphate had expanded across North Africa. Within just a decade, this storm would break upon Spain's shores. Far to the east, the Byzantine Empire faced one of its greatest struggles. The Islamic Caliphate, expanding rapidly after the death of Muhammad, had swept through Syria, Palestine, and Egypt. By 700, Byzantium had lost many of its richest provinces. The emperors in Constantinople fought desperately to hold the line. They reorganized their military, creating the theme system in which soldiers farmed the land they defended. This system gave them resilience, but the empire's resources were stretched thin. In 717, the empire would face a massive siege of Constantinople itself. Though that belongs to the next years, the early 700s was already full of tension. Byzantium was no longer the empire of Justinian. It was a fortress under constant attack. In Central and Eastern Europe, new peoples continued to shape the map. The Slavs expanded deeper into the Balkans, settling lands once firmly under Byzantine control. Their villages and fields grew, and their languages spread across vast regions. At the same time, the Bulgars, a Turkic people who had migrated into the Balkans, were establishing their own power. By the early 700s, they had founded the First Bulgarian Empire. This new state would soon clash with Byzantium, adding yet another pressure on the empire's borders. For most people in these years, history was lived not in battles or royal courts, but in the rhythm of daily life. Villagers worked the fields, grew grain, raised livestock, and prayed in small wooden churches. Markets gathered in towns, though trade was far smaller than in Roman times. Travel was slow, and most people lived within a few miles of where they were born. Yet the memory of Rome lingered in old stone roads, bridges, and ruins. Farmers might plow a field where once a Roman villa stood, or graze sheep near the broken arches of an aqueduct. Life was simpler, poorer, and harsher than in the days of the empire. But it was also steady. Families endured, faith guided, and communities grew. By 725, Europe stood at a crossroads. The Franks were rising, the Visigoths weakening, the Lombards stabilizing, and the Anglo-Saxons finding their fate. The Byzantines held on desperately, while new peoples like the Bulgars took root. No one could know it yet, but the next decades would bring dramatic clashes. Armies from the south would cross into Spain, warriors of the Franks would rally to defend their lands. The balance of Europe was shifting, slowly but surely, toward a new age. What happens when two great civilizations meet? Not through trade or words, but through war. In the mid-700s, Europe stood at the brink of one of its most defining clashes. To the south, the Islamic Caliphate had expanded across North Africa and into Spain. To the north, the Franks under Charles Martel prepared to defend their lands. This was the moment when the destiny of Europe would be tested in battle. In 711, a Berber commander named Tariq ibn Ziyad crossed the Strait of Gibraltar with an army of Muslims, mostly Berbers from North Africa. The Visigothic kingdom of Spain, weakened by noble feuds and unstable kingship, collapsed quickly before them. Legend tells of the last Visigothic king, Roderick, who fought bravely but was defeated at the Battle of Guadalete. Within a few short years, nearly the whole Iberian Peninsula was under Muslim control. By the mid-720s, only a small strip in the north remained in Christian hands. This new province became known as Al-Andalus, and its capital was established at Cordoba. Here, a rich blend of cultures, Arab, Berber, Iberian, and Roman, would flourish. But in the 720s, this was not yet a place of golden culture. It was still the frontier of conquest, pushing ever northward toward the Pyrenees. From Spain, Muslim armies pressed north, crossing into what is now France. They raided into Aquitaine and Burgundy, seizing treasure, defeating local lords, and threatening the heart of Frankish lands. The Frankish dukes in southern Gaul fought hard but could not resist alone. The task fell to Charles Martel, the mayor of the palace, who had already established himself as the strongest leader among the Franks. Charles was not a king, but his authority was greater than that of the Merovingians he served. He trained his warriors, rewarded them with lands, and built a professional corps of soldiers. This was the force that would meet the armies of Al-Andalus. In the autumn of 732, near the city of Tours, the clash came. A Muslim army under Abd al-Rahman al-Ghafiqi advanced deep into Frankish territory. Charles Martel gathered his forces, including heavily armed infantry. The two armies faced each other for 7 days, skirmishing and maneuvering. Finally, battle was joined. The Franks formed a solid wall of shields, and wave after wave of cavalry charges broke upon them. The fighting was fierce, and Abd al-Rahman was slain in the struggle. The Muslim forces, leaderless, withdrew under the cover of night. Charles Martel held the field. The battle was not the end of Muslim power in Spain, nor even the last raid into Gaul, but it was remembered as a turning point. The moment when the expansion of Islam into Europe was checked. For Charles, it was the victory that earned him the name Martel, the Hammer. After Tours, Charles Martel's reputation grew immensely. Though still only the mayor of the palace, he was the true ruler of the Franks. He continued to expand his influence, subduing rivals and strengthening his military. Charles also forged ties with the church. He granted lands to monasteries and supported bishops, though he also took church lands to reward his warriors when needed. His relationship with the papacy was pragmatic, but it laid the groundwork for future alliances. By the time of his death in 741, Charles Martel had turned the Franks into the dominant power of Western Europe. His descendants would build upon this foundation, leading to the rise of the Carolingian dynasty. While Charles rose in the north, Italy remained divided between the Lombards, the Byzantines, and the papacy. The Lombards still controlled most of the peninsula, but the Pope in Rome increasingly looked northward for alliances. The Byzantines could no longer provide strong protection, and the Lombards pressed hard against papal lands. This tension would eventually draw the Franks into Italian affairs, but in the mid-700s it remained unresolved. Rome was caught between two powers, the Lombards and Byzantium, while quietly cultivating friendships with the Franks. In Britain, the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms continued to grow in strength and culture. Missionaries from England traveled into Europe, spreading Christianity among the pagan tribes of Germany and beyond. The most famous was Boniface, an Anglo-Saxon monk who journeyed into the forests of Germania. He cut down sacred oaks, built churches and organized dioceses, bringing large parts of Central Europe into the Christian fold. This missionary work tied England more closely to Rome and to the Frankish world. The Church was becoming a continent-wide network, binding Europe together in shared belief even as political borders shifted constantly. While the Franks fought in Gaul, the Byzantines faced their own crisis. In 717, the Islamic Caliphate launched a massive siege of Constantinople. For a year, the city held against overwhelming odds. The Theodosian walls, the fleet armed with Greek fire, and the courage of its defenders saved them. When the siege finally lifted in 718, Constantinople had survived. The empire was battered but still alive. This survival ensured that Byzantium would remain a key player in the centuries to come. By the mid-700s, Europe's map was changing. In Spain, Al-Andalus was firmly established, its power extending northward. In Gaul, the Franks under Charles Martel had emerged as the strongest defenders of the West. In Italy, the Lombards threatened Rome, while the Pope sought northern allies. In England, faith and learning were growing, while missionaries carried Christianity into Germany. It was a time of both danger and opportunity. Europe was still divided, but a new order was taking shape. The foundations were being laid for an age of Carolingian power. How does a fragmented land of small kingdoms and fragile faith become the foundation of a great empire? Between 760 and 800, the pieces of Europe began to fall into place. A new dynasty replaced the old. The Church bound itself to northern kings, and a ruler rose who would one day be called the Father of Europe. After the death of Charles Martel in 741, his sons took power. The most successful was Pepin the Short, a shrewd and pragmatic leader. Like his father, Pepin ruled as mayor of the palace, while the Merovingian king remained only a figurehead. By the 750s, Pepin decided it was time to end the charade. He sought the approval of the Pope to take the crown for himself. In return, Pepin promised to defend the Church and its lands. The Pope, desperate for protection against the Lombards in Italy, agreed. In 751, Pepin was anointed king of the Franks, the first of the Carolingian dynasty. The long-haired Merovingians were set aside, and a new royal line began. This alliance between the papacy and the Carolingians would shape Europe for centuries. The Lombards remained the great threat in Italy. They pressed against Rome, cutting into papal lands. The Pope appealed to Byzantium for aid, but the empire was too weak and too far, so the Pope turned to Pepin. In 754, Pope Stephen II crossed the Alps to meet Pepin in person. He anointed him again as king, strengthening the bond between the papacy and the Carolingians. In return, Pepin led campaigns into Italy, defeating the Lombards and securing lands for the Pope. These lands, given in the donation of Pepin, became the foundation of the Papal States, where the Pope ruled not just as a spiritual leader but also as a temporal prince. Rome had found its protector in the Franks. Under Pepin, the Carolingians strengthened their kingdom. They reformed administration, rewarded loyal nobles with land, and built stronger ties with the Church. Pepin was not a conqueror on the scale of his son, but he established stability and authority. When Pepin died in 768, he left behind two sons, Charlemagne and Carloman. The kingdom was divided between them, as Frankish custom dictated. But Carloman died only a few years later, leaving Charlemagne as sole ruler. With this, the stage was set for one of the most remarkable reigns in European history. By the 770s, Europe was still a place of contrasts. In Spain, Al-Andalus had become a flourishing Muslim province, ruled by emirs and enriched by trade. Cordoba was growing into a great city. In Britain, the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms continued to develop, their learning and monasteries producing works of lasting beauty. In Byzantium, emperors like Leo III defended against external threats while promoting new policies at home, including the controversial iconoclast movement, which banned the veneration of icons. In Central Europe, the Bulgars had established a strong state, while the Slavs filled much of the continent with villages and farms. But the center of momentum was shifting toward the Franks. When Charlemagne became king in 768, he wasted no time. Tall, commanding and tireless, he embodied the warrior king ideal. His first campaigns were against the Lombards in Italy. At the request of the Pope, Charlemagne marched south, besieged Pavia, and defeated the Lombard king Desiderius. In 774, he took the Lombard crown for himself, becoming king of the Lombards as well as of the Franks. Charlemagne also campaigned in Spain, though with less success. In 778, his forces retreated through the Pyrenees, where his rearguard was ambushed at Roncesvalles. This defeat would later inspire the legendary Song of Roland. But his most relentless wars were against the Saxons in the north. For over 30 years, Charlemagne fought to subdue the pagan Saxon tribes, eventually forcing their conversion to Christianity. These brutal wars were long and difficult, but they expanded Frankish power deep into Germany. Charlemagne's victories transformed the relationship between king and church. He presented himself not only as a warrior but as a defender of Christendom. The Pope, grateful for his protection, grew ever closer to him. By the late 700s, Charlemagne was the most powerful ruler in the West. His kingdom stretched from the Atlantic to the Danube, from the North Sea to central Italy. No Western ruler had held such authority since the fall of Rome. The papacy, caught between Lombards, Byzantines and rival nobles, looked to Charlemagne as its greatest ally. This alliance would culminate in the year 800 when the Pope placed a crown upon Charlemagne's head, reviving the idea of a Western empire. As the century drew to a close, Europe was no longer the fragmented, fragile land of the 600s. It was still divided, still poor compared to Rome or Byzantium, but it was stronger, more organized and more deeply tied together by faith. The Franks under the Carolingians had risen to become the dominant power. The Pope had gained not only spiritual but temporal authority. England had found stability in its kingdoms and its faith. Spain had been transformed into Al-Andalus. Byzantium endured, though changed by wars and theology. And at the heart of it all stood Charlemagne, a ruler whose ambitions reached beyond kingship, toward empire. So by 800, Europe stood at the threshold of a new age. From ruins and uncertainty had risen new kingdoms, new faith, and new leaders. The darkness of the post-Roman centuries had not swallowed the continent. Instead, out of struggle and survival, a new world was taking shape. The crowning of Charlemagne would mark the dawn of medieval empire. But it was the years between 600 and 800, the quiet rise of powers, the endurance of faith, and the courage of kings that built the road to that moment. By the mid-15th century, Europe stood on a fragile bridge between worlds, one foot still sunk in the medieval past, and the other reaching toward the age of discovery, art and empires. The year 1450 was not a single turning point, but rather the crest of centuries of change. The Black Death had loosened its grip, yet its shadow lingered in every city and village. Feudal lords, once supreme, now found their power thinning like old parchment under the new light of commerce, invention, and ambition. In Western Europe, the Hundred Years' War had dragged its weary carcass across generations, shaping nations and breaking knights. France was finally finding its feet again under Charles VII, the same monarch who had been inspired decades earlier by a peasant girl named Joan of Arc. England, exhausted and fractured, was slipping toward internal chaos, what would soon erupt as the Wars of the Roses. Across the Channel, the long French reconquest had shattered England's once mighty holdings on the continent, and the dream of an English France died with the last campaigns. The medieval balance of power had cracked. But the story of this decade was not only about wars and crowns. It was about transformation. A strange new energy coursed through Europe. It could be felt in the printing presses of Mainz, in the artist workshops of Florence, in the astronomers' quiet notebooks, and in the merchants' ledgers of Venice. Something vast was awakening. The Gutenberg press, perfected around 1450, may not have seemed like much to the nobles and clergy of the time, just a curious contraption of wood and metal. Yet its invention was one of those moments when human civilization quietly changed forever. For the first time, knowledge was no longer bound to the slow hands of monks in candlelit scriptoria. Ideas could spread faster than armies. Bibles, poems, philosophies, and pamphlets began to multiply. And with each printed page, the medieval mind loosened its hold on the European imagination. Farther south, Italy burned with restless brilliance. The old city-states, Florence, Venice, Milan, and Naples, competed not only in trade and politics but in beauty itself. Scholars rediscovered the forgotten wisdom of Greece and Rome, collecting manuscripts and translating them with a feverish devotion. Artists and patrons alike sensed they were living at the dawn of something new. In the workshops of Florence, apprentices painted light and shadow with an attention that would have seemed almost divine to their ancestors. It was the early Renaissance, a word that would later come to define an entire era of rebirth. But while Italy's cities glittered, the eastern horizon darkened. Beyond the crumbling walls of the Byzantine Empire, a new power was rising: the Ottoman Turks, led by a young and ambitious sultan, Mehmed II. For centuries, the Byzantine Empire had stood as a proud relic of Rome's legacy, though reduced to little more than the walls of Constantinople and a few scattered territories. It was a flickering candle in a vast storm. Europe watched, half in fear and half in indifference, as the last guardian of antiquity stood alone. By 1450, Mehmed ascended the Ottoman throne, inheriting a realm vast and hungry. He was not content to be remembered as just another sultan. He sought to become a second Alexander, a new Caesar of the East. His eyes were fixed upon the shimmering prize, Constantinople. The city once called the Queen of Cities, the link between two continents and two ages. The Byzantine Emperor Constantine XI Palaiologos, ruling over a weary and nearly hollow empire, prepared for the inevitable. His fortresses were crumbling, his coffers nearly empty, and his allies, the Christian powers of Europe, sent little more than words and prayers. Some Venetian ships arrived, some Genoese soldiers offered aid, but most of Europe was distracted by its own feuds and reforms. The ancient city stood alone against a force that dwarfed it tenfold. Meanwhile, in Central Europe, the Holy Roman Empire continued its strange dance of unity and disunity. Emperor Frederick III reigned over a patchwork of semi-independent princes, bishops, and free cities. He was cautious, often mocked for his passivity, yet his patient rule would outlast many of his more aggressive contemporaries. His motto, AEIOU, was a cryptic promise that all the world is subject to Austria, a whisper of imperial ambition that would echo through later centuries. To the north, the Hanseatic League still connected the cities of the Baltic and the North Sea, binding merchants from Lübeck to London in a web of trade and diplomacy. The age of chivalric crusades had faded, replaced by the commerce as conquest. Gold and spices were the new weapons, and ships became the new armies. In the east, Poland-Lithuania formed one of the largest realms in Europe, though stretched thin across vast forests and steppes. The Teutonic Order, once a powerful military brotherhood, had been humbled after its defeat at Grunwald, 1410, and never fully recovered. The medieval dream of holy war had turned into the practical politics of kings and merchants. And far beyond the mountains, Russia was stirring under the leadership of Vasily II of Moscow, who would soon be succeeded by his son Ivan III, the man destined to free Russia from Mongol rule. The seeds of a new empire were being planted even as the old ones fell. Across all of Europe, change was accelerating. Old alliances faltered, old enemies vanished, and new horizons appeared. The gunpowder age was now unstoppable. Cannons thundered where knights once charged, and castles that had stood for centuries cracked under the weight of iron balls. The armored knight, symbol of medieval might, was slowly becoming obsolete, his gleaming armor a relic of a bygone age. By 1452, the stage was set for one of history's most dramatic and symbolic events, the Fall of Constantinople. But before that final curtain, Europe remained unaware that the death of one empire would mark the rebirth of another world. The Middle Ages were not ending with a single explosion, but with a long sigh, the sigh of kingdoms, churches, and traditions fading into history. The age of stone and sword was yielding to the age of reason and gunpowder, faith and curiosity, fear and awakening. Europe was about to awaken from its long medieval dream. In the spring of 1452, the air in Constantinople was heavy with prophecy. Merchants had whispered that omens had appeared over the Bosphorus, a halo around the moon, the flight of strange birds, and faint tremors in the ground. Priests led processions through narrow streets, chanting for divine mercy. Yet even their faith could not silence the distant thunder of drums rolling across the plains of Thrace. To the east, the young Sultan Mehmed II was preparing his army for something the world had not seen since the time of Caesar, the siege of a world capital. He was only 21 years old, but his ambition was ancient. Mehmed did not see himself merely as ruler of the Turks. He saw himself as the heir to Rome itself. To take Constantinople was not only to capture a city, but to claim the mantle of empire, to transform the Islamic world and strike at the heart of Christendom. The Byzantines had been expecting such a moment for years. The emperor, Constantine XI Palaiologos, reigned over what was once the Eastern Roman Empire. Now reduced to a handful of territories, crumbling walls, and fewer than 10,000 soldiers. Still, he ruled with dignity and resolve. Those who met him spoke of a man both weary and unbreakable, determined to die on his throne if the city fell. Better the Turkish turban than the Latin tiara, some of his people had said, bitterly recalling the betrayal of the Fourth Crusade 2 centuries earlier, when Western Christians had plundered the city they were sworn to protect. Now the Byzantines faced their final trial alone. In the winter of 1452, Mehmed began constructing a fortress on the European side of the Bosphorus, Rumeli Hisari, the fortress of the Roman land. Its walls rose with astonishing speed, built by thousands of laborers under the supervision of Mehmed himself. Each stone that was laid tightened the Ottoman noose around Constantinople. From its towers, heavy cannons commanded the strait, stopping any ships that tried to bring aid to the city. The message was clear: the days of Byzantium were numbered. The defenders of Constantinople were a mosaic of nations. There were Greeks, Venetians, and Genoese, mercenaries, sailors, and monks, fighting side by side on the ancient ramparts of Theodosian walls, which had withstood 1,000 years of assaults. The greatest of their foreign allies was Giovanni Giustiniani, a Genoese captain who arrived with 700 well-trained men. His courage and discipline gave the defenders hope, but even he knew the odds were hopeless. On April 6, 1453, Mehmed's massive army, estimated at 80,000 men, including elite janissaries, siege engineers, and foreign specialists, surrounded Constantinople. His navy sealed the Golden Horn, forming an iron ring of ships and cannon around the fabled city. The siege had begun. For nearly 7 weeks the earth trembled with bombardment. Mehmed had brought with him giant bombards, the largest ever built, designed by a Hungarian engineer named Orban. The main cannon, a monstrous tube of bronze 27 feet long, hurled stone balls weighing hundreds of kilograms. Its roar echoed across the Bosphorus, shaking domes and shattering towers. Each shot left craters in the ancient walls, but the defenders worked tirelessly, repairing breaches under cover of darkness. Day after day the city held. Inside the walls life became surreal. Priests carried icons through the streets, praying for a miracle. The population, men, women, children, took shifts on the battlements, filling the gaps where soldiers had fallen. In the evenings the horizon glowed red from cannon fire. And every night the defenders looked out across the sea, hoping to see the sails of a Christian fleet, a hope that never came. One small Venetian fleet did attempt to break through, and for a brief moment cheers ran across the harbor as a handful of ships slipped past Ottoman fire, but they were too few, too late. By late May, the outer walls of Constantinople were crumbling. Giustiniani had been wounded, and his retreat from the walls shattered morale. Emperor Constantine XI, realizing the end was near, gathered his remaining men and addressed them one final time. Chroniclers later recalled his words: "My brothers, let us not lament our fate. Heaven has seen fit to place us in this trial. Whoever wishes to die, let him follow me." At dawn on May 29, 1453, the final assault began. Waves of Ottoman soldiers crashed against the walls, first irregular troops, then Anatolian veterans, and finally the Janissaries themselves, the Sultan's elite. The defenders fought with desperate valor, hurling stones, arrows, and boiling oil. But the sheer weight of numbers was overwhelming. Somewhere near the gate of Saint Romanus, the walls gave way. The emperor threw off his imperial regalia and plunged into battle, sword in hand. His last words were never recorded, only that he fought until he was surrounded and cut down. The last emperor of Rome died on his feet. By midday, the banner of the crescent moon flew over the towers of Constantinople. Mehmed rode through the gates in silence. He dismounted at the great church of Hagia Sophia, entered its vast dome and ordered it to be converted into a mosque. As he gazed at the mosaics glittering in the half-light, he whispered verses from Persian poetry. The spider weaves the curtains in the palace of kings. The owl calls the watches in the towers of Afrasiyab. Afrasiab, who was a mythical king from Iranian legend. The city that had once been the heart of the Christian East had fallen. After more than 1,100 years, the Byzantine Empire was no more. Yet, even in its destruction, Constantinople became a bridge between worlds. Greek scholars fled westward, carrying with them manuscripts, philosophy and science. The Renaissance, already stirring in Italy, was fueled by the knowledge that escaped the fallen empire. The fall of the East became the rebirth of the West. Europe trembled at the news. Churches tolled their bells and sermons spoke of the apocalypse. But soon the shock gave way to something else, a growing realization that the old medieval order, the one held together by popes, crusaders and kings, could not stand unchanged. New frontiers beckoned. The maps of the world were about to be redrawn. In the halls of Venice, Florence and Lisbon, merchants and navigators began to whisper of finding a new route to the Indies, one that would bypass Ottoman lands entirely. A generation later, their dreams would lead to caravels on the Atlantic and names like Columbus, Vasco da Gama and Magellan. The fall of Constantinople closed one chapter of human history, but in doing so it opened another. The news spread across Europe like thunder rolling over distant hills. Constantinople, the eternal city, the shield of Christendom, the heir of Rome, had fallen. In monasteries and palaces alike, the story passed from trembling lips to parchment, each telling shaded with disbelief. Messengers arrived in Venice, then in Rome, then in Paris. The Venetian Senate sat in grim silence when they heard the words, "The city is taken." In Rome, Pope Nicholas V wept openly, declaring day of mourning and calling for a new crusade. But his words carried the weary echo of a song sung too many times. Europe no longer moved at the command of popes and crosses. It moved by trade, invention and ambition. The fall of Constantinople in 1453 was more than a military event. It was a psychological earthquake. It was as if the last surviving piece of the ancient world had finally vanished into dust. For nearly 1,000 years the Byzantine Empire had stood as a golden thread tying together antiquity and Christendom. Now that thread had been cut, and the medieval tapestry was unraveling. The Ottoman Sultan Mehmed II, now known as the Conqueror, wasted no time transforming his new capital. Constantinople became Istanbul, the jewel of a new empire that stretched from the Balkans to Anatolia. The Hagia Sophia became a mosque, its mosaics plastered over but not destroyed. Mehmed wanted not the annihilation of the city, but its resurrection under his name. He invited merchants, scholars and architects to repopulate the empty streets. Within a few years, Istanbul was alive again, no longer Byzantine but Ottoman. Europe watched in shock and fascination. In the courts of Italy, scholars debated whether Mehmed might be a new Alexander. Brutal but visionary. His letters to Western rulers, written in eloquent Greek and Latin, astonished diplomats. He spoke of uniting East and West under a single enlightened empire. Few believed him, but all respected the magnitude of his ambition. Meanwhile, the fall of the Byzantine capital sent refugees and manuscripts streaming westward. Greek scholars carrying precious texts found patronage in Italy, especially in Florence and Rome. Among them were the writings of Plato, Euclid and Ptolemy, works unseen in Western Europe for centuries. The Renaissance burst into fuller bloom. Painters studied perspective, architects rediscovered symmetry, and philosophers began to speak of the dignity of man rather than the sinfulness of man. Out of Byzantium's ashes rose a new way of seeing the world. Yet not everyone was celebrating renewal. In Eastern Europe, the Hungarian kingdom under the fierce general John Hunyadi prepared for war. The Ottomans had not stopped with Constantinople. They pressed northward into the Balkans, threatening Serbia, Wallachia, and Hungary itself. In 1456, Mehmed's armies marched toward Belgrade, intending to take the fortress and open the road to Central Europe. It would become one of the last great battles of the medieval age. Hunyadi, an aging but brilliant commander, rallied his troops with the zeal of a crusader, though few in the West answered the Pope's new call to arms. At his side fought a fiery Franciscan monk, Giovanni da Capistrano, later called John of Capistrano, who inspired peasants, townsmen, and soldiers with sermons that echoed across the Danube. In July 1456, the siege of Belgrade began. For weeks the city endured bombardments as fierce as those that had destroyed Constantinople. Yet the defenders refused to yield. On July the 22nd, Hunyadi launched a counterattack, personally leading his cavalry through the breach. The Ottomans, exhausted and taken by surprise, broke ranks. Mehmed himself was wounded. The Turkish army retreated, leaving behind thousands of dead. When word of the victory reached Rome, Pope Calixtus III ordered church bells to ring at noon each day, a tradition that, in many places, continues to this day. Belgrade had held. It was not the end of the Ottoman advance, but it was the last great Christian triumph fought in the spirit of the Crusades. After Hunyadi's death, soon after the battle, the dream of a united Christian defense faded again into division and politics. While the Eastern Front smoldered, Western Europe was shedding its medieval skin. In France, Charles VII continued rebuilding his kingdom, reforming armies and consolidating royal power. In England, chaos deepened into the Wars of the Roses, a dynastic struggle between the houses of Lancaster and York that would drench the island in blood for decades. The age of feudal barons was dying, but it would not die quietly. The battlefields of England were filled not with armoured knights in shining mail, but with longbowmen, billmen, and cannon. Gunpowder had become the true equalizer, the sound of modernity announcing itself in thunder and smoke. In the Iberian Peninsula, the kingdoms of Castile, Aragon, and Portugal were laying the foundations of future empires. The final Muslim stronghold in Spain, the Emirate of Granada, still survived, but its days were numbered. Portuguese ships were already pushing beyond the known world, charting the coasts of Africa, guided by Prince Henry the Navigator. A new spirit of exploration, half faith, half greed, was spreading like wildfire. While the East had fallen to Islam, the West was preparing to circle the globe. Back in the Eastern Mediterranean, the Empire of Trebizond, once a glittering remnant of Byzantine glory, watched events in horror. Trebizond had long stood on the remote shores of the Black Sea, a city of merchants and scholars that preserved the memory of Byzantium. Its emperor David Komnenos ruled over little more than the city itself and its nearby valleys, but he still bore the title Basileus of the Romans. He hoped to survive through diplomacy, playing the Ottomans against their enemies. But Mehmed II was patient. He saw Trebizond not as a threat, but as unfinished business, the last echo of an empire he had already buried. In 1456 he began tightening the noose around it, taking nearby fortresses and coastal towns. Trebizond's days were numbered. As one historian would later write, in those years the light of the Middle Ages burned low, flickering in a few far corners, but no one could yet see the dawn that was coming. By the mid-1450s, Europe was no longer what it had been. The castles that had defined its skyline were obsolete. The crossbows and cannons of new empires ignored the codes of chivalry. Kings no longer ruled by divine right alone, but by money, gunpowder, and cunning diplomacy. Monks no longer copied books, they read them in print. And the great universities began to study not only theology, but philosophy, anatomy, and the stars. The old world was dying, but it was dying into something luminous, something restless, uncertain, and full of promise. By the late 1450s, the map of Europe looked unfamiliar even to those who had lived through the change. The Ottoman crescent now gleamed where the Roman double-headed eagle once flew. Constantinople was no longer a Christian beacon but a radiant capital of a Muslim empire stretching from Hungary to Mesopotamia. To the west, kingdoms were consolidating power, merchants were growing richer than nobles, and across every frontier, the whispers of a new age were growing louder. Yet in the Far East, beyond the mountains of Anatolia and the waters of the Black Sea, one fragile remnant of Byzantium still clung to life, the Empire of Trebizond. Perched between mountains and sea, Trebizond was a place of legend. Its steep streets overlooked harbors filled with the scent of salt and spice. The people spoke Greek with a song-like accent, and their merchants traded silk, furs, and silver with Persia and beyond. Its emperors claimed descent from the Komnenoi, the dynasty that had once ruled the vast Byzantine world from Constantinople itself. For 2 centuries Trebizond had survived by diplomacy, by tribute, and by luck. It was a city that had watched empire after empire crumble, and yet somehow remained untouched, until now. In 1457 Mehmed II turned his attention to this last ember of Rome. His empire was secure, his armies were unstoppable, and his fleets ruled the Aegean and the Black Sea. The Sultan could afford to wait, but patience was never his nature. He sent envoys to Emperor David Komnenos, demanding submission. The message was clear: surrender and live as a vassal, resist and be swept away like Constantinople. David hesitated. He had corresponded secretly with the rulers of Georgia and Persia, hoping to rally allies, perhaps even secure help from the Christian West. But no help came. Venice and Genoa were exhausted, embroiled in trade rivalries and wars of their own. The kings of Europe sent only condolences, not soldiers. In the summer of 1460, Ottoman ships appeared off the coast of Trebizond. Their sails blotted out the horizon. Mehmed's armies followed soon after, moving along the coastal roads with grim precision. The siege began that August. Within weeks, the city's defenses crumbled under bombardment. Realizing the hopelessness of resistance, David Komnenos surrendered on the condition that his family and people would be spared. Mehmed entered the city in triumph, as he had done in Constantinople 7 years earlier. The conqueror of empires stood on the walls of Trebizond and gazed out over the Black Sea. The last outpost of Byzantium had fallen. With that, the Roman Empire, born more than 2,000 years before, finally ceased to exist. From the Tiber to the Bosphorus to the Pontus, its light had flickered, dimmed, and gone out. Yet its spirit, its learning, art, and laws would live on in the minds of those who now looked to the future rather than the past. For the world that replaced it was no longer medieval. The rhythm of history had changed. Across Europe, new rulers were forging the states that would dominate the coming centuries. In France, the monarchy was rising from the ashes of war, centralizing power and creating the first standing armies. In England, rival dynasties bled each other dry. But out of that turmoil would emerge a new royal line, the Tudors, who would lead the nation into a global era. In Spain, the marriage of Isabella of Castile and Ferdinand of Aragon was drawing near, a union that would unite their kingdoms, end the Reconquista, and fund voyages beyond the edge of the known world. And in Portugal, sailors whispered of the African coast, where the ocean curved toward the mysteries of India. Meanwhile, in the heart of Europe, the Habsburgs were quietly weaving their web of dynastic alliances. Frederick III's motto, A-E-I-O-U, no longer sounded so cryptic, all the world is subject to Austria. Through patience and marriage, rather than conquest, the foundations of a future empire were being laid. Even the church was changing. The papacy, once thundering with crusades and excommunications, was leaving to navigate a new political reality. Popes like Pius II and Nicholas V were less warriors and more patrons of art and humanism. They built libraries, sponsored painters, and corresponded with scholars. The sword of faith was giving way to the pen of reason. But the echoes of the old world were not yet silent. In Eastern Europe, battles still raged. The kingdom of Bosnia, caught between Hungarian ambition and Ottoman expansion, was falling. Serbia was already gone, its princes replaced by Ottoman governors. The once mighty Wallachian voivodes resisted desperately in their forests and mountains, led by figures like Vlad III Dracula, a name that would soon become legend, feared both for his cruelty and his defiance. To the north, Poland, Lithuania, and Moscow watched the Ottoman advance with unease. In Moscow, Ivan III was beginning his rise, the ruler who would later cast off Mongol domination and call himself Tsar, a title derived from Caesar. Ironically, as the Empire of the West fell, its name was being reborn in the frozen lands of the East. Meanwhile, artists in Florence painted saints and angels with human faces and light that seemed divine. In Mainz, printers turned ink and lead into the greatest revolution in communication since the invention of writing. In Venice, ships unloaded books instead of relics. Knowledge itself was becoming a trade good. The Middle Ages were not ending in catastrophe, but in transformation, like ice melting into water, the same substance in a new form. The fall of Trebizond in 1461 was, in truth, a symbolic final chord, a soft and distant echo marking the end of a 1,000-year symphony. The melody of Rome, Byzantium, feudalism, and crusades faded, replaced by the rhythms of exploration, art, and invention. A new dawn was beginning to tint the sky, the Renaissance, the Age of Discovery, the Age of Empires. And though the banners of the Middle Ages were lowered, their threads would be woven into every flag, every cathedral, and every book that followed. The story of medieval Europe did not truly end in 1461. It simply changed costume. From the chainmail of knights to the robes of scholars, from the chants of monks to the music of human voices speaking in the languages of science, poetry, and reason. The world had grown wider and humanity was ready to explore it. The year 1461 marked the quiet turning of an age. Few alive then would have spoken of a renaissance, or an end of the Middle Ages. The people of that time still prayed to the same saints, farmed the same fields, and fought under the same banners. But beneath the familiar surface, the world had changed, profoundly, irreversibly, and forever. When Trebizond fell that year, there were no crusades, no messengers galloping west to cry for help. The last Byzantine emperor surrendered without ceremony, and the news barely stirred the courts of Europe. Constantinople had been the empire's heart. Trebizond was its shadow, vanishing quietly into history. Yet, in that silence, something new was being born. Across the continent, a strange duality had taken hold. The same years that saw the end of Byzantium also witnessed the rise of a Europe bursting with creativity and ambition. It was as if, at the moment the old Roman flame was extinguished, 1,000 smaller fires were lit across the West, in the minds of poets, painters, and explorers. In Florence, Filippo Brunelleschi's dome had already transformed architecture, soaring like a stone miracle above the sky. Leon Battista Alberti wrote of proportion and beauty, arguing that mathematics and art were one. Donatello's bronze David, cast decades earlier, now stood as a symbol of human triumph rather than divine intervention. In Mainz, a man named Johannes Gutenberg had built a printing press that could reproduce words faster than any monk's pen. Few yet realized what it meant, that ideas would no longer belong to few but to the many. Even in war, the world was shifting. Gunpowder and cannon had ended the age of knights. No fortress, no wall, no title of nobility could stand against the roar of artillery. The fall of Constantinople had proved it. The fall of Trebizond confirmed it. And soon kings and generals would reshape their armies not around chivalry, but around strategy, discipline, and wealth. Feudalism, the glue that had bound Europe together for centuries, was dissolving. In France, the monarchy grew stronger under Charles VII, and later under Louis XI, who would weave the web of centralized government that defined the modern state. In England, after years of chaos, the Wars of the Roses were nearing their end, setting the stage for the Tudors, who would soon project English power beyond the seas. In Spain, the marriage of Ferdinand and Isabella was imminent, uniting Castile and Aragon into one of the most formidable crowns in Europe. And though no one knew it yet, in just 30 years their sponsorship of a Genoese sailor named Christopher Columbus would transform the world. From the ashes of the medieval, modernity was rising, not in a single city or under one ruler, but everywhere at once. But even as the Renaissance dawned, echoes of the past lingered. In monasteries, monks still debated the nature of angels. In the countryside, peasants still lived and died by the rhythm of the harvest. Superstition and science walked hand in hand. Witch trials and star charts shared the same shelves. It was a world of contradictions, of cathedral spires reaching for heaven while cannon smoke drifted across the fields below. For the people who lived through it, the transition was invisible. They did not know that their time would later be called the end of the Middle Ages. They simply knew that things were changing faster than ever before. Merchants in Venice grew rich trading goods from the east, no longer fearing Ottoman raids but competing with them. Artists painted human faces with emotion, no longer bound by strict religious convention. Philosophers rediscovered the ancient idea that man was the measure of all things. Even religion, once unshakable, began to tremble. The papacy's authority was no longer unquestioned. Humanist scholars such as Erasmus and Pico della Mirandola would soon argue that faith and reason could coexist, that God's image might be found not only in heaven but in humanity itself. It was a subtle rebellion, one that would eventually ignite reformations and revolutions alike. Meanwhile, in the East, the Ottoman Empire flourished. Mehmed II's dream of uniting old and new worlds was partially realized. His capital, Istanbul, became a crossroads of cultures. Byzantine engineers building mosques beside Persian calligraphers and Arab astronomers. The city's skyline, once marked by the domes of Hagia Sophia and the columns of Constantine, now glittered with minarets and crescents. It was the medieval world's epitaph, and its continuation. By 1461, Europe stood on the edge of something vast. Ships were being built that could cross oceans. Books were being printed that could cross centuries. Ideas were forming that could reshape nations. And in small workshops, glass lenses, compasses, and clocks were redefining humanity's perception of time, space, and itself. The Middle Ages had not ended with a bang or a battle, but with a transformation of the human mind. The knights had laid down their swords, the monks had lifted their pens. The world was no longer ruled by kings alone, but by curiosity. The age of faith had given birth to the age of reason. Still, to the people of 1461, the future was uncertain. They did not see themselves as standing at the dawn of modernity, but at the edge of chaos, a chaos filled with opportunity, danger, and wonder. They were the children of an ending, and the parents of everything that came after. In the silence that followed the fall of Trebizond, the chroniclers of Byzantium put down their pens. The last sentence in one manuscript reads simply, "The world has changed, and we with it." That quiet truth sums up the closing of the medieval age. The old empires had died, but the dream of greatness, the desire to build, to understand, to explore, remained as alive as ever. As the 15th century drew to a close, Europe stood in the first light of a new dawn. From its ruins, from its wars, and from its memories, a new civilization would rise, one that would stretch its sails across the oceans, paint its visions on ceilings, and one day look back to call these centuries by a name we still use today, the Middle Ages. At the opening of the 14th century, Europe appeared strong and self-confident. From the Atlantic to the Baltic, villages and towns multiplied across the landscape. Cathedrals rose like stone prayers, merchants threaded their way through the great trade routes linking Bruges, Venice, and Constantinople. The continent was no longer a patchwork of isolated fiefs, but a living network of commerce and faith. Yet beneath that surface of prosperity lay fault lines, social, spiritual, and environmental, that would soon reshape the medieval world. In 1300, Europe held perhaps 75 million souls, more people than ever before. The land was intensely farmed, from the English Midlands to the plains of Hungary. Peasants tilled narrow strips with the heavy plough, rotating crops to draw the most from the soil. Windmills and watermills turned in every valley. Rivers carried grain and timber to crowded markets. It was a world of seasonal rhythm, seed time and harvest, fast and feast. And most people never traveled more than a day's walk from home. Still, the boundaries between regions were more porous than they had been in centuries. Pilgrims walked to Santiago and Rome. Italian merchants sold cloth in London and silver in Prague. The world was opening. Across Europe, kings sought to turn personal rule into lasting institutions. In France, Philip the Fair and his heirs extended royal justice and taxation, pulling nobles and bishops into a centralized state. In England, Parliament was taking shape as a regular assembly for law and finance. The Holy Roman Empire, stretching from the North Sea to the Alps, remained a mosaic of duchies and bishoprics. Its emperor a negotiator rather than an absolute monarch. To the east, the Kingdom of Poland and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania were expanding, while the Teutonic Knights pushed Christian frontiers toward the Baltic. In the Iberian Peninsula, Castile, Aragon, and Portugal had driven Muslim power into Granada, and their ports buzzed with Atlantic commerce. Each realm had its own laws and tongue, but the Latin Church bound them within a common civilization. Religion was the axis of daily life. Bells marked the hours, and the year was a wheel of holy days. The church was everywhere, its priests teaching, its monks copying, its bishops judging. The papacy in Rome still claimed authority over all Christendom, and few doubted its moral power. Yet the very breadth of that power bred tension. Kings resented papal taxes. Thinkers at Paris and Oxford asked how reason fit with faith. It was the beginning of a long dialogue between belief and knowledge that would shape Europe's future. Beneath the cathedrals and courts lived a society of layers. Nobles fought and ruled, clergy prayed and wrote, and peasants labored. But a new force was rising, the townsfolk. From Ghent and Florence to Nuremberg and Lübeck, guilds of weavers, smiths, and merchants organized themselves into corporate bodies, buying freedom from lords and electing their own officials. Coins circulated widely. Account books replaced barter. Trade joined north and south. English wool fed Flemish looms. Venetian ships brought spices from the Levant. And German silver paid for it all. Money and mobility began to erode the rigid feudal hierarchy. Yet the prosperity was fragile. Harvests depended on weather, and Europe was entering a cooler and wetter age, what later historians call the Little Ice Age. Crops failed, famine stalked villages, and rural poverty deepened. The population that had grown so quickly pressed hard against the limits of resources. In some regions, forest was cleared to the mountaintops. In others, soil was tired and thin. People began to move, to towns, to foreign armies, to new fields in the east. Movement brought contacts, and contacts brought disease. The stage was set for crisis. Communication and travel were faster than ever before. Post riders carried letters for kings. Universities shared books and ideas. The Italian ports teemed with Greek and Arab merchants. Marco Polo's tales of China had circulated for a generation, and maps were growing crowded with new coasts. Europeans were beginning to see themselves as part of a larger world, though they did not yet know how large. In art and thought, the spirit of the 14th century was already shifting. The Gothic style soared toward heaven, but its artists were experimenting with light and perspective. Scholars in Oxford and Paris discussed motion and mathematics in ways that anticipated modern science. In Italy, writers like Dante and Petrarch were turning inward, exploring human emotion and memory. Their voices did not yet end the Middle Ages, but they made its walls transparent. Thus stood Europe around 1300, fertile, faithful, ambitious, and unaware of how delicate its balance had become. Kings strengthened their crowns, merchants expanded their markets, artists sought new light, but storms, political, religious, and natural, were gathering beyond the horizon. The century to come would test every institution of the old order and prepare Europe for a new age of power and thought. At the turn of the 14th century, religion was still the cement that held Europe together. Nearly every soul in Christendom was baptized, buried, and judged under the sign of the cross. But the church that had once stood unchallenged now faced rivals not in faith but in power. As kings and emperors built bureaucracies and counted taxes, the popes struggled to remain above worldly politics, and increasingly failed to do so. In 1309, Pope Clement V left Rome for Avignon in southern France, beginning what later ages called the Babylonian captivity of the papacy. For nearly 70 years, the popes ruled from palaces on the Rhone rather than from St. Peter's. The city was safer, richer, and close to French protection, but also close to French influence. To many Italians, the move symbolized corruption and weakness. Rome fell into ruin. Pilgrims turned away, yet Avignon glowed with wealth and splendor. Frescoes by Giotto's followers, grand banquets, the hum of clerks copying decrees, It was an earthly court for a heavenly power. The Avignon era coincided with the rise of monarchies that no longer bowed easily to Rome. France had the strongest claim to papal favor, but even there, rulers taxed clergy and appointed bishops as if they were royal officers. In England, the crown seized church lands to pay for war. In Germany, the emperor's authority waned, and local princes chose their own confessors and abbots. The papal dream of universal supremacy, a Christendom under one shepherd, was slipping away. Each kingdom began to see itself not only as Christian, but as distinct. Loyalty to the crown and country was becoming as powerful as loyalty to the church. In time, this slow shift would redefine what it meant to belong to a nation. In 1378, a crisis shattered the unity of the Western Church. Two popes, one in Rome and one in Avignon, each claimed divine legitimacy. Then, to make matters worse, a third was elected by compromise and confusion. Europe split its obedience. France and Spain followed one pope. England and much of Germany followed another. The rest tried to ignore both. Priests in the same town prayed for rival pontiffs. Councils were called, decrees thundered, but unity came only in 1417. When the Council of Constance finally deposed or persuaded all claimants to resign and elected Martin V, the church was whole again, but scarred. The people had seen its human face, proud, political, divided. Faith survived, but confidence in the hierarchy did not. Even before the schism ended, voices across Europe had begun to call for renewal. In England, the scholar John Wycliffe argued that the true church was not made of popes and prelates, but of all believers. He translated the Bible into English so that ordinary people could read it themselves. A radical act in an age when Latin guarded the word. In Bohemia, Jan Hus preached similar ideas, denouncing corruption and indulgences. For this he was burned at the stake in 1415. But his followers, the Hussites, rose in revolt, founding a movement that would echo into the Reformation centuries later. These reformers were not atheists. They were believers who loved the faith enough to question its keepers. Their courage opened cracks in the medieval wall of authority, small at first but widening with every decade. Not all sought reform through conflict. Across Europe, a quieter renewal took root in the mystical tradition. Figures like Catherine of Siena, Julian of Norwich, and Meister Eckhart turned inward, seeking direct experience of the divine through contemplation rather than ritual. "All shall be well," wrote Julian, in words that still comfort hearts centuries later. These mystics offered an alternative path, not rebellion but intimacy, and their writings hinted at the new human-centered spirituality that the Renaissance would later celebrate. By 1450, the church remained vast and powerful. Its monasteries owned fields and forests. Its universities trained Europe's thinkers. But its moral monopoly was broken. Kings collected their own taxes. Towns funded their own cathedrals. Merchants gave to charity without priestly mediation. The papacy recovered Rome, yet its authority was now a matter of negotiation, not command. Faith itself endured, in the bells that marked the hours, the candles burning before saints' statues, and the prayers whispered by soldiers before battle, but it had changed color. The simple unity of the early Middle Ages was gone. In its place stood a more complicated world, spiritual but skeptical, devout but restless. Across the map, religion and politics intertwined differently. In Italy, Popes were patrons of art as much as shepherds of souls. In France, royal theologians defended the crown's divine right. In England, the Lollards spread Wycliffe's ideas in secret, passing small handwritten tracts. In Germany and Bohemia, reform and rebellion blurred together. In Scandinavia, Christianity remained stable but distant from southern controversies. No single center could hold them all. Christendom had become a chorus of competing voices, not yet a reformation but no longer a perfect harmony. The decline of papal authority did not destroy Europe's faith, it transformed it. The church that entered the 14th century as an empire of spirit emerged from the 15th as one institution among many, still sacred but now sharing the stage with monarchs, merchants and thinkers. And as its power receded, a new kind of curiosity was awakening. People would soon look to nature, to art, and to themselves for meaning. By the late 14th century, Europe's battlefields no longer resembled those of its ancestors. The age of the mounted knight, gleaming in armor and bound by chivalric oath, was fading into memory. The new century would see armies of men who fought not for honor, but for pay. Soldiers, mercenaries, and conscripts. War, once a matter of personal valor, was becoming a profession. And with it, the shape of medieval society began to bend. Knighthood had long been the ideal of the medieval world. Tales of Arthur and Roland still filled the halls, and tournaments dazzled towns with color and ceremony. But the reality of war had changed. Crossbows, longbows, and gunpowder rendered heavy armor less decisive. A peasant with a bow could slay a noble from a distance. Courage alone could not close the gap. In France and England, the long conflict later called the 100 Years' War revealed the limits of the old order. Mounted charges fell to disciplined archers. Castles yielded to siege cannons. Captains learned to plan battles rather than charge into them. Honor was no longer enough. Logistics, money, and morale decided who would rule. The cost of war grew beyond what nobles could personally fund. Kings now needed treasuries, accountants, and permanent armies. Out of this need emerged the mercenary companies, professional soldiers who fought for whoever paid them. In Italy, the condottieri became infamous, men like Sir John Hawkwood, who sold his sword to Florence one year and Milan the next. Their banners fluttered across the plains of Lombardy, and their loyalty was measured by gold. These companies brought order and devastation alike. Disciplined on the field, ruthless off it, when unpaid, they turned their weapons on the countryside, leaving villages burned and harvests ruined. To medieval eyes, this shift was unsettling. Warfare had once been a moral act, bound by oaths and divine sanction. Now it was a trade, part of the machinery of politics and profit. As the engines of war grew, so did the burden on the poor. Taxes rose, fields were trampled, and famine returned with every campaign. Common folk who had endured centuries of feudal dues began to question the world that demanded so much from them. In France, the Jacquerie Rebellion in 1358, though brief, echoed for generations. Peasants armed with tools stormed castles and manors, crying out against their lords. In England, the Peasant Revolt in 1381 brought thousands to London, led by Wat Tyler, and inspired by radical preachers like John Ball, who asked, "When Adam delved and Eve span, who was then the gentleman?" Both uprisings were crushed, yet they left behind an idea that would never die, that common people, too, could shape history. While war and rebellion shook the countryside, Europe's cities flourished. Guilds and merchants gained wealth and independence. In Florence, bankers like the Medici rose from common stock to control governments. In Flanders, weavers and dyers turned wool into gold. Along the Baltic, the Hanseatic League united northern ports into a commercial confederation, trading salt, fish, and furs as far as Russia and Scandinavia. The medieval town became a laboratory of change. In its crowded streets, old hierarchies blurred. A clever craftsman or merchant could gain influence once reserved for nobles. Money became the new language of power, and commerce the quiet rival of feudalism. Even war fed innovation. Gunpowder, first imported from China through the Islamic world, reshaped the battlefield. The earliest hand cannons were clumsy and unreliable, but every decade improved them. Siege warfare transformed. High walls, once impregnable, were now targets for iron balls. Artillery demanded mathematicians, engineers, and blacksmiths. New kinds of mines for a new kind of war. The ripple spread beyond the army. Clocks appeared in towns and monasteries measuring time not by the sun but by mechanical precision. Eyeglasses allowed scribes and scholars to work longer. And though the printing press still lay in the future, Europe was already buzzing with manuscript culture. Books copied faster, shared farther. Knowledge was becoming portable. War and trade both required organization. In royal chanceries, clerks with ink-stained fingers kept ledgers of taxes, laws, and treaties. Literacy, once confined to monks, now served the state. Kings surrounded themselves with educated advisors, men trained in law and accountancy rather than battle. This quiet shift eroded the nobility's monopoly on influence. A clever merchant or lawyer could rise higher than a baron who had never learned to write. Europe was moving toward the age of administration, where power flowed through paper as much as through swords. By 1400, the old feudal web was unraveling. Serfdom was declining. Money wages replaced forced labor. In towns, apprentices hoped to rise through skill, not inheritance. Education was spreading, carried by friars and universities alike. Yet for all its progress, medieval society remained uneasy. The wounds of war, plague, and famine lingered. Fields lay empty where villages had died out. City gates closed early against beggars and strangers. Even in its renewal, the continent bore scars. The early 15th century was a time of contradictions, cruelty and creativity, despair and discovery. The knight and the monk still stood as symbols of honor and faith. Yet merchants and thinkers were now the true architects of Europe's future. The next generation would inherit a world of new horizons, one that had learned, through blood and toil, that change could no longer be stopped. By the middle of the 15th century, Europe was beginning to hum again. The long storms of famine, war, and plague had not destroyed civilization. They had transformed it. In many regions, the population began to recover. Abandoned lands were tilled once more, and the pulse of trade, silenced for a generation, beat with new rhythm. The map of power was changing. No longer dominated solely by feudal lords of crusading kings, Europe was now ruled by merchants, financiers, and ambitious city-states. The rebirth of commerce and learning was already underway, though few yet called it a renaissance. After the disasters of the 1300s, the early 1400s brought a slow but steady revival. Villages rebuilt, and markets reopened. Farmers adopted new methods, mixing crops, breeding sturdier animals, and trading surplus grain in nearby towns. Wages rose as labor grew scarce, and peasants who once had no freedom could now negotiate or move to where they were better paid. This quiet social revolution undermined what remained of serfdom. At the same time, trade routes knit Europe together more tightly than ever before. Ships sailed from the Hanseatic ports of Lübeck and Hamburg to London and Bruges, carrying timber, fish, and iron. From the Mediterranean came spices, silk, and glass. Italian merchants dominated this flow, not only buying and selling, but inventing systems of credit and banking that let money travel without gold ever changing hands. The Florentine florin became as trusted as the coin of any king. Nowhere was this energy more visible than in Italy, where city-states like Venice, Florence, Genoa, and Milan stood as small worlds unto themselves. Fiercely independent, fabulously wealthy, and endlessly ambitious. Venice, mistress of the Adriatic, ruled an empire of sea routes and colonies. Her fleets carried goods from Constantinople to Flanders, guarded by galleys bristling with cannon. Florence, set inland on the Arno, became the financial heart of Europe. Its banking families, the Medici, the Strozzi, the Bardi, financed kings and popes alike. Genoa rivaled them on the western seas, trading with North Africa and the Levant. Milan, strong in arms and industry, forged its fortune in metal and silk. Each city-state was both a marketplace and a stage for art, politics, and intrigue. Rivalry between them fostered innovation in governance, architecture, and ideas. In this world of wealth and motion, a new way of thinking began to stir, a fascination with humanity itself. Scholars rediscovered long-neglected manuscripts of ancient Greece and Rome, copying them by hand in clear, elegant script. Latin, once confined to the church, became the language of poetry, philosophy, and history. Men like Petrarch, Boccaccio, and later Bruni and Alberti looked backward to understand the present. They called this pursuit humanitas, the study of what it means to be human. Art, too, began to change. Painters experimented with perspective, giving depth to walls that had once been flat with saints and halos. Sculptors turned marble into living flesh. Cathedrals no longer reached only toward heaven. Palaces celebrated earthly beauty. This shift did not yet end the Middle Ages. Monks still prayed, and pilgrims still walked, but it marked a quiet turning inward. Faith remained, yet reason and curiosity began to share the stage. Beyond Italy, monarchs were learning to rule not only by birthright but by bookkeeping. In France, Charles VII restored unity after decades of war and built the first standing army paid by the crown. In England, Henry VI presided over a realm where parliament and trade guilds mattered as much as knights and lords. In Spain, the crowns of Castile and Aragon began to edge closer, preparing for the union that would soon reshape the Atlantic world. The age of the self-sufficient lord was over. Even the mightiest monarch now depended on loans from bankers and merchants. Power was shifting from the sword to the purse, from the castle to the counting house. Far to the north, another kind of rebirth flickered. The cities of Flanders, especially Bruges and Ghent, became centers of art and commerce. Their painters, Van Eyck, van der Weyden, and others pioneered the use of oil paint to capture the shimmer of fabric and the glow of candlelight. While Italian artists turned to classical myth, the Northerners found grandeur in the ordinary. A merchant's study, a quiet prayer, a wedding portrait. The same spirit spread to the courts of Burgundy, Bohemia, and the Rhineland. It was a Europe waking from a long sleep, but in different dreams. Southern elegance and northern realism, both rooted in a sense that life itself was worth painting, studying, and understanding. Commerce pushed Europeans farther than they had gone in centuries. Sailors from Portugal crept along the coast of Africa, searching for gold and a route to the Indies. Genoese and Venetian merchants still crossed the eastern Mediterranean, meeting Arab traders in the markets of Alexandria and Damascus. Through them flowed not only goods but ideas, algebra, astronomy, medicine, preserved and refined by Islamic scholars. Each voyage and bargain tied Europe closer to the wider world. The old borders of Christendom were becoming horizons. Education was no longer only the privilege of monks. Universities thrived in Paris, Oxford, Prague, and Bologna. Their students studied theology and law, but also mathematics, rhetoric, and natural philosophy. Libraries swelled with texts copied by hand on parchment, and new schools of thought debated how faith and reason could coexist. By mid-century, the printing press was still just a dream, but scribes were already writing faster, standardizing spelling, and creating small, portable books that could be owned by scholars, merchants, or priests. Knowledge was leaving the monastery for the marketplace. By 1450, Europe had become a patchwork of contrasts, warlike yet creative, devout yet questioning, traditional yet restless. The same energy that built cathedrals now carved marble statues and mapped coastlines. The age of knights and cathedrals was not over, but the age of scholars and explorers was near. The old medieval order had not fallen, it had transformed itself into the foundation of something new. A civilization that would soon stretch its sails across oceans and its thoughts across the stars. By the middle of the 15th century, Europe stood at the crossroads between the age of faith and the age of reason. The landscape was still crowned with monasteries and castles, but their meaning had changed. In those stone walls and narrow streets, a new world was being born. Slowly, unevenly, and without announcement. The people of 1450 did not know that the Middle Ages were ending. They only sensed that something was shifting beneath their feet. 2 centuries earlier, Europe had been a feudal mosaic, isolated manors, nightly wars, and a church towering above all. By 1450, it had become a network of nations. Kings ruled not by personal vassalage, but by law and taxation. Written records, royal courts, and bureaucracies stretched the reach of government into every province. Borders were clearer, languages more defined. A Frenchman, an Englishman, or a Castilian now spoke not only as a Christian, but as a subject of a realm. Trade, once a perilous venture, had become the bloodstream of society. Silver flowed from Bohemian mines, cloth from Flanders and England, spices from Alexandria, and manuscripts from Florence. Great fairs and merchant leagues bound the towns together like the links of a chain. Roads and sea routes, once haunted by bandits and pirates, were patrolled by royal forces. For the first time since Rome, a traveler could move through half the continent under a common sense of order. Religion still shaped every sunrise and prayer, but its tone had softened. The terrors of the Black Death and the scandals of the Great Schism had left deep marks. Faith was no longer blind, it was searching. Priests preached charity as much as judgment, and monasteries reformed their rules to recapture spiritual purity. At the same time, the humanist scholars were giving Europe new eyes. They spoke of virtue and wisdom drawn from classical models, not to replace Christianity, but to refine it. The ancient writers seemed to offer moral clarity and balance in a world tired of fear. It was not rebellion, but renewal. The conviction that truth could be found both in scripture and in reason. Across Italy, scribes copied the letters of Cicero. In France, poets rediscovered the grace of old tongues. And in Germany, thinkers debated how God's order could be understood through study of nature. Europe's faith was changing color again, no longer dark with guilt, but glowing with curiosity. The 15th century was also an age of invention. The mechanical clock, ticking in church towers, divided time into equal hours and minutes, changing how people worked and prayed. The compass and the astrolabe made navigation more daring. Mariners pushed beyond known waters with confidence. The printing press, perfected within a generation of 1450, would soon multiply words as never before, giving knowledge wings. Gunpowder had already rewritten warfare. Stone castles, once symbols of permanence, were crumbling under cannon fire. Kings built fortresses of brick and earth, angled to deflect shot. Battles were now fought by soldiers with pikes and muskets, drilled and paid in coin. The age of the knight was ending, replaced by the age of armies. Every invention whispered the same truth, that the human mind was restless, inventive and capable of mastering the world. Beyond the horizon, a new chapter was stirring. The Portuguese were sailing farther south along Africa's coast. Genoese navigators dreamed of western routes to Asia. Compasses pointed unshaken through storms, and maps grew crowded with uncharted coasts. The world was larger than Europe had imagined, and soon Europeans would seek to claim it. But discovery began not with ships but with vision. The same spirit that draws scholars to rediscover Plato would drive sailors to risk the unknown. The Renaissance thirst for knowledge would soon spill beyond the Mediterranean, across oceans not yet crossed. In every city and kingdom, daily life was being remade. Merchants built palaces from trade, nobles sought culture to match their titles, and peasants, though still burdened, had begun to demand dignity. In towns, new classes emerged: bankers, craftsmen, printers, whose fortunes came not from birth but from skill. Women, too, found quiet places in this change, as patrons of art, as writers, and as rulers. Isabella of Castile was still a young woman, but her marriage would soon unite Spain. In Italy, women like Battista Malatesta corresponded with scholars as equals. Though limited by law and custom, their influence was felt in the schools, courts, and households where the new world was taking shape. Historians later marked 1450 as the twilight of the medieval world, though the people of that year still prayed to the same saints and built in the same Gothic style. Yet something fundamental had shifted. Kings no longer ruled by divine favor alone, but by bureaucracy and coin. The church remained powerful, but now shared the stage with universities and merchants. Art and learning, once confined to monasteries, had moved into the open air of cities. The continent had endured famine, plague, and war, and from those crucibles emerged resilience. The human spirit, tested and refined, was ready to imagine a wider horizon. As bells rang across Europe on a spring morning in 1450, they marked not only another day of prayer, but the dawn of a new age that would change everything. The light falling through cathedral windows touched a different kind of faith, one that looked both upward and inward. The world was not yet modern, but it was no longer medieval. A century of struggle had tempered Europe into something new, curious, creative, and unafraid of its own mind. The long Middle Ages had done their work. Now the age of discovery, of science, of art, and of global horizons was waiting just beyond the sea. When the last embers of Rome were fading in the north, a quieter light began to glow in the heart of Africa. The wide Sahel, that long, shimmering band between desert and forest, stretched from the Atlantic Ocean to the Horn of Africa of the East. It was neither sand nor savanna, but something in between. A living frontier where caravans met farmers, where nomads met kings, and where ideas drifted like wind-blown seeds. In the early centuries after 500 AD, trade was the pulse of the world. Long trains of camels crossed the Sahara, their hooves pressing ancient paths into the dunes. They carried bars of salt, woven cloth, glass beads, and small treasures from the Mediterranean coast, and they returned with the yellow dust of gold, ivory tusks, and the stories of distant forests where drums echoed beneath green canopies. The desert, for all its silence, was alive with movement. From this rhythm of exchange rose the first great power of the Western Sudan, the Kingdom of Ghana, though it was not the Ghana of today, but an empire farther north, near the upper Niger. Its people were the Soninke, skilled traders and patient rulers who understood the wealth flowed like a river, steady, invisible, unstoppable. They built their capital at Kumbi Saleh, a twin city where one half belonged to the king and the other to Muslim merchants from the north. The air smelled of dust and spices, and the sound of foreign tongues mixed with the chanting of prayers. Arab traders who reached Ghana could hardly believe what they saw. Al-Bakri, writing in the 11th century, described a court where the king sat surrounded by gold, where even his dogs wore golden collars, and where justice was given with a solemn ceremony. The king himself was a distant figure, almost sacred, approached barefoot beneath a canopy of silk, as musicians played soft rhythms on drums and flutes. But Ghana's power rested not only on gold. It was built on balance, between north and south, between Islam and the older faiths, between desert traders and the farmers of the river valleys. Salt from the Sahara was as precious as metal, and the exchange between salt and gold formed the spine of Ghana's prosperity. For centuries the kingdom guarded its trade routes and grew rich from the tolls of caravans. When night fell over the Sahel, fires glowed from camp to camp, and the whisper of merchants told the news of a continent. Still, no empire lasts forever. The winds of the desert shift, rivers change their course, people move in search of new pastures. By the late 11th century, Ghana began to falter. Droughts thinned its herds, and rival tribes tested its borders. From the north came Berber warriors, the Almoravids, fervent in their new faith, and eager to control the trade that made Ghana so rich. Whether through war or gradual decline, the old kingdom faded into the sands, leaving behind the memory of glittering courts and patient kings. Yet, as the stars turned above the desert, a new dawn rose farther to the south. The old roads of trade were still alive, and new hands were ready to grasp them. The torch of gold passed to another people, and another empire began to form, one whose fame would echo far beyond Africa, even to the markets of Venice and the palaces of Cairo. In the valleys of the upper Niger, a quiet revolution was taking place. Villages that had once sent tribute to Ghana now banded together under local leaders. The sound of drums and prayers mingled with the murmur of scribes writing Arabic letters on smooth wooden boards. In these lands, Mali was awakening, the empire that would turn Africa into a legend of wealth and learning. As dusk fell over the Sahel, the air cooled and the camels knelt for rest, Merchants unpacked their bundles of salt and cloth, women tended small fires, and the horizon blazed with the last red of sunset. Somewhere beyond those sands, a new king dreamed of uniting the valleys under one banner. He could not know that his descendants would one day rule an empire that would make the world gasp in wonder. And so, as the 10th century dawned, the drums of Ghana grew silent, but the heartbeat of Africa did not. It merely changed rhythm, slower, deeper, older, like the pulse of the earth itself. In the shadow of Ghana's fading glory, the land did not fall silent. Across the river valleys and rolling savannas of the upper Niger, new voices rose, soft at first, then steady, then proud. From the ashes of one empire, another was born. It would shine brighter than any that came before, and its light would reach far beyond the deserts, touching the imagination of the entire medieval world. This was the Empire of Mali. The story begins with a man named Sundiata Keita, known to his people as the Lion King. His legend lives on in song, not the fantasy of modern tales, but in the ancient rhythm of the griots, the storytellers who carried memory from generation to generation. Sundiata was said to have been born crippled, unable to walk as a child. But when his enemies mocked him, he pulled himself to his feet, uprooted a tree with his bare hands, and never stumbled again. He united his people, defeated the sorcerer king Sumanguru, and laid the foundations of Mali around the year 1235. Under his rule, and under those who followed, Mali grew vast, stretching from the Atlantic Ocean deep into the heart of the continent. The fertile lands between the Niger River and the Senegal became its lifeline. Grain grew tall, gold dust glittered in riverbeds, and the hum of trade never ceased. The empire was divided into provinces ruled by trusted governors, and its justice was famed for fairness and calm. In the markets of Niani, the imperial capital, people came from every corner of Africa. They traded ivory from the forests, copper from the east, horses from the north, and woven cloth from distant lands. Caravans stretched across the horizon, hundreds of camels, each carrying sacks of salt or gold, guided by men who knew the constellations of the desert sky. The world outside began to take notice. Arab writers, merchants, and travelers carried tales of a king whose wealth seemed endless. That king was Mansa Musa. He ruled Mali in the early 1300s and became one of the most legendary figures of the entire Middle Ages. Even today, centuries later, he is remembered as perhaps the richest man who ever lived. In the year 1324, Mansa Musa set out on his pilgrimage to Mecca, the journey every devout Muslim must take once in a lifetime. But his pilgrimage became more than a journey. It was a procession of wonder. He brought with him tens of thousands of attendants, soldiers and servants. Hundreds of camels carried gold dust, each animal burdened with glittering bags of treasure. When he reached Cairo, the city trembled under the shock of his generosity. Gold became so abundant that its price fell, and it took years for the markets to recover. But Musa was not a mere collector of wealth. He was a builder of worlds. He returned to Mali determined to make his empire not only rich, but wise. He invited scholars and architects from across North Africa and the Middle East. He built mosques of baked earth, their towers rising like candles from the red soil. He filled them with scholars who copied manuscripts and taught geometry, astronomy, and law. And above all, he turned one city into the beating heart of learning in West Africa, Timbuktu. By the mid-1300s, Timbuktu was a city of quiet brilliance. It stood near the great bend of the Niger River, where caravans from the Sahara met traders from the forests. Its streets were lined with adobe houses that glowed gold in the sun, and its markets rang with the sound of languages from across the world. Arab merchants, Berber scholars, Mande traders, and Tuareg nomads all passed through its gates. In the cool courtyards of its schools, students read by lamplight, reciting verses from the Quran and studying the works of Aristotle and Ptolemy. Knowledge here was not guarded. It was shared, multiplied, and passed onward, like water from one vessel to another. The libraries of Timbuktu, small and dusty though they seemed, contained hundreds of thousands of manuscripts, covering philosophy, medicine, mathematics, and history. Some were so old that their ink had faded to a whisper, but their words still carried power. To the north, European kingdoms were still rebuilding after centuries of chaos. To the east, Mongol empires were collapsing into memory. But in Mali, learning and prosperity coexisted. Proof that civilization can bloom anywhere the human mind is free to dream. Travelers spoke of justice without cruelty, of markets without theft, of rulers who rewarded honesty. The empire's wealth did not come from greed, but from balance, between trade and faith, between tradition and change. Caravans moved safely across vast distances because people trusted the name of Mali. Its flag, simple and unseen by us now, was once known from the Atlantic coast to the Red Sea. As centuries passed, however, even Mali began to dim. After Mansa Musa's death, rival heirs fought for power. The edges of the empire frayed, and new rulers arose in the east. The Songhai, once Mali's vassals, now ambitious in their own right. The river that had carried the empire's wealth also carried its rivals. By the late 1400s, the golden age of Mali had become a legend. But legends have long lives. Even when its palaces crumbled and its rulers were forgotten, the story of Mansa Musa lived on, a reminder that Africa was not a silent continent waiting to be discovered, but a land of builders, dreamers, and thinkers. And when the wind blew across the dunes, traders still spoke of a time when gold shone like sunlight and knowledge flowed like water. So, as the desert cooled under the stars and the last caravan fires flickered out, the griots sang once more. The lion sleeps, but his shadow remains. The empire may fade, but the song never dies. The Sahel slept. The camels dreamed of their endless journeys, and in the dark courtyards of Timbuktu, a scholar bent over a manuscript, tracing the words of wisdom beneath the trembling flame of an oil lamp. He did not know it, but the knowledge he preserved that night would one day cross oceans and centuries, the quiet echo of a world that refused to be forgotten. While Mali's scholars wrote by lantern light beside the Niger, far to the east another world was stirring, a world shaped not by deserts but by the sea. There, the Indian Ocean shimmered like liquid glass, its waves carrying traders and sailors from faraway lands, from Arabia, Persia, and even India itself. They came with silk and spices, beads of glass and porcelain, and they returned with gold, ivory, and the sweet scent of African wood. This was the Swahili coast, 1,000 miles of coral islands, mangrove shores, and bustling port towns that stretched from Somalia down to Mozambique. Its people were Africans, but their horizons were open to the world. They spoke Swahili, a language born from Bantu roots, woven with words of Arabic and Persian, a living reflection of the trade winds that carried voices from every shore. The coast was alive with sound, the creak of ships setting sail with a dawn breeze, the cry of fishermen, the hum of markets where traders weighed pearls and gold dust by hand. At low tide, children played on sandbars where crabs scuttled through pools of light, and at high tide, ships from distant lands appeared on the horizon like ghosts from another age. By the 9th century, a chain of wealthy city-states had formed along the coast. Names like Kilwa, Mombasa, Malindi, and Zanzibar would echo across centuries. Each city was independent, ruled by the local sultan or council of elders, yet all were connected by the rhythm of the monsoon. For half the year the winds blew from the northeast, bringing ships from Arabia and India. Then, as the seasons turned, the winds reversed, carrying them home again, heavy with African goods. It was a perfect rhythm, nature's own clock, linking civilizations across the sea. Kilwa, in present-day Tanzania, was among the greatest of these cities. Its rulers controlled trade as far south as Sofala, near the mouth of the Zambezi River, where gold from the interior, from the mysterious lands of Great Zimbabwe, was gathered. The city itself gleamed under the sun, houses built from coral stone, decorated with carved wooden doors and lattice windows that let the ocean air drift through. Its mosque, one of the oldest in sub-Saharan Africa, rose above the shore, its walls whitewashed with lime, glowing faintly under the moonlight. When the Moroccan traveler Ibn Battuta visited the region in the 14th century, he was astonished by its refinement. He described the people as generous, well-dressed, and deeply devout, their mosques beautifully built, their homes adorned with imported fabrics and fine dishes from China. This was no forgotten corner of the world, but a thriving link in the vast chain of global trade that stretched from Africa to Asia. Life along the Swahili coast moved to a rhythm both simple and profound. In the morning, fishermen pushed their boats through the surf while traders prepared their ships for distant voyages. In the heat of the afternoon, the call to prayer drifted across the city, mingling with the cry of gulls. And at night, families gathered under palm-thatched roofs, as storytellers recited old legends, tales of spirits, sailors, and lost cities beneath the waves. The Swahili people were masters of adaptation. They blended African, Arab, and Persian traditions into something entirely their own. Their art showed delicate geometric patterns, their poetry carried the sound of ocean waves, their architecture breathed with coral and breeze, and while Islam gave them a spiritual bond with the wider world, their roots remained African, in language, in blood, in the rhythm of drums that still beat behind the hum of trade. Inland, the trade routes stretched deep into the continent. Caravans of ivory and gold wound their way from the interior kingdoms. From the lands of the Shona and the Zambezi to the coastal ports, the world of the forest met the world of the ocean. Each tusk of ivory, each nugget of gold, each carved ebony figure carried a story of rivers crossed, mountains climbed, and generations of traders who knew the land like a poem. To the far south, in the highlands beyond the Zambezi, stood one of Africa's quiet marvels, Great Zimbabwe. Built between the 11th and the 15th centuries, it rose from the granite hills like a dream of stone. Its circular walls, built without mortar, fit so perfectly that a knife blade could not slip between them. Inside, its towers and enclosures formed a labyrinth of mystery. A city built by kings who ruled over a land rich in cattle, gold, and power. Great Zimbabwe was not coastal, yet it was linked to the sea through trade. Its gold and ivory reached Kilwa and beyond, and in return came cloth, beads, and porcelain from across the ocean. The people of Zimbabwe lived in harmony with the land, herding, farming, and crafting, their lives moving with the rhythm of the seasons. When dawn touched the stone walls, the air shimmered with heat, and the world felt both eternal and fragile. But just as other empires before it, Great Zimbabwe eventually declined. Trade shifted, populations moved, and new powers rose farther north. Yet its ruins remained, silent and proud, a reminder that Africa's story was never one of isolation. It was a story of connection, of rivers, winds, and roads that bound the continent to the world. By the late 1400s, change was in the air again. Ships unlike any seen before appeared on the horizon, large, heavy, and built for the open ocean. They flew the crosses of Europe, and their arrival would alter the balance of centuries. The Portuguese came not as traders alone, but as conquerors, seeking to control the gold of Sofala and the spices of the East. They took some cities by force, others by treaty. Kilwa, Mombasa, and others were scarred by their cannons, their old prosperity trembling under new powers. Yet, even as the winds of empire began to shift, the spirit of the Swahili coast endured. Its language survived. Its cities, though changed, continued to hum with life. And the dhows, the small curved boats with their white triangular sails, still glide across the water today, just as they did 1,000 years ago. When the night falls over the Indian Ocean, you can still imagine the sound of sails flapping softly in the wind, and the smell of salt and clove drifting over the harbor. The world turns, empires rise and fall, but the sea remembers. And somewhere in the rhythm of the tide, you can still hear the heartbeat of the Swahili coast, calm, eternal, and endlessly alive. Long before the caravans of Mali or the ships of the Swahili coast, North Africa had already known the weight of empires. Here the Mediterranean touched the desert, and civilizations met face to face. The heirs of Rome and Carthage to the north, and the vast nomadic worlds of the Sahara to the south. Between them ran an ancient rhythm, war and trade, silence and prayer, empire and sand. When the Western Roman Empire crumbled in the 5th century, its African provinces stood like lonely pillars among the ruins. Cities such as Carthage, Leptis Magna, and Hippo Regius still glimmered with marble and mosaics, but their walls echoed with uncertainty. Germanic tribes known as the Vandals crossed from Europe and claimed these lands as their own, sailing along the coast with painted sails, bringing a new rule, brief, fierce, and brittle. For 100 years they held North Africa, until a new power came from across the sea, the Byzantine Empire, determined to restore what Rome had lost. The Byzantines rebuilt fortresses, raised crosses over churches, and named governors in Constantinople's name. But the old order could not last. A greater tide was rising from the east, the tide of Islam. In the 7th century, armies carrying the banner of the Prophet Muhammad swept across Egypt and Libya. The desert tribes joined them willingly, drawn by faith and by freedom from old imperial taxes. City after city opened its gates: Alexandria, Tripoli, Kairouan. Within a single lifetime, the call to prayer echoed from the Nile to the Atlantic. The conquerors brought with them not only the Quran, but also a new vision of order, one that joined the spiritual and the worldly under a single law. In Egypt, the great river remained the heart of life. The city of Fustat, later Cairo, blossomed under the Fatimid caliphs, who ruled in the 10th century with brilliance and learning. They built the mosque Al-Azhar, whose lamps have never gone out. Even today, 1,000 years later, its scholars still debate the words of faith and reason. The Nile carried grain northward and knowledge southward, making Egypt both breadbasket and beacon. To the west, in Ifriqiya, modern Tunisia and Algeria, new dynasties rose and fell like the desert wind. The Aghlabids, the Zirids, the Almoravids, and later the Almohads each carried the flame of reform and conquest. The Almoravids were born among the Berbers of the Western Sahara. Their warriors, wrapped in blue veils, rode out of the dunes with faith in their hearts and discipline in their ranks. They carried Islam south into the Sahel and north into Spain, where their fortresses would one day look out across the Strait of Gibraltar. The Almohads followed them, philosophers as much as soldiers, preaching unity and reason. Under their rule, the cities of Fez, Marrakesh, and Tlemcen bloomed like oases of stone and song. Fez became the jewel of the Maghreb. Its narrow lanes wound between whitewashed walls, fountains murmured in shaded courtyards. At its heart stood the University of Al-Qarawiyyin, founded in the 9th century by a woman named Fatima al-Fihri, a house of wisdom where students from across the Islamic world came to study law, mathematics, astronomy, and the art of calligraphy. The muezzin's voice, the man who calls Muslims to prayer from the minaret, drifted over the rooftops at dawn, and the scent of tanned leather and crushed mint filled the streets. Knowledge was not hoarded here. It was a river that flowed through generations. In Marrakesh, red walls glowed under the evening sun. The great Koutoubia Mosque rose above the city, its tower guiding travelers like a desert star. Markets rang with the sound of hammered copper and the laughter of storytellers who spun tales of heroes, saints, and jinn. To walk its valleys was to wander between centuries, Roman fragments underfoot, Arabic script above, Berber songs in the air. Across the sea, Al-Andalus, Muslim Spain, glittered as a mirror of North Africa's culture. Scholars and poets crossed freely between Cordoba and Fez, between Granada and Tlemcen. Together they preserved the works of the ancients and added their own, inventions in medicine, optics, philosophy, and music. While much of Europe struggled through feudal wars, North Africa and Al-Andalus shared a golden calm, a world where ink was as mighty as the sword. Yet, most of North Africa was not a city, but desert, a living, shifting empire of its own. The Berbers, children of the sands, were its true masters. They knew the secret wells and the stars that pointed home. Their camels carried salt to the south and gold to the north, binding Mali and Morocco in a single thread of trade. At night they lit small fires that burned blue in the wind and told stories older than history, stories of spirits hidden beneath the dunes, of lost caravans guided home by the moon. To outsiders the Sahara seemed empty, but to those who crossed it, it was alive, vast, patient, and full of whispers. The desert was not a wall but a bridge. Through it passed not only goods but also ideas, faith, architecture, mathematics, and music. When the griots of the Sahel sang of kings and empires, The rhythm of their drums echoed the hoofbeats of Berber traders who had once ridden through the same sands. By the 15th century, North Africa stood at another threshold. To the south, Mali and Songhai still held their riches. To the east, Cairo glittered under the Mamluks. To the west, the Maghreb's dynasties watched the horizon. And on that horizon, strange sails began to appear, heavy European ships armed with cannon and compass, searching for new routes to India. The old caravan roads began to fade as trade shifted to the sea. But the memory of those 1,000 years, of scholars, saints, merchants, and wanderers, remained woven into the fabric of the land. When the desert wind rises today over Fez or Marrakesh, it carries dust from every century, grains from Roman Africa, from the tents of the Almoravids, from the classrooms of Al-Azhar. It hums through the date palms, whispers through the ruins, and fades into the dunes. And if you listen closely, under the hiss of sand and the far call to prayer, you can still hear it, the sound of a continent dreaming, a world of faith and learning that bridged the desert and the sea. While gold caravans shimmered across the Sahel and ships glided along the Swahili coast, the heart of Africa lived by different rhythms, slower, quieter, but no less profound. Here the land was immense and alive, rolling plains where elephants wandered like ancient gods, dense forests whispering in 1,000 shades of green, and rivers so wide that their surfaces seemed like mirrors for the sky. This was Central and Southern Africa, during the long medieval centuries, a world of kingdoms and kinship, of rain and fire, of stories that were never written but remembered in song. No marble ruins remain here, no scrolls of scholars, but the traces are written in the soil, in the patterns of trade, and in the living memory of its people. 3 great rivers define this world: the Congo, the Zambezi, and the Limpopo. They were highways before roads, connecting forests, savannas, and distant coasts. Along their banks, villages thrived, small at first, then growing into centers of power. Canoes carved from single trees glided through misty waters, their oarsmen chanting softly to keep time. Smoke from cooking fires curled above the trees, and drums carried messages farther than any written letter. In these regions, wealth did not come from gold alone but from people, cattle, iron, and the fertile land. The art of ironworking, already ancient, was the pulse of civilization. Blacksmiths were revered, half craftsmen, half magicians, because their forges tamed fire and stone. A single iron hoe could feed a family, a spear could defend a kingdom. Wherever the sound of hammer on anvil rang through the forest, it meant power was being shaped. Far to the west, near the Atlantic coast, arose one of the greatest realms of the interior, the Kingdom of Congo. By the late 1300s, it stretched across what is now Angola and the Democratic Republic of Congo, a network of provinces bound by tribute and trade. At its heart stood the capital, Mbanza Congo, a city built on a plateau surrounded by fertile valleys. Its rulers, known as the Manikongo, governed with ceremony and order, presiding over councils of nobles and priests. Here the king's word carried spiritual weight, for he was seen not only as a ruler, but as the guardian between the living and the ancestors. Trade bound Congo to the wider world. From the coast, caravans carried salt and fish inland. From the interior came ivory, copper, and cloth made from raffia palm. The rhythm of drums echoed through the hills, summoning people to market. Even before Europeans arrived, Congo was already part of an older, subtler globalization, its goods and stories traveling through countless hands before reaching distant shores. Life in Congo was ordered but human. Villages were built around open courtyards where elders met beneath trees to settle disputes and share wisdom. Music filled the nights, flutes, rattles, drums, and voices rising under the stars. The people of Congo believed that the world of the living was only one layer of existence. Above it lay the realm of spirits, and below it the place of the ancestors. To live well was to walk carefully between all three. To the southeast, in the highlands of today's Zimbabwe, the Shona people built a civilization whose ruins still awe travelers. Great Zimbabwe. Its story overlaps with the Swahili coast, but deserves its own moment. Between 1100 and 1500, it flourished as the heart of a vast trading network stretching to the Indian Ocean. Its stone walls, perfectly fitted without mortar, formed enclosures so massive that their curves seemed to follow the shape of the earth itself. At the center stood the great enclosure, with its towering conical tower, its purpose still a mystery, perhaps a symbol of power, perhaps a sanctuary of the ancestors. The people of Zimbabwe were herders, farmers, and traders. Cattle were their wealth, grain their strength, and gold their bridge to the outside world. Caravans carried their riches to Sofala, where merchants from Kilwa and Arabia waited. In return came fine cloth, beads, and porcelain, objects that found their way into royal homes deep in the African interior. From the granite hills, the view stretched endless, plains shimmering in the heat, herds moving like clouds, the sound of bells carried on the wind. The kings ruled with dignity, and when they died, they were buried in secret, their tombs hidden so their spirits could watch over the land unseen. Even now, when the wind whistled through the ruins, locals say it carries the voices of the ancient rulers. Not angry, not sorrowful, but proud. Deeper in Central Africa, far from trade routes and empires, life followed a gentler rhythm. Small kingdoms rose among the forests. Luba, Lunda, Losi, Chokwe, and many more. Their boundaries shifted with generations, but their traditions endured. The ruler, often chosen from royal lineages, ruled not by fear but by consensus, advised by councils of elders and chiefs. Stories were law, songs were memory. The people told tales of origin, of spirits who emerged from rivers, of ancestors who taught them to work iron, of animals who once spoke to humans. These societies valued harmony more than conquest. When conflict came, it was resolved through gifts and diplomacy. A good king was not one who took many lives, but one who could stop a war with words. The forest itself seemed to enforce that peace, its vastness humbling all who entered. Even the mightiest warrior could be lost within a day if he strayed from the path. In this world, courage meant patience, and power meant balance. By the 1400s, Africa as a whole stood at a crossroads. The Mali Empire was fading, Songhai rising. The Swahili ports still glittered, though new sails from Portugal now prowled the seas. In the north, the Maghreb dynasties still ruled, and Egypt remained the link between continents. In the forests and plains of Central and Southern Africa, life continued as it had for centuries, measured not by empires but by seasons and stories. But change was coming, silent at first. Foreign ships would soon anchor along the western coasts, bringing new trade and new troubles. The world that had been connected by desert routes and river paths would shift toward the ocean, and the age of exploration would begin. Yet the Africa of 500 to 1500 had already written its own masterpiece, in stone, in memory, and in music. It was a continent not waiting for discovery, but already awake, already vast, already dreaming. As night falls over the forests and plains, you can still hear its echoes. The faint ring of a blacksmith's hammer, the distant roll of drums, and the whisper of rivers carrying starlight toward the sea. The Middle Ages had ended, but the heartbeat of Africa would go on forever. Long before the castles of Europe echoed with the clash of knights, another world was stirring to life. Across the wide steppes, riders gathered under banners of wolves and eagles. In India, mighty empires crumbled, leaving space for new dynasties to rise. And in China, kingdoms fought to reunite the Middle Kingdom after centuries of division. This was the dawn of medieval Asia, a time of warriors, poets, emperors, and wandering monks, when the shape of a continent was redrawn. Long before the spires of European cathedrals rose skyward, the vast continent of Asia was already in motion. From the sun-drenched temples of India to the frozen plains of Mongolia, and from the river valleys of China to the islands of Japan, entire civilizations were stirring. The year is around 330, a moment when the old order was collapsing and something new was beginning. What we now call the medieval age in Asia was not born in a single year or in a single place. Instead, it emerged slowly, like dawn spreading its first pale light across the horizon. In India, the great Gupta Empire was entering its golden years. Often called a classical age, the Guptas had brought stability, learning, and a flowering of art and science. Sanskrit literature thrived, mathematics advanced, and temples of stone began to pierce the skies. Yet, even in this moment of glory, cracks had already begun to show. Beyond the frontiers, nomadic groups pressed inward. Local princes grew more independent, and in time, this unity would fragment, leaving the subcontinent divided once more. To the north, across the windswept grasslands, horsemen were gathering. They belonged to a people little remembered today. In their time, they shook empires. They were the Ruran, the first of a long line of khaganate, nomadic confederations that would dominate the heart of Asia for centuries. Name meant wriggling worms to their enemies, but to themselves they were proud and fierce. Mounted on swift horses, armed with composite bows, were the heirs of the Xiongnu, another tribal confederation, and forerunners of the Mongols. Mid-4th century, their khagans commanded respect and fear from the gates of China to the fringes of Central Asia. Meanwhile, in China itself, the mighty Han dynasty was already a memory. For centuries after its fall, China had been divided. This was the time of the northern and southern dynasties. To the north, nomadic peoples who had settled inside the empire created kingdoms of their own, blending Chinese traditions with steppe ways. To the south, the remnants of Han culture clung to the Yangtze River Valley, building courts of poetry and ceremony, while looking nervously at the horsemen beyond their walls. It was an age of both turmoil and creativity. Wars raged, but so did innovation. Buddhist monks carried their teachings along the Silk Roads, bringing new faith and art to every corner of Asia. Sculptors carved serene Buddhas into cliff sides, while scholars debated the nature of reality in monasteries. Even amid division and violence, ideas flowed. The Ruran were among the first to sense the possibilities of this new age. Rose from obscurity in the early 4th century, building alliances among clans and tribes. Like settled kingdoms, the power of a khaganate rested on mobility. Horses could cover distances that stone walls could not defend. An army of steppe riders could appear suddenly, vanish just as quickly, strike again before the enemy even understood what had happened. To the Chinese dynasties, these riders were both a menace and a necessity. Some emperors fought them, others brought peace with silk and princesses. The steppe and the zone were locked together in a dance of rivalry and dependence. Yeah, the Guptas faced different challenges. Their heartland in the Ganges plain was rich and fertile, but the frontiers were restless. The Hunas, a branch of the same nomadic movements that troubled Europe, began to press into the subcontinent. Their raids weakened the empire and forced the Guptas to spend treasure on defense rather than temples. Yet for a time, Indian culture continued to glow. Kalidasa, one of the greatest Sanskrit poets, plays and epic that celebrated love and duty. Mathematicians experimented with numbers that would later travel to the Arab world and beyond. Even as storms gathered, the Gupta court remained a beacon of learning. China too saw brightness amid chaos. In the southern courts, scholars cultivated refined tastes. Poets wrote of longing and exile. Painters created landscapes that seemed to capture the very breath of nature. In the north, where cultures mixed, styles of art appeared. Chinese brushwork with Central Asian motifs. Buddhism, newly arrived from India, found fertile ground. Monasteries grew rich, statues of the Buddha grew tall, and scriptures were translated into Chinese. The divided land was spiritually alive. The world of early medieval Asia was one of contrasts. Nomads of the steppes measured wealth in horses and sheep, their lives shaped by the seasons and the grasslands. Farmers in the river valleys measured wealth in grain and taxes, their lives bound to fields and villages. Between them flowed merchants, monks, and envoys, carrying silks, spices, stories, and songs. No kingdom was truly isolated. Even in the 4th and 5th centuries, the vast network of the Silk Roads tied together China, India, and Central Asia. The Ruran, with their Khagans, rose high, but their glory was not eternal. By the mid-500s they would fall to a new people, the Gökturks, a confederation that would build the first great Turkic empire. Yet in their time, the Ruran established a pattern. The steppe confederation that could challenge, threaten, and even shape the destiny of China. By the year 500, the world looked very different from the one that had existed 2 centuries earlier. The Gupta Empire was shrinking, beset by nomadic invasions. China was still divided, but the stirrings of unity would soon emerge in the form of the Sui dynasty. The Ruran still dominated the steppe, but storms were gathering against them. A new rhythm had begun, one that would carry Asia into its medieval age. And as the sun set on this world of empires and riders, one thing was clear. This was not an age of decline, but an age of transformation. Out of the shifting sands and riding hooves, new powers were preparing to rise. The winds of the steppe never stand still. For generations, the Ruran riders had thundered across the plains, their banners streaming and their Khagans feared. But by the middle of the 6th century, their power was fading. Rivals once content to serve as allies and vassals now turned against them. Among these rivals were the Gökturks, a people who spoke a language belonging to the Turkic family and whose name simply meant Celestial Turks. They were once smiths, working iron in the service of the Ruran. Yet iron was more than just metal. In the steppe world, it meant weapons, horseshoes, and the very foundation of war. The smiths who worked the fires had a secret power. And in time they forged not only swords but an empire. In 552, the Gökturks rose in rebellion, defeating the Ruran and claiming the vast grasslands for themselves. With astonishing speed, the Göktürk Khaganate spread across Central Asia. From the Altai Mountains in the east to the Caspian Sea in the west, their influence reached farther than the Ruran had ever dreamed. Their Khagans claimed the authority of heaven itself, styling themselves as chosen rulers of the world beneath the sky. Tribes were bound together with oaths, marriages, and military might. The Gökturks controlled the arteries of the Silk Road, that great web of trade routes that carried silk, jade, and porcelain from the east and horses, glass, and silver from the west. Caravans wound their way across deserts and mountains, paying tribute to the Khagans for safe passage. For a century, the Turks stood at the heart of Asia, middlemen between empires. Their power was not only military but economic. And yet the Khaganate was vast and fragile. Steppe politics were never simple. Alliances shifted, succession disputes tore families apart, and enemies waited for weakness. By the early 7th century, the empire split into Eastern and Western Turks, each with its own Khagan, each claiming legitimacy. Though divided, they remained a force that both China and Persia had to reckon with. While the Turks were hammering out their dominion, China was stirring from centuries of disunity. The northern and southern dynasties had fought endlessly, draining men and treasure in pursuit of a dream, the reunification of the Middle Kingdom. At last, that dream began to take shape. In 581, a general named Yang Jian seized power in the north and proclaimed a new dynasty, the Sui. Ruthless, ambitious, and determined, Yang Jian, now known as Emperor Wen of Sui, sought to restore the grandeur of the Han. The Sui dynasty was short-lived, lasting less than 4 decades, but its impact was immense. It was under the Sui that China was knit back together into a single empire. Armies marched south to conquer rival states, rivers became highways of soldiers and grain, and at last the Middle Kingdom stood whole again. The Sui undertook vast projects, the most famous of which was the Grand Canal. Stretching over 1,000 miles, it connected the fertile south with the political heartland of the north. Grain could now flow to the capital, armies could be moved swiftly, and merchants found new markets open before them. Though millions suffered in its construction, the canal became the backbone of China's economy for centuries to come. But the Sui rulers demanded too much. Their wars against Korea drained the treasury and exhausted the people. Their taxes grew unbearable. Their projects consumed countless lives, and rebellion spread. By 618, the dynasty collapsed under its own weight. Yet from the ruins rose one of the greatest dynasties in all of Chinese history, the Tang, founded by Li Yuan. The Tang dynasty inherited the unification of the Sui but ruled with greater skill. They balanced power between aristocratic clans, cultivated alliances with nomadic peoples, and encouraged trade and culture. Within decades, the Tang would become the dominant power of East Asia. For the steppe peoples, the Tang rise was both an opportunity and a threat. The Eastern Turks sought to use the young dynasty as pawns, while the Tang in turn learned how to play nomadic politics, rewarding some tribes, punishing others, and always seeking to keep the steppes divided. Meanwhile, in Korea, the ancient struggle of the three kingdoms, Goguryeo, Baekje, and Silla, raged on. The Tang would soon play their part in this struggle, aiding the kingdom of Silla in its bid to unify the peninsula. In Japan, across the sea, the Asuka period was unfolding. Inspired by Chinese models, the Japanese court adopted Buddhism, reformed its government, and laid the groundwork for a centralized state. The ripples of China's reunification spread far beyond its borders. Back on the steppes, the Turks remained powerful, but cracks deepened. The Western Turks faced pressure from Persia and internal feuds, while the Eastern Turks clashed with the Tang. For a time, the Eastern Turks even captured the Chinese emperor and threatened to undo the Tang's rise. But by the mid-7th century, Tang armies struck back, defeating the Eastern Turks and bringing the steppe under their shadow. It was a turning point. The once dominant Khaganate was humbled, its people scattered or absorbed. Though the Turks would rise again in later decades, the balance had shifted. For the first time in centuries, it was not the nomads dictating terms to China, but China dictating to the nomads. The years between 550 and 650 were therefore an age of change. The Ruran were gone, swept away by the Turks. The Turks themselves had split, their strength diluted. The Sui had briefly unified China, only to collapse, paving the way for the Tang, whose empire would soon shine like no other. The steppe, the zone, and the sea, all three spheres of Asia were now locked in a delicate balance. Trade flowed, armies marched, and ideas traveled faster than ever before. Monks carried Buddhism from India into China, Korea, and Japan. Diplomats crossed deserts to negotiate with Khagans. Merchants risked bandits and storms to bring silk westward and silver eastward. Asia in the 7th century was a continent in motion, each region influencing the others in subtle and dramatic ways. And though peace was rare and struggle constant, there was also a sense of possibility, as if the whole of Asia was stepping onto a new stage of history. By the middle of the 7th century, the Tang dynasty was beginning to shine with a brilliance that few empires in history could match. From their capital of Chang'an, a city of grand avenues and bustling markets, the Tang emperors projected their power across Asia. Chang'an itself was a marvel, perhaps the largest city in the world at the time, home to more than 1 million people. Streets were laid out like a chessboard, lined with shops, temples, and gardens. Caravans from Persia, envoys from Central Asia, and monks from India all mingled in its markets. This was the golden age of China's medieval history, a time when poetry, painting, and philosophy flourished. But it was also a time of war, diplomacy, and expansion. The Tang emperors claimed the mandate of heaven, yet they also understood that heaven's favor had to be secured on the battlefield. The Tang inherited from the Sui not only a unified China, but also the constant challenge of the steppe. The Eastern Turks, who once held the Chinese court hostage, were now on the defensive. In 630, the Tang launched a decisive campaign, capturing the Turkic Khagan and breaking their power. The victory was celebrated as proof that the Middle Kingdom had regained its rightful place as master of the world. But the Tang did not merely destroy their enemies, they absorbed them. Defeated tribes were settled inside the empire, their warriors drafted into the Tang armies. Some steppe leaders were given Chinese titles, allowed to rule as vassals so long as they recognized Tang supremacy. It was a delicate balance, part conquest, part partnership. In this way, the Tang extended their influence deep into Central Asia. By mid-century, Tang banners were flying as far west as the oasis cities of the Tarim Basin. The empire's control of these Silk Road hubs gave them access to the riches of Central Asia and allowed them to oversee the flow of trade between East and West. While the Tang were rising, the Korean peninsula remained divided among the three kingdoms, Goguryeo, Baekje, and Silla. For centuries these states had fought one another, each seeking dominance. Goguryeo were the strongest militarily, famous for its fierce warriors and mountain fortresses. Baekje held close cultural ties to Japan and boasted fine scholars and artisans. Silla, though initially weaker, had carefully cultivated alliances. The Tang dynasty saw opportunity here. Aligning with Silla, they launched campaigns against Baekje and Goguryeo. In 660, Baekje fell. A few years later, after a grueling war, Goguryeo collapsed in 668. With Tang support, Silla unified the Korean peninsula, creating a new order that would endure for centuries. Yet unification came with tension. Silla, though grateful to the Tang, resented Chinese interference. After all, no kingdom likes to be seen as a puppet. In time, the Koreans pushed back, forcing the Tang to withdraw their garrisons. Still, the balance of power had shifted. For the first time, Korea was united under a single dynasty, and its culture, a blend of native traditions, Confucian statecraft, and Buddhism, began to mature into a distinct identity. Across the sea, Japan was watching closely. For centuries, the Japanese islands had been ruled by clan chieftains. Their power centered around the Yamato court. But during the Asuka period, 538 to 710, Japan underwent a dramatic transformation. Heavily influenced by China and Korea, Buddhism had arrived from Korea in the 6th century, bringing not only a new religion but also writing, architecture, and philosophy. By the 7th century, Japanese rulers realized that if they were to stand equal to the great empires of the continent, they would need to reform their government. The most famous step came in 645 with the Taika reforms, inspired by Tang China. Lands were declared the property of the emperor. Local chieftains were reduced in power, and a new centralized administration was created. Courts, ranks, and bureaucracies began to resemble those of China. Even the capital was modeled on Chang'an, with wide avenues and palace complexes. It was in this stage that Prince Shotoku became a legendary figure, promoting Buddhism and sending embassies to China. Japan was no longer a collection of tribes but was becoming a state, one that would carry both continental influence and its own native traditions into the medieval era. The period between 650 and 750 was one of extraordinary dynamism in East Asia. Tang China stood at its height, Korea had been unified, and Japan was reshaping itself. Buddhism connected them all. Monks traveled between these lands carrying scriptures, relics, and ideas. Pilgrims from China journeyed to India, braving deserts and mountains in search of sacred texts. Japanese students studied in Chinese monasteries, bringing home not only religion but also music, architecture, and law. This was also an age of poetry. In China, poets like Wang Wei and Du Fu began to write verses that captured both the grandeur of empire and the sorrows of human life. In Japan, early poetry collections like the Manyoshu were beginning to take shape, blending courtly refinement with natural imagery. Words, like goods, flowed along the same networks that tied Asia together. Yet beneath the brilliance, shadows lurked. The Tang's reach into Central Asia would eventually bring them into conflict with new powers on the horizon. The Tibetans, the Arabs, and even the revived Turks. Korea's unity, while real, carried internal strains, and Japan's reforms, though ambitious, would not erase the strength of local clans. The seeds of future struggles were already sown. But for a time, Asia seemed to glow with possibility. Great capitals rose, trade flourished, and the cultures of East Asia was bound together more closely than ever before. It was in many ways the first truly connected era of the medieval Far East. Tang emperors consolidated their rule in the east. The steppe was once again stirring. The defeat of the Eastern Turks in the early 7th century had seemed decisive, but history on the grasslands was rarely settled for long. Out of old clans and forgotten banners, a new generation of riders began to gather. By the early 8th century, the second Turkic Khaganate had risen. restoring the pride of the steppe. Their story is known to us through the Orkhon inscriptions carved into stone in the valleys of Mongolia. These inscriptions speak in a proud and poetic voice, telling of how the Turks were scattered and enslaved, only to rise again under the leadership of Khagans like Bilge Khagan and the great general Ponyukuk. To read them is to hear the echoes of the steppe itself, the lament for fallen warriors, the boast of victories, the reminder that fortune is as fleeting as the grass beneath the hooves of horses. The Second Turks revived the ancient power of mobility. Their horsemen struck across the plains, harassing Tang garrisons and asserting dominance over tribes that had wavered. Though they never reached the heights of the First Göktürk Empire, they restored enough strength to remind China that the frontier could never be tamed for long. For a few decades the Khaganate flourished, binding together tribes under the eternal sky. Yet by 744, internal discord and new rivals, the Uyghurs, would bring them down. Their fall marked the end of an era, the last great moment of Turkic supremacy in early medieval Asia. While the Turks reclaimed their place on the steppe, another power was rising in the mountains. To the south of the Silk Road, on the high plateau of Tibet, a kingdom was taking shape. Its founder, Dzongtsen Gampo, ruled in the early 7th century and is remembered as the first great emperor of Tibet. From his capital at Lhasa, he extended his control over the plateau and reached outward into Nepal, Bhutan, and parts of Central Asia. Songtsen Gampo forged alliances through marriage. One princess came from Nepal, another from China, and he welcomed the new faith of Buddhism into Tibet. Temples were built, scriptures translated, and Tibetan art began to blend Indian and Chinese influences. This was the beginning of Tibet's unique spiritual identity, one that would continue to grow in centuries to come. Tibet was not only spiritual, it was martial. Its armies were fierce, adapted to mountain warfare, and ambitious in their reach. In the mid-7th century, Tibetan forces clashed with the Tang, at times seizing parts of the Silk Road. By the 8th century, the Tibetans were among the most formidable rivals of China, strong enough to occupy Chang'an itself for a brief time in 763. Thus, while China flourished in its golden age, it faced constant challenges. From Turks to Tibetans and beyond. No dynasty ever reached its zenith by standing still. The Tang sought to extend their power not only across China but into the vast world beyond. Their armies marched westward into Central Asia, pushing into the oases of the Tarim Basin and beyond the Pamir Mountains. In these distant lands, the Tang encountered not only Turks and Tibetans but also Persians and Arabs. The collapse of the old Sasanian Empire under the onslaught of Islam brought new forces into play. Arab armies swept eastward while Tang forces pushed west. Their meeting would come in 751 at the Battle of Talas. Though this battle falls just beyond our period, its approach was already shaping the world in the early 8th century. Tang influence extended deep into Central Asia, but so did Arab power. The Silk Road was now contested not just by nomads and Chinese emperors, but by the caliphs of Damascus and Baghdad. For merchants, however, these struggles were both peril and opportunity. By the early 8th century, the Silk Roads were busier than ever. Sogdian traders from Central Asia became the great middlemen, carrying Chinese silk westward and bringing glassware, silver, and precious stones eastward. Their caravans threaded through deserts and mountains, stopping at oasis cities where cultures mingled. In Samarkand and Bukhara, one could hear a dozen languages in the same marketplace. Zoroastrians, Buddhists, Nestorian Christians, and Manichaeans lived side by side. Tang officials collected taxes, Turkic horsemen demanded tribute, and yet the caravans rolled on. For all the wars and shifting borders, the lure of profit bound Asia together. By 750, Asia had become a continent of great contrasts. In China, the Tang stood at the height of their glory, ruling over millions, patronizing poets, and dazzling visitors with their cities. In Tibet, kings commanded armies and monks translated sutras, laying the foundation of a culture that would outlast empires. On the steppes, the Turks had flared once more, only to be replaced by the Uyghurs, and on the far horizons, Arab cavalry pressed closer to the Eastern world, ready to meet China face to face. It was a world of shifting powers, but also of connections. Never before had ideas, goods, and people moved so freely across Asia. Buddhism spread deeper into China, Korea, and Japan. Persian musicians played at the Tang court. Chinese artisans painted murals in the style of Central Asia. A pilgrim leaving India might find welcome in a Tibetan monastery, shelter in a Tang temple, and an escort from a Sogdian caravan. This was the essence of early medieval Asia: division and unity, conflict and exchange, a continent of many voices woven into a single great story. By the middle of the 8th century, the story of early medieval Asia had reached a turning point. The centuries between 330 and 750 had seen empires fall and rise, peoples scatter and reform, and entire civilizations transform. The Ruran had thundered across the steppes only to vanish. The Turks had forged empires that spanned deserts and mountains, only to be replaced by the Uyghurs. The Tang dynasty had brought unity to China, dazzling the world with its wealth and culture. Tibet had emerged as a formidable power, and Japan and Korea had reshaped themselves in the image of their continental neighbor. This was not a static age of swords and banners, but a dynamic era of change. It was, in many ways, the true foundation of medieval Asia. In China, the Tang reached their full splendor in the 8th century. Their capital at Chang'an became the beating heart of Asia, a place where Persians, Turks, Koreans, and Japanese could be seen walking the same streets. Markets overflowed with goods, silk dyed in brilliant colors, ceramics painted with new glazes, exotic spices, and jewels carried from the far reaches of the known world. The court itself glittered. Emperors like Xuanzong, who ruled from 712 to 756, presided over a golden age of poetry, painting, and music. It was during his reign that poets like Li Bai and Du Fu wrote verses that captured both the grandeur of empire and the frailty of human life. Their words have outlived dynasties, still read and loved more than 1,000 years later. Yet Tang greatness was fragile. The very wealth that made the dynasty glorious also made it vulnerable. Ambition, corruption, and rebellion lurked beneath the surface. In 755, just after our period, the An-Lushan rebellion would shatter the empire's peace, but in 750, the Tang still stood as the supreme power of East Asia. Across the sea, Japan was entering the Nara period, 710 to 794. The capital was moved to Nara, built on the model of Chang'an with broad avenues and palace districts. Buddhism became a state religion, its temples rising in grandeur. The great Buddha of Todaiji, cast in bronze and towering over worshippers, symbolized Japan's new ambition. The Japanese court eagerly absorbed Chinese learning, legal codes, architecture, art, even city planning. Yet they also began to shape it into something uniquely Japanese. Poetry anthologies like the Manyushu celebrated not only courtly elegance, but also the beauty of common life, mountains, rivers, and fleeting blossoms. The blending of foreign influence with native sensibilities created a culture that would soon stand on its own. In Korea, the Silla kingdom enjoyed its triumph as the first dynasty to unify the peninsula. With Tang influence waning, Silla developed a distinctive culture of its own. Buddhism flourished, monasteries spread across the land, and stone pagodas dotted the landscape. Scholars studied Chinese texts, yet adapted them to Korean needs. The peninsula had endured centuries of war, but unity now offered stability. Still, unity was never perfect. Regional tensions simmered, and later dynasties would rise. But for now, Silla's unification marked a milestone in East Asian history. The steppes, always restless, were changing once more. By 744, the Second Turkic Khaganate had fallen, replaced by the Uyghur Khaganate. The Uyghurs would play a crucial role in the centuries to come, both as allies of the Tang and as shapers of Silk Road trade. But the age of early Turkic dominance was over. The Silk Road itself, however, was livelier than ever. By 750, the network of routes carried not only goods but also ideas. Manichaean priests, Nestorian bishops, Buddhist monks, and Muslim merchants all moved along its paths. Caravans left Xi'an laden with silks and porcelains, crossed the Taklamakan desert with the help of Sogdian guides, and arrived in the markets of Samarkand and beyond. The world was becoming more connected, and Asia was its center. Looking back at the centuries between 330 and 750, one sees both continuity and transformation. India, once dominated by the Guptas, had fractured, but its faiths and learning had spread across borders. Central Asia had seen Khaganates rise and fall, yet its riders remained the guardians and raiders of the Silk Road. China had moved from division to unification, from fragility to golden age. Korea and Japan had stepped from tribal kingdoms into centralized states, shaped by the models of their great neighbor. Tibet had emerged from isolation to stand as an imperial power. It was an age of exchange as much as of conflict. Buddhism spread from India to Tibet, China, Korea, and Japan, leaving temples and scriptures in its wake. Confucian statecraft spread eastward, shaping governments across the region. Steppe horsemen carried not only arrows but also ideas, connecting peoples from the Pacific to the Caspian. When we think of the Middle Ages, we often imagine castles, knights, and cathedrals in Europe. Yet at the same time, across Asia, an equally rich story was unfolding, of riders beneath the eternal sky, poets in golden courts, monks on pilgrim roads, and rulers who dreamed of empires that stretched from ocean to desert. By 750, the shape of medieval Asia had been drawn. The next centuries would bring new struggles and new glories. The Abbasids in the west, the High Tang in the east, the rise of the Khmer, and the splendor of Angkor in the south, but those are stories for another time. For now, we leave the world of early medieval Asia at the dawn of its maturity, standing on the threshold of 1,000 years of history still to come. Two empires had fought for centuries, draining each other of strength. By the mid-600s, both were weary and scarred, and yet, history never stops. While they staggered, the rest of the world was shifting too, and the empire that would soon change history was neither Rome nor Persia. The early 7th century was a time of great change. For hundreds of years, the map of the Mediterranean and the Near East had been shaped by the duel of Rome and Persia. The rivalry had lasted so long that many thought it eternal. But now, as the year 600 approached, both empires were drained. Their armies had marched too many miles, their treasuries had been emptied too many times, and their people were tired of the burden. And when the giants stumbled, smaller kingdoms and distant lands stirred with new life. Europe in particular was entering what we now call the early Middle Ages, an age often seen as dark and troubled, yet also one of foundation and slow transformation. To the west of Constantinople, the old provinces of the Roman Empire had long since broken away. The Great Western Roman Empire had fallen in 476, more than a century earlier. Its ruins still stood in shattered aqueducts and abandoned amphitheaters. Latin inscriptions remained carved into stone. Roman law lingered in memory, but the political order was gone. In its place had risen a patchwork of new kingdoms, ruled by peoples who had once been outsiders. The Visigoths held sway in Spain, their kings ruling from Toledo. The Ostrogoths had once controlled Italy, though they were crushed by the Eastern Romans in the wars of Justinian. By 600, Italy was fractured once more, with the Lombards now in power, Germanic rulers who had crossed the Alps and carved out duchies from north to south. In Gaul, the old Roman provinces had given way to the Franks, a people who had begun as a confederation of tribes, but were now building a dynasty that would one day dominate Europe. Around this time, the Merovingian kings held court. Their long hair was a symbol of sacred rule, but behind them real power often lay in the hands of local lords and palace officials. The Frankish realm was not yet unified, often split among brothers and cousins, but it was already becoming a center of strength in Western Europe. Britain too had changed. The legions had left long ago, and waves of newcomers had crossed the North Sea. Angles, Saxons, and Jutes settled the land, driving back or absorbing the old Romano-British population. By the 600s, kingdoms like Northumbria, Mercia, and Wessex were forming, each with its own warlords and shifting borders. Christianity, carried by missionaries from Rome and Ireland, was beginning to take root among these pagan kings. Augustine of Canterbury arrived in 597, sent by Pope Gregory the Great, and from Kent the new faith slowly spread. Across Europe, the Christian Church was emerging as one of the few stable institutions. The Bishop of Rome, later called the Pope, grew in prestige. Gregory the Great, who ruled as Pope from 590 to 604, set patterns that lasted for centuries, sending missionaries, organizing charitable works, and writing sermons and commentaries that were read across Christendom. Yet the Church was not without division. In the East, Constantinople remained a powerful religious center. Disputes over theology, over the nature of Christ, and the wording of councils often shook the unity of the faith. Still, compared to the turbulence of kings and armies, the Church provided continuity. Monasteries spread, where monks copied texts, prayed, and worked the land. These communities preserved learning through the centuries of upheaval. Beyond the settled kingdoms lay other peoples, only half known to chroniclers. In Scandinavia, farmers, traders, and chieftains lived in small communities. Their ships ventured along coasts and rivers. The true Viking Age had not yet begun, but the seeds of it were already present in the skills of shipbuilding and seafaring. To the east, the Slavs were spreading through forests and plains, filling lands left empty by earlier migrations. The Avars, a nomadic people from the steppes, pressed into the Balkans, threatening the borders of Constantinople itself. For the Byzantines, these northern raiders were a constant headache, testing their defenses even as Persia strained them from the east. All across Europe and the Mediterranean, the memory of Rome lingered like a ghost. Roads still stretched across mountains and valleys, though weeds pushed through their cracks. Old Roman towns survived, but many shrank, their forums silent, their baths abandoned. Trade networks had withered, making life more local, more rural, more precarious. It was a world where survival mattered more than glory, where peasants labored to feed themselves and pay their lords, where kings rose and fell quickly, and where war was never far away. Yet it was also a world preparing for something new. The Franks would one day grow into the Carolingian Empire. The English kingdoms would unite into a realm that resisted invaders. The Church would knit much of Europe into a common faith. These were centuries of planting seeds that would not bear fruit for generations. And, all the while, Constantinople still stood. Its walls were mighty, its harbor busy, its emperors determined to keep the Roman legacy alive. Persia too, though shaken, remained proud and ambitious. But both were weaker than they appeared. Their duel had drained them, leaving open doors at their borders. Europe was restless, northern peoples pressed south, new kingdoms carved their place on the map. The Church bound communities with common belief, and in the midst of this fragile balance, no one could see what was forming just beyond the horizon. While Europe struggled in the shadow of Rome, and Persia wrestled with its own collapse, few noticed the deserts to the south. Yet it was there, in a land many dismissed as barren, that a force began to gather which would alter the map of the world. Arabia was a vast peninsula of sand, stone, and scattered oases. To outsiders it seemed harsh and empty. To those who lived there, it was home. A place of wind-swept deserts, rocky highlands, and coastal plains. The great deserts, like the Rub al-Khali, the empty quarter, stretched for hundreds of miles without water, an ocean of sand that tested human endurance. Life clung to oases, where wells gave water and palm groves provided shade. Along the coasts, towns traded frankincense, spices, and textiles, connecting Arabia to the Red Sea, the Persian Gulf, and beyond. Most of the people lived in tribes, bound together by family ties and loyalty to clan leaders. They raised camels, sheep, and goats, moving with the seasons. Their lives were hard, but they prized freedom and honor above submission to foreign rulers. The Arabs of the 6th and early 7th century valued poetry and memory. Poets were the record keepers of tribes, praising victories, lamenting losses, and preserving genealogies. In an oral culture, a sharp tongue could be as powerful as a sword. Conflict between tribes was common. Raids for camels or grazing land could erupt into blood feuds. Yet hospitality was equally valued. A guest, even a stranger, could expect protection and generosity once welcomed into a tent. Religion in Arabia was diverse. Many worshipped local gods and spirits, often connected to stones, wells, or sacred groves. The Kaaba in Mecca, a cube-shaped shrine, housed idols representing many deities, and tribes made pilgrimages there. But alongside these practices were Jews, Christians, and followers of other sects, scattered in different communities. Arabia was a crossroads of belief, just as it was a crossroads of trade. Among Arabia's towns, Mecca stood out. Nestled among barren hills, it was not lush, but it was important. Caravans passed through carrying goods from Yemen in the south towards Syria in the north. Spices, incense, and silk all found their way through Mecca. The city's guardians, the Quraysh tribe, grew wealthy by controlling trade and caring for the Kaaba. Nearby the oasis town of Yathrib, later called Medina, was another hub. Its fields of date palms provided food in a region otherwise poor in resources. Jewish tribes and Arab clans lived side by side, sometimes in cooperation, sometimes in tension. These towns were small compared to Constantinople or Ctesiphon, but they were vibrant nodes in a network that stretched across seas and deserts, and from one of them change would emerge. Arabia was not isolated. Roman and Persian merchants had long passed through, and foreign armies had occasionally campaigned at its edges. The people of Arabia knew of the great empires, but they were not dominated by them. This independence gave their society a flexibility that those weary empires lacked. The early 600s were a restless age. As Rome and Persia bled each other, their hold over trade routes weakened. This allowed local leaders and merchants to grow in importance. Arabia's tribes were fiercely independent, but also fragmented, each clan loyal only to itself. No one could imagine a single authority uniting them all, and yet unity was about to be attempted. In the year 570, in Mecca, a boy was born who would change history, Muhammad ibn Abdullah. Orphaned at a young age, he was raised among his kin, known for honesty and reliability. As a young man, he worked as a merchant, traveling with caravans and earning respect for his fair dealings. At around the age of 40, during moments of solitude in the caves near Mecca, Muhammad began to receive visions and messages. These, he believed, came from the one true God, Allah. They commanded him to proclaim a new message, that there was no God but Allah, and that all people must turn to him. At first his preaching drew small circles of followers, family, friends and the poor who found hope in his call for justice, but it also drew opposition. The Quraysh, guardians of Mecca's shrines and trade, feared that abandoning the old gods would disrupt their power. Conflict grew in Mecca. Muhammad's followers were mocked, harassed and sometimes attacked, yet the message spread. In 622, under pressure, Muhammad and his community left Mecca and journeyed to Yathrib. This migration, called the Hijra, marked the beginning of the Islamic calendar. In Medina, Muhammad was welcomed as both a religious leader and a statesman. He forged alliances among tribes, drafted agreements that balanced different communities, and built a new sense of unity. What had been a persecuted group became the foundation of a new community, the Ummah. From Medina, Muhammad's influence grew. Battles with the Meccans followed. Badr, Uhud and Khandak were battles each shaping the community's identity. Against all odds, Muhammad's followers held their ground. By 630, Mecca itself was brought under his authority. The Kaaba was cleansed of idols and dedicated to the worship of the one God. When Muhammad died in 632, the tribes of Arabia, once scattered and divided, were more united than ever before. Leadership passed to his companions called the Caliphs, who carried the message beyond Arabia's deserts. The timing was extraordinary. Just as Rome and Persia were weakest, just as Europe was fragmented, a new power rose in a land no one had expected. The armies of the early caliphs, driven by faith and unity, would march into territories neither empire thought could ever be lost. What had begun as a voice in the desert would soon thunder across continents. In just one generation, a community of desert tribes became the rulers of half the known world. Their rise was not slow or hesitant, it came like a wave, reshaping kingdoms, toppling empires, and announcing that a new age had begun. When the Prophet Muhammad died in 632, Arabia stood more united than at any point in memory, yet his death also left a great question: who would lead? His closest companions gathered. They chose Abu Bakr, a trusted friend and father-in-law of Muhammad, as the first caliph, meaning successor. His task was immense. Some tribes wavered in loyalty, thinking that with Muhammad gone, they could return to old ways. Abu Bakr acted swiftly, waging what became known as the Ridda Wars, or Wars of Apostasy. Within 2 years, Arabia was once again secure under the new faith. The message was clear: unity would hold. Abu Bakr died in 634, leaving leadership to Umar ibn al-Khattab, remembered as Caliph Omar. His reign was only 10 years, yet it transformed the world. Omar believed that Arabia's unity could not survive if the tribes were left idle. Energy, once spent in feuds, had to be directed outward. He turned the armies north and east into the weakened lands of Rome and Persia. The Persian Empire had long seemed eternal, but its strength was a shadow of what it once was. Civil wars had left rival claimants to the throne. Nobles plotted against one another. The once proud armies were underpaid and weary. Into this turmoil marched the Arabs. At first the Persians dismissed them as raiders, but the battles told a different story. At Qadisiyah in 636 near the Euphrates, Arab forces under Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas met the Persians. For 3 days fighting raged. War elephants thundered across the field. Yet the Arab cavalry adapted, scattering the elephants and breaking Persian lines. The victory opened the road to the Persian capital. Soon after, Ctesiphon, the jewel of the Sassanid Empire, fell. Its treasures were carried back to Medina, astonishing men who had lived simple lives in tents and oases. The Persian king fled eastward, clinging to shrinking lands. By 651, the last Sassanid ruler, Yazdegerd III, was killed. An empire that had stood for centuries vanished. Persia did not disappear. Its people, culture, and traditions endured, but the Sassanid dynasty was gone forever. The East Roman Empire, also known as the Byzantine Empire, fared better, but it too reeled. The Emperor Heraclius had only just won a brutal war against Persia when the Arabs arrived. His armies were exhausted, his treasury drained. In 636, at Yarmouk, the Arab and Byzantine forces clashed near the river Jordan. Dust storms blew across the battlefield. For days the armies struggled. In the end, Byzantine lines broke. Thousands fled or were cut down. Yarmouk was one of the most decisive battles of the age. It ended centuries of Roman control over Syria and Palestine. Jerusalem surrendered soon after. Omar himself traveled to accept the city's submission. He entered not as a conqueror demanding blood, but in humility, granting protections to the city's people and holy sites. The Christian patriarch handed him the keys to the city. It was a moment that echoed far beyond the walls of Jerusalem. From there, the conquest rolled on. Damascus fell. Egypt, with its fertile Nile and vital grain, was taken in 641 by armies led by Amr ibn al-As. The Byzantines held on to the seas, to Anatolia, and to Constantinople itself, but they had lost their richest provinces. What made the caliphate different was not just the speed of conquest, but the way it adapted. The Arabs did not try to erase the cultures they conquered. Instead, they often kept local administrators, allowed Christians and Jews to practice their faith if they paid a tax, and absorbed knowledge from the lands they ruled. Greek science, Persian administration, and Egyptian agriculture all blended into the new empire. The caliphs ruled from Medina at first, then later from Damascus under the Umayyad dynasty. They built mosques, established systems of taxation, and created new cities like Kufa and Basra. Within just a few decades, Arab armies stretched farther than Alexander the Great had marched. To the east, they crossed into Central Asia. To the west, they swept across North Africa. By the end of the 7th century, they stood at the gates of the Atlantic Ocean. The empire was now vast, covering lands from Persia to Egypt, from Arabia to the edges of Anatolia. For those who lived through it, the expansion was bewildering. In the villages of Syria, people who had prayed under Rome now paid taxes to the caliph. In Persia, the ancient fire temples of Zoroastrianism saw their patrons vanish, yet the faith endured among families. In Egypt, Coptic Christians found the new rulers often less heavy-handed than the Byzantines had been. For Europe, the news was shocking. In distant Francia or Lombard Italy, kings and bishops heard rumors of unstoppable armies and a new faith rising in the desert. Yet for now, the waves of conquest had not crossed the Mediterranean. That moment would come later. By the year 700, the old world order was gone. Persia was no more. Byzantium survived, but only half as strong. A new empire, born in Arabia, stretched across thousands of miles, and unlike the short-lived empires of conquerors before, this one carried not just armies, but a unifying faith, language and law. It was clear. The age of Rome and Persia was ending. The age of Islam had begun. After the first four caliphs, known as the rightly guided caliphs, power passed to a new dynasty, the Umayyads, beginning in 661 with Muawiyah ibn Abi Sufyan. The capital shifted from Medina, the Prophet's city, to Damascus in Syria. Damascus was not a desert town but a bustling, ancient city. Its markets linked the Mediterranean to the east. Its position was central for ruling an empire that stretched in all directions. From here, the Umayyads built a state that resembled the empires of old, with governors, tax systems, and armies stationed across vast territories. The Umayyads expanded what had begun as a movement of faith into a functioning imperial system. They minted coins with Arabic inscriptions, replaced Greek and Persian in administration with Arabic, and began to shape a shared cultural identity across the empire. To the east, Arab armies pressed deeper into Persia and beyond. In the 710s, they reached the lands of Transoxiana, across the Oxus River, today's Uzbekistan, and surrounding regions. Cities like Samarkand and Bukhara, centers of trade along the Silk Road, came under their influence. The people of these regions were not easily subdued. Sogdian princes, Turkic tribes, and other steppe peoples resisted fiercely, yet gradually, Arab garrisons and alliances secured footholds. The Silk Road now linked directly into the Caliphate, carrying not only goods but ideas. Farther south, the frontier moved into the Indus Valley. In 711, under the general Muhammad ibn Qasim, Arab forces conquered Sindh, in today's Pakistan. Ports on the Arabian Sea now tied the empire to Indian Ocean trade, linking it with India and even distant China. Meanwhile, to the west, Arab armies advanced along the North African coast. By the late 600s, they had taken Egypt. Now they pushed farther into Libya, Tunisia, Algeria, and Morocco. These lands were rich in grain, olive oil, and trade routes. Resistance was strong, especially from the Berbers, the indigenous peoples of North Africa, yet many Berbers also joined the new movement, some converting to Islam, others serving in the armies that pressed farther west. By the end of the 7th century, Arab and Berber forces together had reached the Atlantic Ocean. Legends say that one commander rode his horse into the waves and declared, "If the sea were not here, we would continue to spread the message of God." From the Atlantic shore, the next step was obvious. Across the narrow straits lay the Iberian Peninsula. In 711, the governor of North Africa sent an army under Tariq ibn Ziyad. The army was small by the standards of great empires, perhaps 12,000 men, many of them Berbers. Yet they faced a divided Visigothic kingdom, weakened by civil wars. At the Battle of Guadalete, near the southern coast, Tariq's army crushed the Visigothic king Roderick. The victory opened the way north. Within a few years, much of Spain and Portugal fell under Muslim control, forming what became known as Al-Andalus. Cities like Córdoba, Seville, and Toledo became centers of learning and culture under the new rulers. By the 720s, Muslim forces had even crossed into southern France, winning battles near Narbonne and advancing towards the Loire. In 732, however, at the Battle of Tours, Frankish forces under Charles Martel turned them back. The battle did not end Muslim presence in Europe, but it set a limit. Spain would remain a center of Islamic civilization for centuries, but France stayed under the Franks. While expansion pressed west and east, the Byzantines still held on in the north. Twice the Umayyads attempted to capture Constantinople itself in 674 to 678 and again in 717 to 718. The city's mighty walls, combined with a secret weapon called Greek fire, repelled the sieges. For the first time, the Arab advance was decisively halted. Constantinople remained the jewel of the East. an impregnable fortress that ensured Byzantium's survival. Within their vast empire, the Umayyads ruled over a mosaic of peoples: Arabs, Persians, Greeks, Berbers, Copts, Syrians, and many more. Muslims forming the ruling elite, but Christians and Jews were allowed to keep their faiths under special taxes. Many local officials remained in place, ensuring continuity. Over time, Arabic language and Islamic culture spread, blending with local traditions. The Umayyads built monumental architecture to signal their new power. In Damascus, they transformed a Roman basilica into the magnificent Umayyad mosque, with golden mosaics that shimmered like paradise. In Jerusalem, they constructed the Dome of the Rock in 691, one of the most iconic Islamic monuments, on a site sacred to Jews, Christians, and Muslims alike. Despite their achievements, the Umayyads faced unrest. Many Muslims felt that the rulers had become too much like kings, straying from the simple life of the Prophet and his companions. Revolts flared, especially among those who believed leadership should stay within Muhammad's family, the party that would later be called the Shia. Meanwhile, non-Arab converts to Islam, known as Mawali, often felt second class compared to Arab Muslims, sparking tensions. These cracks would one day shatter the dynasty, but in the early 700s, the Umayyads still commanded the greatest empire of their time. By 750, the Caliphate stretched farther than any empire before, from the Atlantic shores of Morocco and Spain, across North Africa, through Egypt and Syria, across Mesopotamia and Persia, into Central Asia and down into the Indus Valley. It linked the trade of the Mediterranean with the Silk Road and the Indian Ocean. Ideas flowed with goods: mathematics from India, astronomy from Persia, philosophy from Greece. The empire was not just a political unit but a bridge between civilizations. Yet beneath its grandeur, the Umayyad dynasty faced growing opposition. In distant regions, governors grew powerful. In Persia, resentment simmered against Arab dominance. Among Muslims, debates over who should rule became sharper. Soon, a revolution would sweep the Umayyads away and replace them with a new dynasty, the Abbasids, who would shift the center of the Islamic world to Baghdad. Empires rarely last unchanged. The Umayyads had stretched the caliphate to its widest reach, but their rule bred resentment. Out of Persia and Iraq came a movement that would sweep them away and build a new center of power, one that prized knowledge as much as conquest, and whose influence would echo for centuries. By the mid-700s, dissatisfaction with Umayyad rule had grown deep. Many non-Arab Muslims, Persians, Syrians, Berbers, felt excluded from full equality. Religious factions argued that the Umayyads lived too much like kings. In 750, rebellion erupted, led by a coalition in Khorasan, a region in northeast Persia. The movement was named for its claim of descent from Al-Abbas, the Prophet's uncle. With Persian support and discontent spreading, the Abbasids overthrew the Umayyads in a series of battles. The last Umayyad caliph was defeated at the Battle of the Zab in Mesopotamia. Almost the entire dynasty was killed, though one prince escaped across the sea to Spain, where he founded the Emirate of Cordoba. But in the heart of the empire, the Abbasids now reigned. Unlike the Umayyads, who had ruled from Damascus, the Abbasids turned east. In 762, Caliph al-Mansur founded a new capital on the banks of the Tigris River, Baghdad. Baghdad was carefully designed, built as a round city with walls and gates. At its center stood the Caliphal Palace and the Great Mosque. Its location was strategic. Close to Persia, the heartland of Abbasid support, and well placed for trade routes connecting the Mediterranean, India, and Central Asia. Soon, Baghdad grew into one of the largest cities in the world, a hub of wealth and learning. Merchants brought goods from China and India, scholars gathered from distant lands, and poets filled the caliph's courts with verses. The Abbasid caliphs presented themselves not as Arab conquerors, but as universal rulers of a diverse empire. They embraced Persian styles of administration and ceremony. Courts became elaborate, with viziers, chief ministers, secretaries, and judges managing the empire's affairs. Caliphs like Harun al-Rashid, 786 to 809, became legendary. In later tales, he was imagined wandering Baghdad in disguise, dispensing justice, a symbol of wisdom and generosity. His court was described in the Arabian Nights, a collection of stories that blended history with legend. The Abbasid rulers patronized scholarship, sponsoring translations of Greek works into Arabic and supporting mathematicians, astronomers, and physicians. Perhaps the greatest symbol of this era was the Bait al-Hikmah, the House of Wisdom in Baghdad. Here scholars from across the world gathered. Works of Aristotle, Plato, Galen, and Euclid were translated into Arabic. Indian mathematics, including the concept of zero, entered the Islamic world and spread later to Europe. Astronomers mapped the stars, building observatories. Physicians compiled medical encyclopedias and advanced surgery and pharmacology. Geographers described lands as far away as China and Africa. Alchemists experimented with substances that would one day become the foundation of chemistry. Knowledge was not seen as foreign, but as part of a shared human inheritance to be gathered, studied, and improved. This openness made Baghdad a beacon of learning. For ordinary people, life under the Abbasids was diverse. Farmers along the Nile, the Euphrates, and the Indus grew crops that fed the empire. Traders carried goods on camels and ships, bringing spices, silk, paper, and precious metals. Cities thrived. Damascus, Basra, Kufa, Cairo, and Cordoba all grew under Islamic rule. Mosques became centers not only of worship but of education and community. Markets bustled with goods from 3 continents. Social life was governed by Islamic law, but also by custom and local tradition. Christians and Jews continued to live under Muslim rule as dhimmis, protected but taxed communities. Their skills in administration, scholarship, and trade enriched the empire. The Abbasid period was also a time of growing religious thought. Scholars of fiqh, or Islamic jurisprudence, developed schools of law: Hanafi, Maliki, Shafi'i, Hanbali, each interpreting the Quran and Hadith in different ways. Mysticism grew too. Early Sufi orders sought closeness to God through meditation, poetry, and ascetic practice. Their writings, filled with love and yearning, spread across the Muslim world. But tensions existed. Debates over leadership, theology, and philosophy sometimes turned fierce. Movements like the Shia continued to resist Abbasid authority, insisting that only descendants of the Prophet's family could lead. The Abbasids inherited the vast Umayyad Empire, but maintaining it was difficult. On the frontiers, local governors often grew powerful. In North Africa, distant from Baghdad, revolts flared. In Spain, the surviving Umayyad prince established an independent emirate, refusing Abbasid control. To the east, Central Asia remained a frontier of shifting alliances with Turkic peoples. The Abbasids relied increasingly on Turkic soldiers, who would later play decisive roles in the empire's fate. Still, during the 8th and 9th centuries, the Abbasids held the heartlands firmly. Baghdad remained unmatched as a center of wealth and culture. Historians often speak of this era as the Golden Age of Islam, not only because of wealth and expansion, but because of the flourishing of knowledge. In mathematics, scholars like Al-Khwarizmi laid the foundations of algebra. His very name gave us the word algorithm. In medicine, Al-Razi and Ibn Sina wrote works that became standard texts for centuries. In astronomy, observatories in Baghdad and beyond mapped the heavens with precision. In philosophy, thinkers like Al-Farabi and later Averroes in Cordoba engaged with Aristotle and Plato, blending Greek thought with Islamic theology. Paper, introduced from China, spread rapidly, libraries multiplied, books became more accessible, fueling scholarship across the empire. The Abbasid Caliphate became a bridge between worlds. Greek, Persian, Indian, and later Chinese knowledge all flowed through Arabic translation. When Europe was still in its early medieval age, Baghdad's scholars preserved and advanced the heritage of antiquity. Centuries later, when Europe revived in the Renaissance, much of its learning would come through Arabic texts carried back from Spain and Sicily. Yet for all its brilliance, the Abbasid world was not without strain. Wealth and splendor in Baghdad contrasted with hardship in rural villages. Caliphs lived in palaces while peasants labored in fields. Power struggles in the court sometimes led to assassinations and intrigue. Still, in the long memory of history, this was an era of extraordinary creativity. The Abbasid built not only an empire of land, but an empire of the mind. Long before London was London, the river was already there. The Thames, wide and slow, winding through fields and forests. A silent mirror reflecting the endless English sky. For centuries it carried no ships, no bridges, no human sound beyond the splash of oars carved from fallen trees. Then, around the middle of the 1st century, strangers came from across the sea. They spoke Latin. They marched in straight lines. They were the Romans, and they brought with them iron, stone, and discipline that would change the island forever. They called the place Londinium, a settlement built on the river's north bank, where the tides would be controlled, and the land was firm enough to build walls. The Romans liked order, and so they gave the wilderness a plan. Streets were drawn with precision, crossing at right angles, forming a grid where there had been nothing but mud and reeds. Timber buildings rose quickly, warehouses, markets, and homes for merchants. The city became a port, a vital link between Britannia and the heart of the empire. Londinium grew fast, coins clinked, hammers rang, and smoke curled upward from forges and kitchens. In less than 20 years, it was bustling with traders from across the Roman world, Spaniards selling olive oil, Gauls bringing wine, Egyptians with linen and papyrus. The Thames became a road of water, filled with ships from every corner of the empire. But Rome's peace never lasted long. In the year 60 AD, rebellion broke out. Boudica, the queen of the Iceni, rose against Roman rule. Her armies swept across southern Britain, burning everything in their path, and Londinium was one of the first to fall. The governor, Suetonius Paulinus, could not defend it. He ordered an evacuation, leaving the city to its fate. What followed was fire. Flames roared through the streets, timber walls collapsing into the river. When the smoke cleared, Londinium was gone, and yet it was rebuilt. Because the Romans always rebuilt. Stone replaced wood. New walls were raised around the city, thick, strong, and enduring. They still stand today, hidden between modern buildings, fragments of an ancient skeleton. For the next 3 centuries, Londinium became one of the most important cities in Roman Britain. It had baths, temples, and a great basilica, the largest building north of the Alps. Its merchants grew rich, its streets were paved, and its citizens drank from aqueducts that brought clean water from miles away. But the empire that built it was already beginning to crumble. By the 4th century, the legions were withdrawing. Rome was stretched too thin, its borders collapsing, its cities starving. When the Romans left Britain around 410 AD, Londinium was abandoned once again. Its walls still stood, but its streets fell silent. Grass grew where soldiers once marched. The Thames flowed on, patient and unchanging. Centuries passed. Storms came and went. Forests crept closer again. For a time, London was a ghost, a city without people. Only the stones remained, whispering the memory of empire. Then, slowly, life returned. Anglo-Saxon settlers built small villages nearby, simple wooden huts on the higher ground west of the old Roman ruins. They called it Londonwick, a trading town by the water. They were not empire builders, but farmers, fishermen, and craftsmen. They spoke a new tongue, and their gods were different. But the river was the same quiet silver thread that had once carried Roman galleys. In time, Londonwick grew. Markets reopened. Boats from across the North Sea came to trade furs, amber, and slaves. The Saxons built churches and workshops. But in the 9th century, new invaders came, fierce men from across the sea, carrying axes and wearing iron helmets, the Vikings. They burned and plundered. They sailed up the Thames, striking without warning, taking gold and captives before vanishing back into the fog. London, or what was left of it, suffered again. Yet, even in ruin, the city survived. King Alfred the Great, ruler of Wessex, saw the ruins of the old Roman walls and realized their value. He ordered the city to be reoccupied and fortified. The Saxon Londonwick was abandoned, and the people moved back inside the Roman walls. The city was reborn once more, this time as Londonburg. The Romans had built strong foundations, and Alfred built upon them. New houses, new walls, new hope. It was the beginning of medieval London, a city that would soon become the beating heart of England. By the time the 11th century dawned, London had become more than a settlement. It was the heart of a kingdom in formation. The old Roman walls still marked its edges, a reminder of endurance. Inside, timber houses crowded narrow lanes, and the sound of church bells mingled with the cries of traders selling wool, fish, and bread. England was a patchwork of shifting rulers. Saxons, Danes, and, once again, Saxons. Kings came and went, often leaving behind more smoke than legacy. But one king, Edward the Confessor, built something that would outlast them all. A great church on the banks of the Thames, just west of the city. It was called Westminster Abbey. Edward's church became his monument, and around it a royal seat began to grow. London was transforming, not just a city of trade, but of power. The merchants of Cheapside grew wealthy, and the guilds began to organize. Ships from Flanders and France docked along the river, bringing spices and cloth, leaving with English wool. But everything would change in 1066. That year, a Norman duke crossed the sea with an army of knights and archers. His name was William. He claimed the English throne and took it by force at Hastings. When he reached London, the city prepared to resist, but William's army surrounded it. After a brief stand, the citizens surrendered, And so, William the Conqueror entered the city that would become the jewel of his new realm. To mark his triumph and to secure his rule, he ordered a fortress built beside the river. Stone by stone it rose, white limestone brought from France, led by Saxon hands. It became known as the Tower of London. The tower was not just a castle, it was a message, a reminder that England now belonged to Normandy, and that London, above all, was under the eye of the king. Around it, the city pulsed with life. Craftsmen filled the streets, monks copied manuscripts by candlelight, and barges crowded the river. St. Paul's Cathedral dominated the skyline, a Romanesque masterpiece built to replace an older wooden church destroyed by fire. Its spire pierced the London fog, visible for miles. The Norman kings ruled harshly, but their reign brought order. Under William's successors, London grew rich and more confident. By the 12th century, it had become one of the largest cities in Europe, a maze of wooden houses, markets, and churches within the old Roman walls. Beyond them, fields and villages stretched toward the horizon. In 1176, a new marvel began to rise: London Bridge. Not the old wooden crossings that washed away each generation, but a bridge of stone. It took 33 years to build, spanning the Thames with 19 arches and lined with houses and shops. It became a city within the city, narrow, crowded, alive with the sound of footsteps and trade. London Bridge became a symbol of the city's ambition and of its defiance. When the Thames froze in winter, people skated and danced across it. When it flooded, they clung to the bridge's arches for safety. Through every disaster, it stood firm, just like the city itself. The medieval centuries were both magnificent and miserable. London was a place of wealth and poverty, beauty and stench. Its streets were so narrow that people could shake hands across them. Filth ran through open gutters. Animals roamed freely. Yet among the dirt stood churches, guild halls, and mansions of carved stone. Markets overflowed with goods from distant lands: French wine, Flemish cloth, Italian glass. The bells of Saint Mary le Bow rang over the city, marking the hours of prayer and trade. Londoners were proud and loud, quick to argue and quick to rebuild when disaster struck, and disaster came often. In 1216, during the civil war between King John and his barons, the city was seized by rebels. Fires broke out. But once again London endured. A few years later, King John's son, Henry III, rebuilt and expanded the tower, turning it into a royal palace. He also began rebuilding Westminster Abbey in the new Gothic style, light, soaring, filled with stained glass. The 13th and 14th centuries were a time of grandeur and gloom. The population swelled. Over 100,000 people crowded within the walls. Ships from every known land arrived daily. Money flowed through the markets like water through the river, yet famine and disease were never far away. Then in 1348, a ship from the continent carried something invisible. It was not a weapon, nor an army, but it would kill half the city: the Black Death. The year was 1348. A merchant ship docked along the Thames, its crew sick and silent. Rats scurried down the ropes. The plague had come to London. Within weeks, the city became a place of fear. Corpses were carted through the streets at dawn, piled outside the walls. Priests carried bells and incense, their prayers swallowed by the sound of mourning. The rich fled to the countryside, but death followed them there. For the poor, there was nowhere to run. They called it the Black Death, and in less than 2 years it killed nearly half of London's people. The markets fell silent, the bells rang endlessly, the air itself seemed cursed. When the plague finally passed, fields lay empty and weeds grew where houses had stood. But London did what it always did, it endured. New families arrived. Children grew up among ruins and rebuilt them. Trade returned, slower at first, then stronger than before. The emptiness of death was filled once more with the noise of life. In the century that followed, the city changed again. Guilds gained power, merchants grew richer than knights. Ships sailed to the Baltic, to Spain, to Italy. London became not only England's heart but also its purse. Yet peace was fragile. Kings taxed their people, nobles plotted, and the streets whispered of rebellion. In 1381, the anger of the common people boiled over. The peasants' revolt began. Tens of thousands marched from Kent and Essex toward London, demanding justice and freedom from endless taxes. When they reached the gates, the city opened to them. Crowds flooded the streets, shouting for reform. They burned records, freed prisoners, and stormed the Tower of London itself. For 2 days, London was theirs. Then the boy King Richard II met them at Smithfield. He promised peace, and as they lowered their weapons, his soldiers struck. The revolt was crushed, but something had changed. The people had discovered their voice. The following decades brought both pride and peril. The city grew even more crowded. Foreign merchants filled the docks, and the first stone mansions appeared along the river. The Guildhall was rebuilt, a hall of oak and stone for London's leaders, shining with glass windows. Pageants filled the streets on feast days, with banners, songs, and laughter. But beneath the color and ceremony, danger never slept. In the 1400s, England was torn apart by the Wars of the Roses, rival houses fighting for the throne. Armies clashed across the land, yet London stood firm. Whoever ruled England needed London, its gold, its people, its power. And so the city learned to survive politics the way it had survived plague, by keeping its head down and its gates strong. The wars ended in 1485 when Henry Tudor defeated Richard III at Bosworth Field. The crown changed hands again, and London celebrated with bonfires that lit up the night sky. The Tudor age had begun, and with it came a new chapter in the city's story, one of kings, queens, and transformation. When the Tudors came to power, London was already bursting at its seams. Its narrow medieval lanes could no longer contain its ambition. Merchants, sailors, scholars, and thieves all crowded the same streets, breathing the same smoky air. The city was alive in every sense of the word, restless, expanding, impatient. In 1509, Henry VIII became king. He was young, strong, and eager to prove himself. London adored him at first, the handsome prince, the promise of glory. Pageants filled the Thames, banners hung from every tower. But as years passed, that glory turned to tension. Henry broke from the Pope, declared himself head of the Church of England, and dissolved the monasteries that had stood for centuries. Monks were driven out, their abbeys seized, their libraries scattered to the winds. In London, the great monasteries of Blackfriars and Greyfriars fell silent. Their stones were sold, their halls left empty. The skyline began to change. Church spires gave way to palaces, gardens, and merchant houses. The capital was transforming from a medieval fortress into a capital of commerce. The Thames carried not only fish and grain now, but dreams of empire. At the river's edge, shipyards built vessels for exploration. Names like Drake, Hawkins, and Raleigh became legends. Londoners began to imagine a world beyond the fog. Vast oceans, golden lands, endless trade. Yet beneath this golden surface, the city still suffered. The poor lived packed together in wooden tenements, where smoke blackened every wall. Fires broke out almost daily. Plague returned again and again, carried by rats that thrived in filth and warmth. When death came, it came quickly. No warning, no cure, just silence. Still, the city refused to stop. Under Elizabeth I, London became a beacon of art, learning, and ambition. The Queen herself loved pageantry and progress. She watched plays written for her by poets who shaped the English tongue, men like Marlowe and Shakespeare. Across the river in Southwark stood the Globe Theatre. Its wooden walls echoed with laughter, applause, and words that would live forever. On summer nights, crowds gathered, rich and poor alike, to watch comedies, tragedies, and kings come alive under candlelight. It was the voice of London itself, witty, bold, defiant. But the same river that carried music and poetry also carried sickness. The plague struck again in 1563, killing tens of thousands. The theatres closed. The markets fell quiet. Every door marked with a red cross was a home of mourning. When the plague faded, fire replaced it. In 1613, the Globe Theatre itself burned down during a performance of Henry VIII, when a cannon fired on stage set the thatched roof aflame. It was rebuilt, of course it was rebuilt, because that's what London always did. The 17th century arrived with both promise and fear. London was now the largest city in Europe, a labyrinth of half-timbered houses, crowded inns and narrow alleys. The Thames was thick with boats, the air thick with smoke. Rich merchants built homes of brick and glass, but most of the city was still wood, dry, brittle, waiting. As the English Civil War broke out in 1642, London became the stronghold of Parliament against King Charles I. The city armed itself. Its citizens manned walls and watchtowers. When the king was captured and executed in 1649, it was London that had given his enemies the strength to defy him. For a time, England had no king. But cities do not wait for crowns. Commerce continued, trade expanded, and London grew ever denser. When the monarchy was restored in 1660 under Charles II, the city celebrated widely. Bonfires blazed, bells rang, and fireworks lit up the sky. No one could know that in just 6 years fire would return, not in celebration but in destruction. The year was 1665. London had survived kings and wars, rebellion and plague. It had grown richer, louder, and more crowded than ever. But under its surface, the old fears waited. It began quietly. A few deaths in the poorer parishes. A rumor of sickness spreading from house to house. Then the word appeared again. A word that froze the blood of every Londoner. Plague. The city had seen it before, but this time was different. In summer, the heat thickened, and death spread like smoke. The bells rang without rest. The red crosses returned, painted on doors with trembling hands. Lord, have mercy upon us. By July, thousands were dying each week. The streets emptied. Wagons rolled at night, carrying the dead to mass graves outside the walls. Watchmen stood guard at infected houses, locking whole families inside. No one dared to knock. The rich fled north to the countryside while the poor stayed and prayed. Doctors walked in long cloaks with beaked masks stuffed with herbs, their eyes hidden behind glass. The smell of smoke and death filled the air. Cats and dogs were killed in the belief they carried the disease. The Thames, once alive with ships, became eerily quiet. By autumn, the plague reached its height. Half the city's people were gone, some dead, others vanished. Grass grew between cobblestones. Churchyards overflowed. Only the wind moved freely through the empty markets. Then, as winter came, the cold slowed the sickness. The carts stopped. Doors opened again. London had survived, just barely. The living stumbled out of their homes like ghosts, blinking into the pale sunlight of 1666. They began to rebuild, to clean, to trade once more. The bells rang again, not for the dead but for life. But fate was not finished with London yet. It was early September when it began, in a bakery on Pudding Lane. A small spark, a careless flame, perhaps a gust of wind through an open window. No one paid much attention at first. Fires were common in a city made of wood. But the summer had been dry, and the wind was strong. The flames caught the neighboring house, then another, then 10 more. By morning the fire had become a storm. The heat roared through the narrow streets, consuming everything in its path. Wooden beams cracked and fell like thunder. Windows burst. The air shimmered with smoke and ash. People ran with what they could carry: a Bible, a child, a handful of coins. Carts overturned, horses bolted, and the sound of bells was drowned by the roar of fire. The sky glowed red, visible for miles. The Thames reflected the flames like molten gold. St. Paul's Cathedral, proud and ancient, stood at the city's heart. Its great roof of lead began to melt and run down the walls in silver streams. The stones cracked from the heat. Within hours, the cathedral collapsed, its vast dome crashing into the fire below. The city's soul went with it. For 4 days London burned. Whole parishes vanished, over 13,000 houses, 87 churches, and the homes of nearly 100,000 people. Flames leaped from street to street faster than men could flee. Even the river seemed to burn as tar and oil caught fire along the wharves. The king himself rode through the smoke, helping to organize fire breaks, ordering houses torn down to stop the spread. Buckets of water were thrown in vain. The wind carried embers farther east, turning the night sky into a rolling sea of fire. When the wind finally died, the flames began to fade. What remained was silence. The once great city was a desert of ash and stone. The air was thick and grey. Smoke drifted from the ruins like breath from a dying body. People wandered among the wreckage in disbelief, some weeping, some silent, all covered in soot. Where streets had been, there were only blackened lines in the dust. The tower had survived, but everything beyond was gone. Even the rats were dead. Yet in the distance, through the haze and ruin, the river still flowed, calm, steady, indifferent. It had seen Londinium rise and fall. It had watched plague, war, and now fire. And it would watch again when London returned, because London always returned. Close your eyes and picture a road at dusk. It is straight, made of pale stones laid by careful hands long ago. Grass grows in the seams. The road once linked great cities, crossed mountains and rivers, and carried the weight of an empire. Now the air is still. A bird calls somewhere in a cypress. A cartwheel creaks in the distance, and then the sound fades. What remains is not the thunder of legions, not the bustle of merchants, but a long, soft silence. That silence is the feeling of the late 5th century. The Western Roman Empire has come to its end. A boy emperor has been led away, a general has declared himself king, and the purple robe that once meant dominion over the world has been packed into a chest and sent to Constantinople, far away across the sea. People do not all understand dates or titles, but they feel the change. The tax collector stops coming. The post rider does not arrive. The stones on the road sprout weeds. The great machine has slowed and then stilled. If we walk this road together, slowly and gently, we will see how the old world faded and a new one began to take shape. We will not rush. This is a story for sleep, a story to drift with, like a leaf on a calm river at evening. First, let us go to Ravenna, the marsh-ringed city where emperors once hid from danger. In a dim hall there, a child sits on a carved chair. His name is Romulus, called Augustulus, little Augustus. His father, Orestes, is the true power, but even he cannot make the empire whole again. Far from the hall, the provinces have slipped away like islands after a flood. Spain answers to Visigothic kings. Gaul fractures under Burgundians and Franks. Africa belongs to Vandals who rule the waves with fast, hard-hitting ships. Britain, once bridged by Roman forts and roads, is already a place of memory. Its garrisons recalled and its people left to their own devices. Romulus is not cruel. He is simply small. Outside the city walls, men who call themselves federates sharpen blades and talk about land. They have fought for Rome for years, but their pay is uncertain, and they want fields in Italy for their children. Their commander is a tall man with sharp eyes named Odoacer. He asks for what his soldiers believe is owed. Orestes refuses. Swords are drawn. Orestes falls. The boy is spared, led away to a villa to live quietly. The men who carry the purple robe do not hail a new emperor in the west. They send the regalia east to the emperor in Constantinople, saying in effect that one emperor is enough for a world that has changed. What does the fall feel like for ordinary people? Not a single crash, not a day when the sky turns black, but a thinning. The baker still rises before dawn to heat the oven. The shepherd still counts his sheep, yet the safety net below them is gone. A bridge on the road to the next town collapses, and no imperial engineer comes to repair it. A village sends a message for help, and no garrison writes to answer. Bandits begin to test the edges of things, and farmers build low walls around their homes. Markets still open, but the traders come from closer by with fewer goods and more stories. Some places remain bright. In the city of Rome, the great basilicas rise where temples once stood. Pilgrims come to pray at tombs. The bishops keep records and offer judgment in disputes. They give alms in times of hunger. The old marble is not thrown away. It is taken from empty porticos and set into churches. A statue of an emperor loses its head. Its body becomes a saint above a doorway. Water still reaches fountains where aqueducts survive. Where they do not, the people draw from wells and carry the weight themselves. up steps and into courtyards where ivy climbs walls and cats watch from windowsills. To the west and south, the Vandals still hold North Africa. Their ships are quick as gulls, and for a time they rule the sea. Grain that once fed Italy now follows other paths, and prices rise in towns that cannot grow enough food for their own mouths. In Spain, the Visigoths rule from hilltop strongholds. Their kings keep Roman laws when those laws are useful and set them aside when they are not. Latin remains the language of decrees. Gothic remains the language of family and camp. In Gaul, a young king named Clovis listens more than he speaks, measuring which alliances will last longer than a winter. Italy itself passes from one pair of hands to another. Odoacer is careful at first. He keeps the Senate, bows to old forms, allows the church to do its work. He knows that his rule will be steadier if it rests on familiar tables and not just on the spears of his soldiers. In farmhouses and villas, life continues in rhythms set by seasons rather than emperors. Harvest, threshing, grape pressing, bread baking, weddings, births, and burials. A grandmother tells a child stories of the days when processions filled streets and officials rode past in bright chairs. The child cannot quite picture it, but he remembers the warmth of her hand and the way her voice falls at the end of a sentence like a bird to its nest. Beyond Italy, in the east, Constantinople shines. It is strong-walled and sea-wrapped, a city of domes and markets, of scholars and shipwrights. Here the empire still calls itself Roman. Its scribes copy laws, its generals drill troops, its harbor thrums with trade. The emperors there look west with a mixture of longing and caution. They remember Africa's grain and Italy's prestige. They also count their coins and weigh the danger. Persians on one frontier, steppe riders on another. The empire cannot be everywhere at once. Between the ruins and the palaces, in the quiet middle where most lives are lived, the monastery rises. A wooden bell rings at dawn. Men in plain robes file into a simple chapel. They chant psalms that echo off stone. Then they work, copying books in a room warmed by a small fire, scraping goatskins into parchment, drawing letters in careful ink. They plant gardens within low walls. They mend roofs. They tend the sick at the gate. When travelers come, dust-streaked and weary, the porter gives them water and places to rest. The monastery is not an army, not a senate, not a tax office. It is a steady place in a world that sways. Not all is gentle. In the borderlands, war flickers like brush fire. A chieftain dies, and rival cousins fight for his cloak. A Roman town refuses a new tax. A band of warriors arrives and takes what they want in kind. A priest tries to protect a flock and is struck down for his courage. Yet even here there is sometimes mercy. A warrior hears a hymn and remembers his mother's face. He lifts his hand from the blow. He lets the cow go and takes only the cart. He is not a statue with a perfect story. He is a man, and men are complicated even when history writes them as simple shapes. What of learning? It does not vanish, it moves. In the cities that remain strong, Ravenna, Arles, Rome, teachers still teach grammar and rhetoric. A boy memorizes Virgil by lamplight while his father counts jars of oil. In the countryside, the monastery school becomes a new lampstand. A patient monk sets a wax tablet before a child and guides small fingers through the alphabet. A is a house, he says. B is a gate. C is the curve of the moon. The child smiles. The letters are no longer spells of law and empire, they are tools for telling prayers and planting times and names. On feast days, the old Roman calendar has given way to the Christian year. Instead of games in amphitheaters, there are processions with candles. Instead of sacrifices at temples, there are masses where bread is broken and wine is blessed. A farmer who once thanked a household god at his doorway now scratches a cross on the lintel and whispers a prayer to the saints. The change is not always smooth. Some still leave little offerings at springs and groves when the priest is not looking. Old habits do not vanish, they sigh and settle into new seats. To feel the scale of change, let us walk a little farther, to a bridge over a slow river in Gaul. The bridge was built in the days of Augustus. It has stood through storms and floods, through wars, through the quiet passing of countless traders' footsteps. Now a stone has slipped, and one corner sags. The townspeople have spoken to their count, and the count has sent a letter, and the letter has gone nowhere. So, one morning, the miller and the potter and the shepherd and the priest walk to the bridge together with ropes and boards. They shore it up as best they can. It is not pretty, but it holds. The Roman way would have sent engineers with exact measurements and a plan. The new way sends neighbors with hands and hope. In Spain, a Visigothic king listens to a bishop in a hall that smells of smoke and wool. The bishop asks for protection for the poor during the winter scarcity. The king nods and issues a decree in Latin, the language of law, and then speaks to his household in his own tongue. Two worlds share a table. In the same land, a farmer hears the bandits have been hanged on the road and breathes easier. Another farmer hears that a levy of grain will be taken and tightens his belt. Power is close now, not far away in a distant marble city, and that closeness is both comfort and worry. In North Africa, the Vandals' confidence begins to fray. Their navy is proud, but the sea is not a wall, it is a door, and doors open both ways. Across the water in the east, plans are drawn on wax tablets. A general traces the coastline with his stylus and taps a harbor with the point. He talks about winds, about supply, about how to befriend the local towns once the ships arrive. He is thinking like a Roman of old, though he serves an emperor who now speaks Greek at court and signs decrees with a different flourish. Back in Italy, Odoacer rules with a certain plainness. He eats at simple tables, rides on muddy roads, listens more than he speaks. The Senate appreciates this. Many families keep their estates and their dignity. They write him letters that sound like the letters they once wrote to emperors. They address him with honorifics that feel comfortable on the tongue. In distant villas, an old mosaic floor grows new cracks, and grass pushes up in the atrium. A child finds a loose blue stone there and carries it in his fist all day, feeling its coolness and its weight. The stone is a piece of a picture he has never seen whole, and somewhere beyond all these scenes the seasons turn. Snow melts from a mountain shoulder. Rivers swell and then subside. Bees find blossoms in orchards and make honey in dark hives that smell of smoke. A widow sits by a window and mends a cloak with sturdy thread. She pauses, listens for hoofbeats, hears none and smiles. Her grandson sleeps with a wooden toy horse in his hands. She hopes the men who ride the real horses will pass her valley by this year. This, then, is the feeling at the edge of the old world, not the crash of a single day, but the long, low hush after a long, loud song. It is a time of endings and of first beginnings. The empire is gone from the west, but people still wake, work, love, and learn. New rulers are rougher and closer. Old stones are repurposed for new prayers. The map looks different to scholars, but to the child with the blue mosaic in his pocket, the map is the path to the stream, the wall that keeps the goats from the garden, the church door that sticks when it rains. If you stand again on that Roman road at dusk and look toward the horizon, you might see a dim glow far away, the glow of Constantinople, the city that still calls itself Rome. In time, emperors there will dream of reconquest. They will send fleets westward with bright-eyed generals at their helms. A great church with a floating dome will rise in their capital, and its windows will catch the morning light like a basket catching apples. But for now our road is quiet. The birds settle. The last cart for the day rattles into a yard and stops. Here we pause, not because the story has ended, but because night has come. In the morning we will walk on, to the halls where Franks make vows, to the scriptoriums where monks sharpen quills, to the harbors where sails are trimmed for journeys that will tie this broken world together again, thread by patient thread. When morning comes in our imagined 5th century world, dew lies in silver beads on barley stalks, and smoke lifts in slow ribbons from cottage hearths. Roosters call, a dog thumps its tail against a door, a farmer pulls on boots still damp from yesterday and steps into a lane that was once an imperial street. He does not speak of emperors, he speaks of weather. He watches the sky and guesses when to sow. His village lies where an old Roman villa once stood. The grand peristyle is gone, its columns broken and stacked to make a church wall. But the well still draws sweet water. The new church has a small apse and a squared tower where a bell hangs from an iron bracket. On Sundays they ring it, and the people gather. The priest's Latin is careful and learned. His homily is simple and kind. He blesses seeds in spring and candles in winter. And in times of fear he walks the boundary paths and prays for peace. In a house with shuttered windows near the church, a window keeps a small chest with letters tied in a faded ribbon. One letter describes a wedding under painted rafters. Another lists debts owed by tenants who are now only names. She does not expect answers to the letters she sends. Post riders no longer thunder into the courtyard and ask for fresh horses. Still she writes, and the very act of setting words on a page keeps the past from slipping entirely through her fingers. A boy she teaches can now make his letters and read the first lines of the Psalms. When he finishes, he bows, smiles shyly, and carries in wood for her stove. The world has narrowed, but it has not stopped. A peddler arrives with needles and bright thread and a handful of glass beads the color of rain. He says he has come from 3 valleys away. He says a new count judges fairly and punishes theft quickly. He says the market town weighs coins carefully now and that some coins are clipped thin at the edges. He sells the beads to a girl who pays him with a small sack of barley. He smiles, tucks the barley into his pack, and promises to come back in autumn. Far to the north, in a place of deep forests and cold rivers, men who will one day be called Franks meet in a hall blackened by smoke. They are tall, their hair plaited and tied. The greatest among them wears a cloak fastened with a brooch in the shape of a running animal. He is not yet the famous Clovis, but Clovis is coming, a young king with a sharp mind and a hunter's patience. His people have served Rome, fought Rome, and lived beside Rome, and now they will fill the space Rome has left. In years ahead he will stand in a river to be baptized, and the water will run cold past his knees, and a bishop will speak holy words, and a new thread will knot itself into the fabric of the West. In Italy, beyond our village, another figure strides onto the stage, Theodoric the Ostrogoth. He comes with banners and spears and promises order. He sits in Ravenna, where Romulus once sat, and listens to the Senate with a courtesy that makes old men weep. He repairs roads and aqueducts, keeps grain moving, and pays soldiers on time. He wears a sword, but he also wears patience, for he knows that to rule a Roman land, one must respect Roman ways. When he dies, many will say, for a time under a Gothic king, Italy felt Roman again. Let us walk in imagination to Ravenna's churches to see what it meant to be Roman after Rome. Their ceilings sparkle with tiny glass cubes of blue and gold. Saints look down with calm eyes. Emperors in white robes stand in procession. Purple shoes bright beneath the hems. Jeweled book covers in their hands. Between them, a figure in a cloak with a metal brooch. Barbarian by birth, stands respectfully, as if to say, "We are new here, but we learn." Outside, water laps at the city's edge, and morning mist lies low over the marsh. Doors open and day begins. Meanwhile, in far Africa, the Vandals wake to a different sun. Their harbors are bright with sails, their markets smell of olives and oranges and salt. They speak of Rome with a mix of pride and suspicion, like someone remembering an old employer who paid well and scolded often. Their kings worship in Arian churches and argue doctrine with Catholic bishops in town squares. From time to time, ships arrive from the east carrying men who study maps by lamplight and ask careful questions about wind and tide. The sea hears all plans without repeating them. The church, growing into a space left by emperors, is not only prayer and psalms. It is also lists and ledgers and letters. Bishops balance accounts and negotiate with warlords. Monasteries keep inventories of grain and oil and wine. A monastery without a cellarer is like a ship without a pilot, says an old rule. The cellarer's key hangs at his belt. He knows exactly how many loaves can be baked tomorrow and how much ale can be drawn without leaving the barrel too low for next week's feast. At the monastery gate, a woman arrives with a feverish child. The porter calls the infirmarian. He boils herbs, cools the boy's forehead with water, murmurs blessings. He does not work miracles. He offers attention and steady hands in a world that has become uncertain. The mother leaves with bread, and for a time she believes the world is gentle again. That belief itself is a kind of medicine. A strange thing happens in times like these. Stories grow thicker. When roads are unsafe and letters do not fly quickly from city to city, people weave their own threads. A soldier who has seen the sea speaks of waves as high as houses. A pilgrim swears he saw the bones of a giant. An old woman remembers a Roman governor whose ring shone like a little moon. Some stories are true, some are not. All of them help the nights feel shorter. If we linger in one town long enough, we will hear how law changes. Under Rome, a single law spoke to many peoples. Now, law sits on different chairs. A Goth is judged by Gothic law, a Roman by Roman law, a Burgundian by Burgundian law. A judge keeps more than one book on the table. He listens first, then asks, "Whose law shall I open?" For a while this patchwork holds. It is awkward, but it allows neighbors to live without feeling erased. Coins continue to pass from hand to hand, though more slowly than before. A new kingdom issues coins with a king's name, but the form is Roman, the bust in profile, the legend around the edge. Old habits of trust survive in metal. When coins are few, people pay in kind. Eggs, a hide, a basket of onions, a promise of a day's labor at harvest. A promise, written or spoken, is a kind of money too. In a town built on a hill, a scribe leans over a desk at dawn. He copies a letter from a bishop to a distant ruler. His ink freezes in winter and grows thin in summer. He warms his hands over a brazier and blows gently on each page. He writes the names of towns that have changed hands twice in a year. Still he writes them, because names matter. To name a place is to hold it for a moment against the blur of time. Not everything declines. Some crafts become finer in the quiet. Weavers no longer press to clothe armies by the thousands, experiments with new patterns. Smiths make clasps and buckles so intricate they look like lace made of bronze. A potter discovers a clay that fires to a soft red and becomes known for bowls that keep soup warm longer on cold nights. These are small victories, but small victories fill a life. When storms come, political storms, not those of rain and wind, the church bells ring for warnings as well as for prayer. Farmers drive goats into courtyards. The blacksmith bars his door and covers the forge. The priest brings the relics into the nave and lights extra candles. A line of men with spears crests the ridge and looks down on the town. If their leader thinks the town is poor, he passes by. If he thinks it rich, he comes down, takes bread and salt, demands wine, and leaves his wounded to be tended overnight. In the morning he ties a brooch to the priest's belt as payment and rides on. Sometimes after the men are gone, a town takes stock and discovers kindness it did not know it had. The baker gives away a week's loaves, the carpenter repairs a roof for nothing, the woman with the feverish child returns to the monastery with a jar of honey, though she has little to spare. In such gifts a new kind of strength grows, a strength not of walls but of hands joined together. At night, when shutters are closed and the hearths burn low, the old poems are told in lower voices. Someone sings of Aeneas and a burning city. Someone tells a tale learned from a soldier who once guarded a gate in faraway Africa. The stories are not textbooks. They are soft ropes thrown between the past and the present. Children fall asleep halfway through them, and the rope holds them anyway. As the years turn, words change. The Latin of the streets grows warmer at the edges, softer in the center. Future scholars will call these new sounds the beginnings of French, Spanish, Italian. But tonight, in these decades, just after Rome's fall, they are simply the way a grandmother speaks when she is tired, the way a boy calls to his brother across a stream. Farther east in Constantinople, a young emperor named Justinian will one day rise before dawn to pray and then to plan. He will speak of law, of restoring what can be restored, of building a church so beautiful that people will whisper when they stand beneath its dome. He will send men across water, Belisarius with his steady eyes, to North Africa and then to Italy. For a time, banners will fly that say empire again, but that is later. For now the East watches, measures, waits. Back in our village, a new generation is growing. They do not remember post riders or parades of governors in shining chairs. They remember the smell of wet wool and fresh bread, the feel of a wooden floor under bare feet, the sight of candles burning against winter afternoons. When they hear the word Rome, they think first of the bishop's chair, then of a far city where tombs are visited, then perhaps, faintly, of an idea of greatness like a story told by someone who smiles sadly as he tells it. A child finds the blue mosaic stone again on the windowsill and sets it in a line with 3 pebbles and a dried seed. He is making a pattern he cannot yet name. One evening, a stranger arrives leading a donkey with a wicker pannier. He asks for the priest, then for the headman, then for the old widow with the letters. He produces a folded sheet and a ring with a familiar crest. The sheet carries news. A cousin is alive in Arles. A shipment of salt will come in autumn. A dispute has been settled in the town's favor. The ring means the message is true. The widow weeps, then laughs. The stranger sleeps in the church porch and leaves at dawn with a heel of bread. That is what the aftermath of an empire is. Not only the falling of walls, but a slow building of paths between new houses. The big story, boy emperor, bold general, banners furled and folded, is real. So too is the small story. A child tracing letters on a wax tablet, a mason setting one brick on another, a bell ringing a little before sunrise because the man who rings it woke early and could not go back to sleep. If you listen now in the late hours, when even the dogs have stopped their restless turning, you can hear two voices speaking softly across the centuries. One is the old voice of Rome, patient and proud, still teaching how to lay roads straight, how to count years carefully, and how to keep records so promises do not blow away on the wind. The other is the fresh voice of the new kingdoms, eager and rough, singing of vows taken in a wooden hall, of loyalty to a living man rather than to a distant abstraction. Between these voices a third voice has begun to hum, the voice of the church, not always wise, not always gentle, but steady, able to carry a tune for a very long time. It will teach people to read and to plant by saints' days, and to bury their dead under stone crosses and to wash wounds with boiled water. It will also make mistakes and take sides and sometimes forget the poor. But in this age, in this afterlight, it is a bridge, and bridges are precious when rivers run high. And so we leave the first part of this story with lamps lit in doorways, with monks bending over pages, with smiths polishing buckles that shine like captured stars. The road is still there under the grass. It will not vanish. It will wait for sandals and boots, for hooves and cartwheels, for messengers with seals and lovers with secrets. The empire is finished in the west, but life is not finished. It is only changing shape. Close your eyes and let that shape settle. Let the noise of the day move outward, like ripples beyond the reach of your boat. Tomorrow we will wake and walk again, toward Franks and Goths, toward queens who speak wisely and kings who listen, toward the far-off dome of a church that has not yet been built, and the soft thunder of new hoofbeats on old stones. For now, breathe and rest. The night is kind. It seemed Rome had been reborn. In the reign of Justinian, the empire's armies had marched across the Mediterranean, reclaiming lost provinces that had once been the pride of Caesar and Augustus. North Africa wrested from the Vandals. Italy retaken after centuries of barbarian rule. Even parts of Spain had briefly returned to imperial hands. In Constantinople, the Hagia Sophia rose like a crown of light, the largest and most magnificent church in Christendom. To stand beneath its dome was to feel the presence of heaven itself. To many Romans, it seemed that history had turned back, and that the old dream of empire had returned to life. But empires are not rebuilt by dreams alone. Behind the glory, Justinian had drained his treasury, stretched his armies thin, and left the countryside scarred by plague. The empire looked vast on a map, but its strength was fragile. And while the Mediterranean marveled at Rome's return, in the east an old enemy was waiting. Persia, proud, powerful, and patient. For centuries, Rome and Persia had circled each other like two lions. neither able to destroy the other, neither willing to step back. They had fought for Armenia, for Mesopotamia, for control of the great trade routes that linked east and west. They had signed treaties, exchanged prisoners, and even, at times, helped each other. But beneath the words and rituals, rivalry never died. And now, in the generation after Justinian's death, that rivalry would erupt into the most destructive war either empire had ever known. It would last decades. It would bleed both sides dry, and when it ended, the world would not be the same. To understand the war, we need to understand the stage. Rome and Persia were not simply neighbors, they were equals. Rome controlled the Mediterranean, the ancient Mare Nostrum. Persia ruled the Iranian plateau and Mesopotamia, the rich lands of the Tigris and Euphrates. Both had sophisticated armies, proud aristocracies, and ancient traditions and kingship. Their borders ran like scars across Armenia and the deserts of Syria. Fortresses dotted the frontier, Roman cities like Dara, Persian strongholds like Ctesiphon. The rivalry went back centuries. The Roman general Crassus, eager for glory, had led Roman legions into Parthia, meaning the Parthian Empire, which was named after a historical region located in northeastern Greater Iran in 53 BC, only to be crushed at the Battle of Karhai, east of the Euphrates River. His army slaughtered, his standards captured, his head sent to the Persian king as a trophy. Later, emperors like Trajan and Septimius Severus had marched deep into the east, conquering Mesopotamia for a time, but never holding it for long. When the Sassanid dynasty replaced the Parthians in the 3rd century, the rivalry only sharpened. The Persians were tougher, more centralized, and fiercely ambitious. They captured Roman emperors, sacked Roman cities, and threatened Syria and Anatolia. Rome struck back in turn, but neither side could ever land a killing blow. By Justinian's time, peace was bought with money. Rome paid subsidies to keep Persia quiet in the Caucasus, while both sides focused elsewhere. But peace would not outlive Justinian. When Justinian died in 565, the throne passed to his nephew Justin II. He inherited an empire that looked strong but was stretched thin. The treasury was weakened by wars in Italy and Africa. The countryside was scarred by plague. And in the east, Persia watched, waiting. Justin was proud. He wanted to prove himself worthy of his uncle's legacy. One of his first acts was to refuse the subsidies that Rome had been paying to Persia. To him they were humiliating. To Persia, under the wise king Khosrov I, they were part of a carefully maintained balance. The refusal was an insult. Persian armies marched. They struck at Roman fortresses in Armenia and Syria. The war spread quickly, and Rome struggled to respond. Justin himself soon became part of the problem. Chroniclers describe his mind unraveling under the strain. He raved, screamed, and wept uncontrollably. He bit servants who came too close, barked like a dog, or sat frozen in silence. Constantinople whispered that the emperor was mad. Real power passed to his general Tiberius, but the damage was done. Rome was on the defensive again. When Justin II died in 578, Tiberius II became emperor in his own right. He was capable, generous, and more balanced than his predecessor. He used his personal fortune to aid the poor, distributed food to the hungry, and won admiration in Constantinople. But generosity could not erase the empire's problems. Wars burned on multiple fronts. In the Balkans, Slavic tribes were pouring southward, raiding deep into Roman lands. In the east, Persia pressed hard. Tiberius managed to hold the line, but he knew the task was greater than one man could carry. On his deathbed, he turned to his son-in-law, Maurice, and handed him the crown. Maurice would prove to be one of the most remarkable emperors of his age. Maurice took the throne in 582. Unlike Justin II, he was not impulsive. Unlike Tiberius, he was not merely a caretaker. Maurice was a soldier, disciplined, pragmatic, and determined. He reorganized the army, cut unnecessary expenses, and imposed discipline on the frontier. His reign was hard but effective. In the Balkans, he fought campaigns against the Slavs and Avars, trying to hold the Danube frontier. In the east, he faced Persia, and here fortune suddenly gave him a chance. In Persia, King Hormizd IV faced rebellion. His generals turned against him, and he was overthrown. His son, Khosrow II, fled for his life. Desperate, Khosrow came to Maurice. He begged for help. Maurice saw the opportunity. Roman troops marched east, fought the usurpers, and restored Khosrow II to his throne. The alliance was sealed. In gratitude, Khosrow gave Rome territory in Armenia and signed a peace treaty. For the first time in living memory, the frontier was quiet. Maurice could turn his attention elsewhere. He reorganized the Balkans, sent settlers to strengthen the Danube frontier, and tried to restore order. But his strictness made him unpopular. He cut military pay. He refused to waste money on the circus game of Constantinople. He lived frugally, like a soldier in a tent. To the people he seemed cold. To the army he seemed stingy. In 602, resentment boiled over. The army mutinied. Maurice was overthrown. The new ruler was Phocas, a brutal centurion with no noble blood. Maurice and his sons were captured. Chroniclers say that Maurice was forced to watch as his children were executed, one by one, before being killed himself. Even in the brutal world of the Roman Empire, it was a shocking act. And in Persia, Khosrow II was furious. This was not just a murder. It was the death of a man who had saved his throne. To Khosrow, Phocas was a usurper, a criminal, and Persia would have its revenge. The murder of Maurice was the spark. For Persia it was more than politics, it was personal. Khosrow II owed his throne to Maurice, and now Maurice and his children lay butchered at the hands of a usurper. Khosrow saw himself not only as an avenger, but as the chosen instrument of justice. And so Persia's armies marched. This was not a cautious raid, not a border war, not one of those endless little conflicts that had flared for centuries. This was a storm. Persian banners advanced into Roman Syria. City after city fell. Antioch, one of the greatest metropolises of the East, was captured in 611. The shock was immense. Antioch had been taken by Persians once before in late antiquity, but never held so easily, so completely. The city of golden streets and marble colonnades was reduced to another Persian garrison. 2 years later, in 613, Damascus was lost. Roman defenses collapsed. Panic spread through the provinces. And then in 614 came the unthinkable. Jerusalem fell. The holy city, sacred to Jews, Christians, and to the empire itself, had stood through centuries of war. Pilgrims came from across the world to walk its streets, to pray at the Holy Sepulchre, to gaze upon relics said to be touched by Christ himself. Now it was aflame. The Persians stormed the city after fierce fighting. Thousands of defenders and civilians were massacred. Churches were torn apart. Monasteries plundered. The Patriarch of Jerusalem was taken prisoner. But the wound that cut deepest was the loss of the true cross. This relic, believed to be the very cross upon which Christ had been crucified, was the most sacred treasure in Christendom. Processions had carried it through Constantinople in times of need. Soldiers had marched into battle with it before them. To the faithful, it was not just wood, it was the living proof of salvation. And now it was in Persian hands. Imagine the shock in Constantinople. The empire had lost Jerusalem, yes, but more than that, it seemed to have lost the favor of heaven itself. Chroniclers speak of people wailing in the streets, fasting, weeping, begging for God's mercy. To many it must have seemed as if the end of the world had come. If Jerusalem was a spiritual disaster, what followed was a practical one. In 618, the Persians conquered Egypt. The fertile valley of the Nile had fed Rome since the days of the Caesars. Its grain ships sailed north each year, bringing wheat to Constantinople, ensuring that the city's people, 500,000 strong, had bread. Without Egypt, famine loomed, and with Egypt fell the richest tax revenues of the empire. The financial lifeline of the state had been cut. Think of it. In less than a decade, Rome had lost Syria, Palestine, and Egypt. These were not distant provinces on the edges of the map. They were the very heart of the Eastern Empire, the lands of ancient pharaohs, the cities of Alexander, the holy city of Jerusalem itself, all now Persian. The empire of Justinian, the glittering rebirth, lay in ruins. In Constantinople, despair reigned. The new emperor, Heraclius, had taken the throne in 610, but what a throne it was! A gilded seat on a sinking ship. Heraclius was young, energetic, and brave, but he inherited a nightmare. The treasury was empty, the army demoralized. The people of Constantinople rioted over food shortages. At one point, Heraclius seriously considered abandoning the city. He thought of retreating to Carthage, the city of his birth, and making North Africa the new center of empire. But something stopped him. Perhaps it was faith, perhaps it was pride, perhaps it was desperation, but Heraclius stayed, and slowly, painfully, he began to rebuild. He cut government expenses to the bone. He melted down church treasures, taking golden chalices and silver crosses to mint coins for soldiers' pay. He reorganized the army into themes, military districts where farmers became soldier settlers, tied to the defense of their own land, and most importantly, he began to cast the coming struggle not as a mere war, but as a holy cause. The Persians had stolen the cross. God's favor seemed to have deserted the Romans. But perhaps, Heraclius argued, this was a test. Perhaps the empire was being called not to despair but to rise. The empire would not go quietly. Between 618 and 622, Heraclius bided his time. The Persians controlled Syria, Palestine, and Egypt, but their armies were spread thin, garrisoning vast territories. Heraclius gathered what forces he could, trained them, and prepared for a counterstrike. The people of Constantinople must have lived those years like a long nightmare. Famine threatened. Persian armies were camped only days' march from Anatolia. Rumors whispered that Constantinople itself might be besieged. And yet, against all odds, Heraclius endured. Finally, in 622, he struck. In the spring of 622, after years of humiliation, Heraclius finally led his army east. Picture the scene, the emperor himself riding at the head of his soldiers, the banners of the empire snapping in the Anatolian wind, priests carrying icons and relics before the troops. The people had watched their empire crumble. Now they saw their emperor take the field as both general and holy warrior. Heraclius marched into Armenia, striking at Persian garrisons. The terrain was harsh. Jagged mountains, deep valleys, snow in winter and blazing sun in summer. But Heraclius knew how to fight in such conditions. His soldiers moved quickly, avoiding direct confrontation with larger Persian forces, ambushing supply trains, striking suddenly before disappearing into the hills. For the first time in years, the Romans were on the offensive. The Persian armies, spread thin across Syria and Egypt, struggled to respond. They had thought the empire broken. Now they faced an emperor who fought like a man with nothing left to lose. The campaign of 622 ended with Roman victories, and though limited, they were a spark of hope. Heraclius returned to Constantinople hailed as a savior, but he knew this was only the beginning. The war did not end in a single campaign. For the next 5 years, Heraclius waged a relentless war against Armenia and northern Mesopotamia. He struck deep into Persian territory, forcing Khosrow II to recall his armies from Syria. The fighting was brutal. Entire villages were burned. Soldiers endured freezing winters in the mountains and blistering summers on the plains. Battles raged around rivers and fortresses, with victories sometimes measured not in cities taken but in the survival of the army itself. But Heraclius had a strategy. He could not hope to match the Persians in sheer numbers. Instead, he waged war like a raider, choosing the time and place of battle, striking where Persians were weak. Slowly, year by year, he wore them down. Chroniclers describe how he inspired his men with fiery speeches, reminding them that they fought not just for land, but for the cross, for Christ, for the survival of their families. The war was framed as holy, and the soldiers believed it. Persia, once triumphant, was beginning to stumble. In 626, the war reached its most desperate moments. The Persians, allied with the nomadic Avars and Slavs, launched a bold plan. While Heraclius campaigned in the east, they would strike directly at the capital itself. A vast host gathered outside Constantinople. The Avars and Slavs attacked from the land side, while the Persians sent ships across the Bosphorus to join them. For the first time in centuries, the very heart of Rome was under siege. Inside the city, panic gripped the people. The emperor was far away. Supplies were limited. But Constantinople had one advantage no other city in the world possessed: the Theodosian walls. These colossal fortifications, triple layers of stone and towers, had stood since the 5th century. No army had ever breached them. Now they would be tested as never before. The defenders, soldiers, citizens, even monks, manned the walls day and night. Arrows, stones, and fire rained down on the attackers. Priests carried icons of the Virgin Mary through the streets, and people swore that she herself appeared upon the ramparts, protecting her city. The Persians tried to ferry troops across the water, but the Roman navy struck them down. The Avars launched massive siege towers, but the walls held firm. After weeks of fierce fighting, the allied host broke. The siege had failed. Constantinople, the queen of cities, had survived. It was a turning point. The empire had stared death in the face and endured. With his capital safe, Heraclius went on the attack. He gathered new allies, the Turkic Khazars of the steppe, and together they marched deep into Persian territory. Imagine it, Roman soldiers side by side with mounted steppe warriors, banners fluttering against the vast skies of Mesopotamia, advancing toward the very heart of Persia. The Persians, drained and divided, struggled to resist. Khosrow II had ruled with cruelty and arrogance. Now, as defeats mounted, his nobles began to whisper against him. In 627, the two great armies met near the ruins of Nineveh. The battlefield was bleak. Rolling plains, winter fog, the ground hard with frost. Heraclius, despite illness and exhaustion, led his men personally. He knew this could be the battle that decided the fate of empires. The Persians struck first, confident in their numbers, but Heraclius had chosen his ground well. The fog concealed his maneuvers, and when the Persians advanced, the Romans counterattacked with precision. For hours the battle raged. Chroniclers describe Heraclius himself riding into combat, sword in hand, fighting like a common soldier. His courage steadied his men, and slowly the Persians broke. By day's end, the Persian army lay shattered. Roman soldiers trampled the standards of their enemy into the frozen earth. It was a victory as decisive as it was unexpected. The empire that had seemed doomed now stood triumphant. The news of Nineveh shook Persia to its core. Khosrow II, once the conqueror of Jerusalem and Egypt, was now seen as a failure. His nobles, weary of war and angered by his tyranny, turned against him. Within weeks he was overthrown and executed by his own son. The war was over. Rome and Persia, exhausted beyond measure, signed a peace. The Persians would withdraw from all conquered lands. The true cross would be returned. The Roman Empire, against all odds, had survived. The year was 630. After nearly 3 decades of disaster and struggle, Heraclius returned to Jerusalem. It was a moment crafted for history books and for sermons. The emperor himself, clad in simple robes, walked barefoot through the gates of the holy city. Before him was carried the true cross, the relic stolen by the Persians 16 years earlier. Crowds lined the streets. Monks and priests chanted hymns. The people wept openly as their emperor carried the cross to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. For them this was not merely a victory, it was the vindication of faith itself. God had tested his empire and it had endured. Heraclius was hailed as a new Constantine, the equal of the first Christian emperor. Chroniclers compared him to King David of the Bible, the warrior king who defeated mighty enemies through faith and courage. And for a moment it seemed the Roman Empire was reborn again, just as in Justinian's day. But beneath the glittering ceremonies, the empire was hollowed. The wars had lasted nearly 30 years. Both empires, Rome and Persia, were exhausted beyond recognition. For Rome, the losses were staggering. Syria, Palestine, and Egypt had been occupied for more than a decade. Their cities were scarred, their fields ruined, their populations displaced. The treasury was empty. Years of melting church plate and confiscating private wealth had barely kept the armies paid. The countryside of Anatolia had been stripped bare to feed troops on campaign. Farmers struggled to recover. For Persia, the situation was even worse. Their king was dead, executed by his own nobles. The nobility was fractured, with rival princes and generals seizing power. Their armies were broken, their fortresses abandoned, their confidence shattered. Rome had won, yes, but it was a Pyrrhic victory. A triumph so costly it nearly amounted to defeat. The 2 great lions of the ancient world had fought to exhaustion, and in the deserts of Arabia a new predator had been sharpening its claws. While Romans and Persians bled each other dry, something remarkable had taken root to the south. In the oases and caravan towns of Arabia, a prophet named Muhammad had begun to preach a new faith. When Heraclius marched barefoot into Jerusalem in 630, Muhammad was still alive, but within 2 years the prophet would die, leaving behind a united Arab community inspired by his message. For centuries the Arabs had been the overlooked neighbors of the great empires, useful as mercenaries, troublesome as raiders, but never a true threat. Now, driven by faith, discipline, and the hunger of a people long excluded from the wealth of empire, they exploded outward. In 633, Arab armies struck the Persians. Within a few years, Persia collapsed completely. The Sassanid dynasty, centuries old, was swept away. The empire of Khosrow II, once master of Jerusalem and Egypt, was gone forever. The Romans resisted longer, but they too were too weak to stop the tide. Syria and Palestine fell in the 630s. Egypt followed in 641. Heraclius, once hailed as the savior of the empire, lived long enough to see nearly all his victories undone. He died in 641, a broken man, the taste of triumph turned bitter. Looking back, historians see the War of Rome and Persia as the last act of an ancient play. For 700 years the 2 empires had fought, sometimes in shadow, sometimes in open battle, They had been the twin pillars of the old world, each defining itself against the other, and in the end they destroyed each other. Persia vanished. The proud Sassanid kings, heirs to Cyrus and Darius, were gone. Their empire dissolved into memory. Rome survived but transformed. The empire that once dreamed of uniting the Mediterranean was now a smaller, Greek-speaking state. Its heart was not Rome, nor even Jerusalem, but Constantinople. It would live on for centuries, but as something new, the Byzantine Empire. The old world of Caesars and Shahanshahs had ended. In its place, a new world had begun, a world of caliphs and sultans, a world where the Mediterranean was no longer the center of power, but just one part of a far larger stage. What can we learn from this war? First, that even the greatest empires are not invincible. Rome and Persia were the superpowers of their day, unmatched in wealth, armies, and prestige, yet they bled each other dry until neither could stand. Second, that history is not always a straight line. Justinian had dreamed of restoring Rome's glory, Heraclius had seemed to achieve it, and yet, within a single generation, much of that dream had crumbled. Victories can be fleeting, even when they feel eternal. And third, that history often turns not on the battles we expect, but on the ones that follow. Rome and Persia fought for Jerusalem, for Egypt, for the cross itself, but their true legacy was what came after, the rise of Islam, the reshaping of the ancient world into something new. When Justinian died in 565, the empire seemed reborn. When Heraclius carried the true cross back into Jerusalem in 630, it seemed reborn again. But between those two moments stretched a generation of fire and blood. Cities burned, armies clashed, emperors rose and fell. The rivalry of Rome and Persia, centuries old, reached its climax and ended with both empires broken. This was not just another war, it was the last Roman-Persian war, the final roar of two ancient lions before the desert winds carried in a new age. It was the war that broke two empires, and from its ruins, the world we know today began to take shape. The story of the Age of Discovery begins with silence, an ocean unbroken by sails, and a world divided by ignorance. In the mid-1400s, every continent lived largely unaware of the others. Europe, enclosed by medieval superstition, still pictured the Earth as a narrow stage surrounded by darkness. To the north lay icy seas and monsters. To the south, deserts said to melt men's bones. Beyond the western horizon, only eternity. Yet curiosity was stirring. After centuries of plague and war, Europeans once again looked outward. Gold, faith, and fame whispered through every harbor. The human heart, restless and unsatisfied, longed to know what waited beyond the edge of the map. Portugal, a small kingdom at the western tip of Europe, became the first to chase that longing. Under the quiet genius of Prince Henry the Navigator, sailors gathered in the port of Sagres to study the winds. They charted the African coast mile by mile, inventing new tools: the astrolabe, the caravel, the magnetic compass refined for long voyages. In taverns they spoke of strange peoples and endless riches. In monasteries priests blessed their ships with holy water before they vanished into the mist. Many never returned. Yet each disappearance drew the next generation closer to understanding the shape of the world. Across Europe, myths still ruled geography. Maps showed dragons where knowledge ended. Scholars debated whether the equator burned like fire, whether the southern hemisphere even existed. The Mediterranean had been the heart of trade since Rome, but the Ottoman Empire now controlled its crossroads, closing the overland routes to Asia. Spices from India, silk from China, gold from Africa, all had become precious and scarce. If the East could not be reached by land, perhaps it could be reached by sea. The Atlantic was terrifying. Sailors spoke of whirlpools that swallowed ships, of magnetic islands that pulled nails from hulls, of serpents large enough to crush a galley. Yet the winds themselves hinted at secret order. Off the African coast, captains noticed that steady currents curved west, then back east again, forming invisible roads of air and water. To master those winds was to open the planet. In the 1470s, Portuguese ships reached the equator. They returned with pepper, ivory, and tales of kingdoms along the Gold Coast. The profits stunned Europe. Within a decade, Portuguese sailors had built forts on foreign shores and established the first chain of overseas trade posts. A new pattern was forming, the beginning of global connection and colonial ambition. Meanwhile, in Italy, a stubborn Genoese sailor studied the same winds and believed the world was smaller than scholars claimed. If the Earth were round, he reasoned, a voyage west could reach Asia faster than any route east. His name was Cristobal Colon, in Latin Columbus, and he carried maps covered with sea monsters and hope. For years he begged for sponsorship. Venice and Genoa refused him. Portugal, cautious after its African success, declined. But in Spain, the newly united monarchs Ferdinand and Isabella were eager to rival their Portuguese neighbors. They gave Columbus 3 small ships and a promise of riches if he found the Indies. On the night of August 3rd, 1492, as the moon rose over Palos de la Frontera, the Niña, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria slipped into the Atlantic. The sailors crossed themselves, murmured prayers, and vanished into the unknown. For weeks they saw nothing but endless blue. The food spoiled, the water turned green, and fear crept through the decks. Some begged to turn back, others whispered mutiny. Then, at dawn on October 12, a cry shattered the horizon. Tierra! Tierra! The world had changed. Columbus believed he had reached islands near Asia. In truth, he had arrived in a hemisphere no European had imagined. Behind him, medieval Europe ended. Before him, modern history began. Unknown to the sailors celebrating on the beach, millions already lived on those islands, civilizations with languages, cities, and dreams of their own. 2 worlds had met by accident, and nothing would ever separate them again. When the news reached Europe, wonder became fever. Poets wrote of golden kingdoms, priests spoke of converting entire continents, merchants imagined oceans paved with silver. Within a few years, the Treaty of Tordesillas divided the globe between Spain and Portugal, an invisible line through the Atlantic deciding who would claim what had not yet been seen. It was arrogance disguised as destiny. And yet, for all the greed and conquest that would follow, there was nothing pure in the beginning, a fragile spark of human curiosity that refused to accept the boundaries of old maps. From icy Norway to warm Lisbon, from Genoa to Bristol, people looked westward with new eyes. The horizon no longer meant the end of the world, it meant the beginning of it. At night, the sailors of Portugal and Spain stared at unfamiliar stars. They learned to read the heavens as if the sky were a book. The constellations became guides, the moon a clock, the wind a compass. Each voyage returned with new data, currents, coastlines, strange fruits, unknown birds. The world's geometry was unfolding like a flower. By the end of the 15th century, Europe had changed forever. The idea of the unknown had shifted from fear to fascination. Ships that once hugged coastlines now crossed oceans. Maps grew not by imagination but by measurement. The dream of exploration had become a science, and the word discovery entered every language of Europe. But beneath that triumph, another story was waiting. The story of what would happen when discovery turned to conquest. The year was 1497, and the oceans were alive with ambition. The winds carried ships and dreams alike, of gold, of glory, of salvation. The age of discovery had truly begun, and the sound of creaking masts and crashing waves became the heartbeat of a changing world. From Lisbon to Seville, from Bristol to Venice, harbors roared with activity. Sails flapped like wings of conquest, and the smell of tar and salt filled the morning air. The sea was no longer a wall, it was a road. The Portuguese, quiet and methodical, pressed farther down Africa's vast coastline. They learned the secrets of the trade winds, built stone forts at key harbors, and established a network of contacts among African kingdoms. Every voyage brought home more than goods, it brought knowledge. In 1488, Bartolomeo Diaz became the first to round the southern tip of Africa, a place he called the Cape of Storms. The winds were so fierce, the sea so violent, that his men begged to turn back. Diaz obeyed, but he had glimpsed what few ever had, the ocean that led to the east. When King John II heard of it, he renamed it the Cape of Good Hope, for it symbolized the gateway to the riches of Asia. A decade later, Vasco da Gama set out to finish what Diaz had begun. His fleet hugged the African coast, then struck east across the vast Indian Ocean. After months of hunger and scurvy, the sails of Portugal appeared on the shores of Calicut, India. It was a moment as world-changing as Columbus's voyage across the Atlantic. Spices, silk, and jewels filled the holds of da Gama's ships. He returned to Portugal as a hero, and soon Lisbon became the richest port in Europe. Across the Iberian Peninsula, Spain turned its eyes to the west. Christopher Columbus, still believing he had reached islands near Asia, returned from his first voyage with promises of gold and stories of paradise. Spain responded with fury and faith, sending fleet after fleet across the Atlantic. In 1493, Columbus sailed again, this time commanding 17 ships and over 1,000 men. What he found was not a road to Asia but a new world, an archipelago of endless green, where the air smelled of fruit and the people were both curious and cautious. Yet the meeting of civilizations was not peaceful for long. Misunderstanding turned to fear, and fear turned to violence. Spanish settlers built forts, claimed lands, and enslaved local populations. The dream of discovery was already becoming the machinery of empire. Still, the Spanish crown celebrated. Poets compared Columbus to Alexander the Great. Priests called him a divine messenger. The royal court in Castile displayed gold trinkets and parrots from the New World as symbols of heaven's blessing. In 1494, the Treaty of Tordesillas redrew the map of the earth. By papal decree, Spain would claim the lands west of an invisible meridian in the Atlantic. Portugal would take those to the east. Two small nations, guided by faith and audacity, had divided the entire planet. Within decades, fleets from both kingdoms spanned the seas. Portuguese ships reached Brazil, Mozambique, Goa, Ceylon, and even the islands of Japan. Their flag, a white field with a red cross, fluttered on every ocean. Spain, meanwhile, turned the Caribbean into its own launching ground for conquest. Each voyage was an experiment in survival. Ships carried not just sailors and priests, but carpenters, blacksmiths, and chroniclers. They braved storms, hunger, and disease. They navigated by stars and by instinct. Thousands perished, but those who returned carried tales that reshaped Europe's imagination. Rumors spread of a golden city called El Dorado, of rivers lined with silver, of kingdoms where the streets glittered. Some believed the Garden of Eden itself had been found beyond the Atlantic. It was a time of boundless wonder and reckless greed. The encounters between Europeans and the peoples of Africa, Asia, and the Americas were complex and often tragic. The arrival of foreign ships brought curiosity and trade, but also weapons and diseases. In the Caribbean, entire communities vanished within a generation, victims of slavery and smallpox. Yet, even amid tragedy, exchange began, plants, animals, and ideas crossing oceans for the first time. This Columbian exchange transformed every continent. From the New World came potatoes, maize, tomatoes, and cacao, changing European diets forever. From Europe came horses, cattle, wheat, and iron, reshaping the Americas. From Africa came knowledge of agriculture, craftsmanship, and, tragically, the beginnings of the slave trade that would haunt centuries. The oceans had connected humanity, for better and for worse. Behind every expedition were twin motivations: God and gold. Kings demanded wealth, priests demanded souls. Every voyage carried both a sword and a cross. The conqueror and the missionary often sailed side by side. To the sailors themselves, the sea became both battlefield and sanctuary. They prayed before each departure, confessed before each storm, and saw miracles in every survival. For them, exploration was not only discovery, it was penance, glory, and fear made holy. What kind of people sailed into emptiness, not knowing if they'd ever return? They were not saints or villains alone, they were dreamers. Some sought riches, others redemption. Some obeyed kings, others followed visions. But all shared one belief: that the world was larger than their lives. And they were right. Each voyage added new lines to the map, new names to history. The Atlantic, once feared as endless, became a bridge between worlds. Europe was no longer a corner of the earth, it was the center of a growing global web. The horizon no longer whispered mystery, it demanded conquest, and soon explorers would give way to conquerors. Empires would rise, cities would fall, and the dream of discovery would be stained by the greed of men. The seas that once united dreamers would soon carry soldiers. By the early 1500s, the oceans were no longer unexplored. They were highways for empires. What began as voyages of discovery had transformed into campaigns of domination. The dream of adventure still glimmered, but it was now wrapped in armor and carried on cannon smoke. The Spanish conquest of the Americas stands as one of the most dramatic and devastating chapters in world history. A meeting of civilizations that reshaped the earth itself. In 1519, a Spanish captain named Hernán Cortés landed on the shores of Mexico with a small army, a few horses, and a boundless ambition. Before him rose the mighty Aztec Empire, a realm of temples, markets, and floating gardens, centered around the dazzling city of Tenochtitlan. Cortés marched inland, guided by interpreters and allies among rival tribes who saw in the Spaniard a chance for revenge. The Aztecs believed the strangers might be divine, messengers of a returning god, Quetzalcoatl, come from across the sea. But the illusion did not last. Cortés seized the emperor Montezuma II, turned his palace into a fortress, and used deceit and gunpowder to bend the city to his will. When the Aztecs finally rebelled, the Spaniard answered with fire. The once splendid capital, a city of canals and stone, burned under the thunder of cannons. In 1521, after months of siege and starvation, Tenochtitlan fell. The City of Gods became Mexico City, the jewel of Spain's new empire. It was the beginning of a new world, and the end of another. Far to the south, in the cold heights of the Andes, another empire thrived, the Incas, masters of mountain roads and golden temples. Their cities shone with metal and sunlight. Their engineers carved terraces into cliffs, and their bridges swung across gorges like ribbons of air. When Francisco Pizarro arrived in 1532, the Inca world was weakened by civil war. Two brothers, Atahualpa and Huáscar, were fighting for the throne. Pizarro, with fewer than 200 men, used cunning more than strength. At the city of Cajamarca, he invited Atahualpa to a peaceful meeting. The emperor arrived with thousands of attendants, unarmed and confident. The Spaniards waited in silence until a priest demanded that he accept Christianity and Spanish rule. When Atahualpa refused, the trap was sprung. Muskets fired, cannons roared, and chaos devoured the square. Atahualpa was captured, held for ransom, and executed despite paying his weight in gold. Within a year, the Inca capital Cusco fell, and another great civilization vanished into history. From the mines of Potosi and the fields of Mexico, a tide of silver and gold poured across the Atlantic. Spain became the richest kingdom in Europe, its churches adorned with American gold, its armies funded by the labor of enslaved peoples. The galleons that carried treasure also carried disease, ideas, and faith. Christianity spread across the New World, along with European languages and architecture. But for the millions of native peoples, it brought ruin and despair. Whole cultures were erased by smallpox, forced labor, and conquest. The same ships that carried silver soon carried slaves. From the west coast of Africa, millions were torn from their homes and transported to the Americas to work the plantations and mines. The Atlantic slave trade became one of the darkest legacies of the Age of Discovery, a tragedy born from greed disguised as civilization. And yet, through suffering, a new kind of world emerged, connected, hybrid, global. Music, food, and beliefs mixed across oceans. The human story became one of endless crossing. While Spain and Portugal divided the New World, others joined the race. The Dutch, French, and English took to the seas, seeking wealth and glory. The Dutch sailed east and seized control of Spice Islands in the Indian Ocean. The French explored the cold rivers of Canada. The English planted colonies on the Atlantic coast of North America, small seeds that would one day become powerful nations. The seas became a chessboard of ambition. Wherever wind would carry a sail, flags followed. By the mid-1500s, Lisbon was the crossroads of the world. Ships arrived from Brazil, India, Japan, and Africa. The smell of spices and salt filled its streets. But wealth built on conquest carried its own curse. Wars, corruption, and overreach soon drained these first global empires. It is easy to speak of discovery as triumph, but behind every map line lies loss. The age of discovery gave birth to modern science and trade, but it also brought slavery, exploitation, and the extinction of countless cultures. The Europeans saw themselves as bringers of light, yet they often left only shadows behind. The temples of the Aztecs and Incas fell, replaced by cathedrals. The songs of the Caribbean faded beneath the sound of bells. And yet, out of this turmoil, humanity learned something irreversible. We all share one world. The myth of separation had ended. In candle-lit halls across Europe, scholars studied the reports of explorers. The globe, once a mystery, was now a sphere they could hold in their hands. The oceans had become measurable, the continents known. The human race had for the first time mapped its home. But wisdom had not kept pace with knowledge. The same curiosity that sent men across oceans had also unleashed their cruelty. Empires rose on the bones of the conquered. And yet within that chaos the spark of discovery endured, the belief that knowledge itself was worth the journey. By the middle of the 16th century, the age of discovery had changed everything: commerce, culture, and consciousness. The earth had grown smaller, but humanity's imagination had grown vast. Sailors still looked at the horizon,
But now they dreamed not of monsters but of mastery, and beyond the conquest of continents, another dream was beginning, to sail around the world itself. The Earth was no longer infinite, but it was still immense. By the early 1500s, the maps of Europe were filling fast, yet one great mystery remained. Could a ship truly sail all the way around the world? The dream belonged to Ferdinand Magellan, a Portuguese sailor in the service of Spain. He believed he could reach the Spice Islands of Indonesia by sailing west, around the southern tip of the Americas. It was a daring plan, one that would defy the limits of human endurance, faith, and imagination. In 1519, Magellan set out with 5 ships and about 270 men. The air in Seville smelled of pitch and salt, the harbor crowded with merchants and priests offering blessings. As the fleet drifted toward the horizon, none aboard could imagine that only one ship would return. The journey down the Atlantic was grueling. Storms battered the sails, food spoiled, tensions flared among the crews. Magellan was stern and secretive, and some of his captains despised him for being Portuguese under a Spanish flag. By 1520, they reached the cold, forbidding straits that would later bear his name, the Strait of Magellan. The passage twisted through black cliffs and icy winds. Days turned to weeks as they searched for the exit to the Pacific. 2 ships mutinied. One fled back to Spain, but at last the surviving vessels broke through into a sea so vast and calm that Magellan called it the Mar Pacifico, the Pacific Ocean. It was an illusion of peace. The Pacific stretched for thousands of miles, a desert of blue, without wind or food. The crew suffered from scurvy and thirst. Their gums bled, their skin turned pale. Rats were worth their weight in gold, yet they pressed on, driven by a vision larger than fear. After months of torment, they reached the islands of Guam and later the Philippines. There Magellan was drawn into local conflicts, believing he could win souls for Spain and God alike. But on the island of Mactan, he was killed in battle, struck down by spears. He had sailed farther west than any European before him, and died within sight of his dream. The survivors continued without him, led by Juan Sebastián Elcano. In 1522, after 3 years at sea, their last ship, the Victoria, limped back into Seville. Only 18 men remained, but they had done the impossible. They had circled the world. The voyage proved what maps had only hinted. The Earth was one vast continuous ocean, a single connected sphere. The human race had for the first time closed the loop of the planet. After Magellan, the seas no longer seemed infinite, only immense. The Dutch, quick and disciplined, soon became the new masters of trade. From their ports at Amsterdam and Rotterdam, they built sleek, fast ships and established colonies across Asia. The Dutch East India Company, founded in 1602, became the first true multinational corporation. It ruled with contracts and cannons, trading silk, nutmeg, cloves, and porcelain for gold. The English followed close behind. They sent explorers north to the Arctic in search of new routes to Asia. They mapped the coasts of North America and founded colonies like Jamestown and Plymouth. In time, the red and white flags would circle the globe, linking continents in an empire built on sea power. The French carved out their own presence in the New World, claiming lands along the St. Lawrence River and deep into Canada. From the cold forests of Quebec to the warm Gulf of Mexico, their explorers and missionaries carried both cross and commerce. Every ship now sailed not only for discovery, but for dominance. The oceans became crowded with ambition, and the world's first global economy was born. As the voyages multiplied, so did the maps. Cartographers in Venice, Antwerp, and London turned explorers' journals into charts of remarkable beauty. The great age of map-making had begun. Where once dragons had guarded the unknown, now longitude and latitude ruled. The Mercator projection, introduced in 1569, allowed sailors to navigate with unprecedented accuracy. The sea was no longer a mystery, it was a system. But even as maps became precise, the spirit of exploration remained romantic. Painters filled royal courts with visions of foreign lands. Philosophers debated the meaning of discovery. Poets described the earth as a divine machine finally revealed to humankind. In Asia, European presence was felt but not yet dominant. Powerful empires, the Ming dynasty in China, the Mughal Empire in India, and the Tokugawa shogunate in Japan, met the newcomers with caution. Trade was allowed but strictly controlled. The Portuguese established settlements in Goa, Macau, and Malacca. The Spanish built Manila in the Philippines, creating the first direct link between Asia and the Americas through the Manila galleons. For the first time in history, goods could circle the globe. Silver from the Americas bought silk in China, spices from Indonesia paid for armor in Spain, porcelain from Asia adorned tables in Europe. The world's civilizations, once isolated, were now bound together by the same currents of ocean and trade. Magellan's circumnavigation was more than a voyage, it was a revelation. It changed how humanity understood itself. The Earth was no longer vast and unknowable, it was finite, fragile, and connected. Every sunrise now rose on one shared world. But connection came at a price. Empires expanded their reach, bringing not just commerce but conquest. Indigenous nations fell under foreign flags. Cultures blended and vanished. Yet, amid all the ambition and suffering, the spirit of exploration endured. The quiet human need to see what lies beyond the horizon. By the 1600s, the known world had doubled, and the old medieval vision of Earth as a flat, mysterious plane was gone forever. Humanity had found its shape, and in doing so had found itself. But the thirst for exploration could not end there. The same curiosity that conquered oceans would soon look inward, to science, to invention, to the exploration of the human mind. The waves that once carried explorers have long since calmed, yet their ripples still shape the world we live in. The age of discovery ended centuries ago, but its legacy endures. In every ship that crosses an ocean, in every border drawn on a map, and in every language spoken across continents. What began as curiosity became empire. What began as courage became control. Yet between those two extremes lies the truth of humanity's greatest adventure. We are a species forever drawn to the horizon. By the 1600s and 1700s, the network of trade routes born from those early voyages had become the arteries of a new global age. Goods, ideas, and people flowed between continents at a pace never seen before. The Atlantic Ocean became the center of a world system connecting Europe, Africa, and the Americas. From Asia came silk, tea, and porcelain. From the Americas came sugar, coffee, tobacco, gold, and silver. From Africa tragically came millions of enslaved men and women whose forced labor built the wealth of empires. Cities like Lisbon, Seville, Amsterdam, and London turned into global capitals, cosmopolitan and crowded, rich and restless. Ships left their harbors daily, carrying goods, explorers, and missionaries, but also carrying disease, greed, and ambition. The map of the world was almost complete, and yet the more humanity discovered, the more it wanted to know. The same spirit that drove sailors to brave the Atlantic soon drove scientists to question the stars, the body, and the mind. The scientific revolution was born from the same curiosity that had once launched caravels from Portugal's shores. The study of navigation evolved into astronomy. The measurement of wind and current led to meteorology. The need for accurate maps gave birth to geometry and cartography. Discovery had shifted from the oceans to the intellect. Meanwhile, the nations of Europe turned exploration into empire. Britain, by the 18th century, commanded colonies across North America, Africa, and Asia. France built its influence in Canada, India, and the Caribbean. Spain and Portugal, though declining, still held vast territories in Latin America. The world had become a chessboard of imperial power, yet behind it all lay the echo of those first explorers, whose sails had opened the door. Every discovery has a cost, and this age was no exception. For millions of indigenous people, discovery meant invasion. Their lands were renamed, their gods replaced, their cultures dismantled. The diseases that followed European contact, smallpox, measles, influenza, killed more than swords ever could. Entire civilizations vanished within a lifetime. The wealth of Europe was built upon the suffering of others. The gold of the Inca, the silver of Potosi, the sugar of the Caribbean. All were extracted by enslaved hands. The human toll of empire is written not in maps but in memory. And yet, amid that darkness, something else began to grow. Exchange. Peoples mixed, languages blended, music and food crossed oceans. The rhythm of Africa met the guitar of Spain. Potatoes from the Andes fed Europe. Coffee from Ethiopia fueled revolutions in Paris and London. The world for the first time was one living organism. As the centuries turned, the nature of discovery transformed again. When the Earth had been mapped, humanity turned its gaze skyward. The same drive that sent caravels into uncharted seas sent telescopes into the heavens. The age of discovery had not ended. It had simply changed its direction. The ocean of stars replaced the sea of waves. The explorers became astronomers, astronauts, and thinkers. Each generation carried the same spark, the will to reach beyond the known. If there is one lesson in the story of discovery, it is that progress is never pure. Curiosity can illuminate or destroy. The same fire that lights a lamp can also burn a city, but without that fire, humanity would still be staring at the edge of a flat world. When the first sailors pushed their ships beyond sight of land, they did more than redraw maps. They redrew the boundaries of the human soul. They proved that courage and imagination can overcome ignorance and fear. And though the empires they built have faded, their voyage endures as a symbol of what we are capable of when we dare to explore. Today, airplanes trace the same skies once feared as endless. Satellites orbit the Earth that Magellan circled, sending images of a blue planet floating in silence. The old explorers once believed they were discovering a new world. Now we know there was only one all along. The legacy of their journeys lives not only in history books but in every connection we make, every shipment across the sea, every language borrowed, every culture shared. We live in the world they unknowingly created, a world vast yet intimate, connected yet fragile, and still the horizon calls. The age of discovery never truly ended, it simply changed its sails. From oceans to orbits, from continents to consciousness, humanity keeps exploring. The compass may have become digital, the maps electronic, but the spirit remains the same. To explore is to hope, to seek is to believe that something greater lies beyond. The explorers of old reached for new lands, today we reach for understanding. Tomorrow we will reach the stars. And perhaps when future travelers look back on us, they will see that the greatest discovery of all, it was not a continent or a sea, but ourselves.
The night the fire finally died, London stood in eerie silence. For 4 straight days the city had burned like a funeral pyre, its heat so fierce that glass had melted in church windows, and lead had flowed from rooftops into the gutters. Now smoke drifted across a landscape of blackened chimneys and skeletal walls. A cold rain began to fall, hissing against the embers. From the hill at Moorfields one could see the entire old city lying in ruin. The spire of old St. Paul's a hollow shell, the Thames still reflecting faint orange light from smouldering wharves. 87 parish churches were gone, 13,000 houses, the markets, the guild halls, the wooden bridges and courts, all reduced to ash. Yet, in that wasteland, Londoners did what they had always done. They began again. By the very next morning, carts clattered through the mud carrying salvaged timbers. Merchants were already bargaining for plots to rebuild their shops, and parish bells, the few that remained, tolled defiantly. Hope, thin as smoke, refused to vanish. King Charles II, restored to the throne barely 6 years earlier after the long Puritan Commonwealth, saw an opportunity hidden within the devastation. He declared that London would rise fairer, safer, and more magnificent than before. Architects and dreamers flooded the royal court with proposals. Grid plans, circular plazas, broad avenues like those of ancient Rome. Among them stood the scholar-architect Sir Christopher Wren, a mathematician with the soul of a poet. Wren's designs envisioned a classical metropolis of domes and colonnades, an ordered geometry to replace the medieval chaos. His plan might have changed London forever, but the city's stubborn nature resisted. Landlords clung to the crooked shapes of their inherited plots. Traders wanted speed, not grandeur. And so compromise prevailed. The new streets followed many of the old lines, though widened and paved with sturdier stone. Still, Wren's genius endured in his churches, graceful, balanced, touched by light. Above them all, one structure would dominate every horizon, the new St. Paul's Cathedral. Its dome rose slowly through 3 decades of toil, each block laid with reverence, until by 1710 it stood completed. A gleaming monument to perseverance. Londoners looked up and saw not only beauty but defiance, proof that even fire could not erase their city's soul. Rebuilding laws transformed daily life. The Rebuilding Act of 1667 banned wooden facades, required brick or stone, and mandated wider thoroughfares to prevent future infernos. Surveyors carved out open spaces like Cheapside and King Street, and new districts, Bloomsbury, Covent Garden, St. James's, grew with measured grace. Elegant squares appeared where once had been cramped courts. By century's end, London no longer looked medieval. It had stepped into the age of reason. Commerce returned with vengeance. The wharves along the Thames thrummed with activity as ships unloaded tobacco, spices and wool. The Royal Exchange reopened, its arcades echoing with the chatter of traders. In taverns and coffeehouses, men of every trade debated politics and science. Within those smoky rooms, the pulse of modern London began to beat. Journalists scribbling pamphlets, stockbrokers sketching the first ledgers, philosophers arguing the motion of the planets. The city that had burned to cinders was now inventing the future. The newly chartered Royal Society gathered minds like Isaac Newton and Robert Hooke, who turned curiosity into method and discovery. The Bank of England, founded in 1694, gave London something even more powerful than architecture: financial gravity. Money itself began to orbit this place. And amid the bustle, ordinary Londoners adapted. Street vendors hawked pies and ribbons beneath Wren's rising spires. Apprentices courted maids along the rebuilt river stairs. Ferrymen sang as they rowed passengers across the Thames. Life, fragile yet unstoppable, flowed back through every lane. By the last years of the 1600s, the city glittered again at night. Lanterns hung above shop doors, reflecting in puddles on newly cobbled streets. The hum of voices replaced the crackle of flames. Standing atop the dome of St. Paul's, one could see roofs stretching farther than ever before, a vast sea of brick and tile rolling toward the horizon. London had endured plague, civil war, and now fire. It had been scarred, humbled, and remade. But more than that, it had learned something from the ashes, that destruction could be a form of cleansing, a violent kind of renewal. Out of the fire rose not just a city rebuilt, but a city reborn in spirit. The merchants spoke of opportunity, the philosophers spoke of progress, and the people, those who had lost everything, spoke quietly of pride. For they had seen London fall, and they had watched it rise again. They knew, as the new century approached, that their city's destiny was only beginning. By the dawn of the 18th century, London had regained its rhythm, a new confident pulse that could be heard from the docks to the coffeehouses. The scars of fire had healed, and in their place stood a city buzzing with ambition. Ships now arrived daily from across the world, sails like white wings crowding the Thames. Their hulls creaked under the weight of tea, sugar, tobacco, spices, and silk. The smell of the docks was overwhelming. Tar, salt, sweat, and the faint sweetness of molasses. Men shouted prices in half a dozen accents as barrels rolled over cobblestones and cranes swung high above the wharves. London was no longer just England's capital. It was the beating heart of an expanding empire. From the Caribbean to India, from the coasts of Africa to the icy waters of Canada, goods flowed toward this city as if the world itself revolved around it. The Bank of England, founded just years earlier, had stabilized the flow of credit and turned speculation into a science. The Royal Exchange, rebuilt in grand stone after the fire, became the stage where merchants and financiers built fortunes that would shape generations. But London was not simply rich, it was alive with ideas. The century that followed would come to be known as the Age of Enlightenment, and London became one of its brightest centers. In smoky coffeehouses, men and women gathered not just to trade, but to debate. The air was thick with talk of liberty, science, reason, and reform. A person could walk from one side of the city to the other and hear a dozen revolutions being born in conversation. At Button's Coffee House, poets argued about beauty and truth. At Lloyd's, ship captains shared maps and tales of foreign waters. What began there would become the world's greatest insurance market. And at Garraway's, traders speculated over cups of scalding tea on the future of the entire world. Newspapers multiplied like wildfire. The Daily Current, the Spectator, and the Tatler gave voice to a new public opinion, a chorus of readers hungry for knowledge. Pamphlets poured off printing presses by the thousands, their pages filled with politics, philosophy, and gossip. And through it all, London kept growing. Its streets spread outward like veins from the heart. Georgian architecture, clean, symmetrical, dignified, replaced the narrow medieval timber of old. Squares like Bloomsbury, Hanover, and Berkeley rose with identical facades, where red-bricked houses lined tidy gardens. The upper classes dined in candle-lit rooms, spoke of literature and music, and filled their walls with art from across the world. But beyond those polished neighborhoods lay a different London, one of cramped tenements, open sewers, and poverty. In the East End, in Southwark, and along the riverbanks, thousands lived in single rooms. The city's population had exploded. drawing migrants from the countryside in search of work and fortune. For every wealthy merchant in Mayfair, there were 10 laborers living in hunger. Still, there was something magnetic about London's energy. Even the poorest could feel it, that invisible hum of possibility that ran through the air. Writers began to capture the contradictions of this great city. Daniel Defoe painted portraits of merchants and rogues alike. His Journal of the Plague Year reminded readers that progress was fragile. Jonathan Smith mocked society's hypocrisy with razor wit. And Samuel Johnson, whose dictionary gave English its shape, once wrote, "When a man is tired of London, he is tired of life." In Johnson's time, the city was already a world within itself. Horse-drawn carriages clattered along Fleet Street. Theatres at Drury Lane drew packed crowds. The bells of St. Paul's tolled over a sea of rooftops. And every night the Thames mirrored the glow of thousands of oil lamps dancing on the current. It was an age of contradictions, wealth and want, freedom and exploitation. The same ships that brought tea and sugar also carried enslaved Africans to distant plantations, fueling profits that would build London's banks and mansions. The city's greatness, like much of its empire, was shadowed by injustice. Yet, even within those contradictions, a new spirit was rising, one of reason and reform. Movements for education, abolition, and human rights began to take root. The Royal Society continued to advance discovery, while small societies and reading clubs spread literacy among common people. London was transforming from a rebuilt city into an idea, a living embodiment of human ambition, where commerce met curiosity and power met philosophy. As the century turned toward its end, the storm clouds of change gathered once again. Revolutions in America and France sent shockwaves through Europe. Old empires trembled, and kings looked nervously across the Channel. But London, resilient, stubborn, endlessly adaptive, thrived on turmoil. Trade boomed. New docks were built at Wapping and Limehouse to handle the flood of ships, and along the embankments, warehouses stretched endlessly, stacked with goods from every corner of the known world. It was said that if you stood on London Bridge at noon, you could see the entire world pass before you, from Indian sailors unloading tea, to Caribbean merchants bargaining, to English clerks scribbling ledgers in the drizzle. The hum of the city never stopped. It beat like a living heart, irregular, noisy, and unstoppable. By 1800, London was the largest city in Europe, home to nearly 1 million souls. It had become a mirror of humanity itself, brilliant, cruel, creative, and endlessly restless. And yet, as the 19th century approached, no one could imagine how much more it would change. The fires of industry were about to be lit, and once again London would transform beyond recognition. The dawn of the 19th century arrived on a tide of coal smoke. London, already vast, began to swell beyond anything the world had ever seen. Its population doubled, then tripled, until it surpassed 2 million souls, more than any other city in history. The rhythm of life quickened. Factories rose where pastures once stood, their tall chimneys exhaling black clouds that dimmed the sun. The clang of hammers, the hiss of steam, the rumble of wheels, these became the heartbeat of the new age. For the first time, London smelled not of wood and rain, but of progress itself, the thick, metallic scent of industry. The Thames, once a glittering highway of trade, grew dark with soot and sewage. At low tide, the stench was so fierce that Parliament itself had to hang soaked curtains of lime to mask it. And yet, amid that filth, a new world was being born. A world of machines, rails, and restless ambition. The Industrial Revolution had begun elsewhere, in the mills of Manchester, the forges of Birmingham, but London became its grand stage. Railways sliced through the city like veins of iron. By the 1830s, Euston Station had opened. By mid-century, Paddington and King's Cross followed. For the first time, a Londoner could board a train and reach the sea in hours instead of days. Coal and iron roared into the city, and finished products poured out again to the empire. The skyline changed. Where church steeples had once reigned, now stood gasworks, warehouses and bridges of blackened stone. The industrial metropolis was not beautiful, but it was alive. Amid all this transformation, the human cost was immense. In the slums of Whitechapel and Southwark, thousands crowded into single rooms. Children worked long hours in match factories and breweries. Disease thrived in the narrow courts and alleys, spreading faster than any fire. Cholera swept the city again and again, carried by the same river that powdered its trade. The contrast between wealth and want grew unbearable. In Mayfair and Kensington, the rich dined under crystal chandeliers, while across the river, families slept on straw. London had become a city divided, half empire, half abyss. Writers began to capture what statistics could not. Charles Dickens gave voice to the unseen millions, the orphans, the debtors, the dreamers wandering through fog and despair. Through his stories, readers glimpsed the cruelty and kindness that coexisted in the same dark streets. His London was both monstrous and magnificent, a mirror of the age itself. And yet, progress marched on. The Great Exhibition of 1851, held inside the glittering Crystal Palace, announced to the world that Britain stood at the center of creation. The structure, vast iron ribs and glass panels stretching across Hyde Park, seemed to defy gravity. Inside, inventions gleamed beneath sunlight filtered through the roof. Steam engines, telegraphs, printing presses, looms, and locomotives. 6 million visitors came to marvel, many weeping at the sight of mankind's newfound power. This was Victorian London, proud, industrious, and convinced that its destiny was eternal. Under Queen Victoria's long reign, the city became the political and cultural capital of an empire on which the sun never set. Goods from every corner of the globe passed through its docks. Languages from Africa, Asia, and the Americas mingled in its markets. At night, gas lamps lined the boulevards, turning the fog into a golden haze. But even progress could not hide the shadows. Prostitution, poverty, and crime grew alongside prosperity. The notorious East End became a labyrinth of misery, where desperation ruled, and the police, the newly formed bobbies, struggled to keep order. The murders in Whitechapel during the 1880s shocked a nation that preferred not to see the world it had built beneath its grandeur. Still, London's innovations were unstoppable. In 1863, it became the first city on Earth to open an underground railway, the Metropolitan Line. Steam engines hissed through tunnels lit by flickering lamps, carrying workers from the suburbs into the heart of the city. It was noisy, hot, and miraculous, a new artery in the ever-growing giant. As the decades passed, monuments rose. The Houses of Parliament, rebuilt after a fire of their own, the Tower Bridge, a marvel of iron and hydraulics, and the Victoria Embankment, reclaiming land from the river itself. Each new project seemed to declare that London had conquered both nature and time. But beneath the triumph, fatigue lingered. The poor still labored without rest, breathing the same smoke that powered the empire's wealth. The Great Stink of 1858, when the Thames became an open sewer, forced engineers to act. Under Joseph Bazalgette, a vast underground system of sewers and drains was built, invisible yet transformative. For the first time, London became not just large, but livable. The final decades of the century saw the rise of the Victorian middle class. Clerks, teachers, shopkeepers, people who believed in decency, progress, and the promise of education. They filled the new suburbs of Islington and Clapham, traveled to work by train, and filled their homes with books and pianos. Public parks spread across the city. Libraries and museums opened their doors to all. The British Museum, the Natural History Museum, the National Gallery, these were the cathedrals of knowledge in a secular age. By the 1890s, London was the largest and most powerful city on earth. Its empire stretched across continents, its influence touching art, science, language, and law. But even then, in the quiet of gaslit evenings, some Londoners sensed unease. The smoke, the crowds, the endless expansion, it could not last forever. In the novels of H.G. Wells and the poems of Oscar Wilde, one hears a subtle note of exhaustion. The feeling that the city had grown too vast, too fast, that something human had been lost amid the gears of progress. And yet, to stand on Waterloo Bridge at dusk, watching the lights flicker across the Thames, was still to feel awe. Barges drifted beneath, trains thundered in the distance, and the dome of St. Paul's, blackened by soot but still proud, gleamed faintly in the dying light. London had become the modern world made flesh. It was imperfect, polluted, magnificent, and utterly alive. The 20th century began with a strange confidence. The smoke of the industrial age still hung in the air, but beneath it was a quiet hum of optimism. London stood at the height of its power, the crown of an empire that spanned the globe. Its ships ruled the seas, its banks ruled commerce, and its language carried across continents. From the steps of St. Paul's to the halls of Parliament, London seemed eternal. Yet behind the grandeur, the first cracks had begun to show. The city's population now exceeded 6 million. Electronic trams clattered alongside horse-drawn carriages. Telephones buzzed in offices, and a young generation spoke of the future with both awe and unease. In smoky drawing rooms, people whispered about the new century's promise and its dangers. Then, in the summer of 1914, that confidence shattered. When the First World War broke out, London became both fortress and heartbeat for a nation at war. Posters covered every wall, "Your country needs you," and men lined up in their thousands to enlist. Trains carried them from Waterloo and Paddington to battlefields across Europe, where many would never return. At home, the city changed overnight. Women filled the factories, munitions plants, and offices left empty by men at the front. Zeppelins floated through the night sky, dropping bombs that shattered rooftops and nerves alike. For the first time, war had come to London itself. The fear was new, an invisible enemy above the clouds, sirens wailing through fog. But even then, the city did not falter. When the war finally ended in 1918, the bells of St. Paul's rang for hours. Crowds filled Trafalgar Square, waving flags and singing through tears. The empire had survived, but at a cost too heavy to measure. The streets were filled with soldiers who would never be whole again. Men limping on crutches, faces bandaged, eyes hollow with memory. The world had changed, and London with it. The 1920s brought both relief and restlessness. Jazz drifted from dance halls in Soho. Electric lights glowed brighter each year. Cinemas spread through the city, and for the first time Londoners saw their own world projected in silver light. But beneath the glamour, poverty deepened. The working classes still toiled in cramped housing, and unemployment haunted the East End. By the 1930s, storm clouds were forming once more, not over the Thames but across Europe. News of Hitler's rise reached London's papers. Few wanted to believe another war could come. Yet when it did, in 1939, London met it with grim resolve. Nothing in its 2,000-year history would test it like the Second World War. At first came the calm, the phony war as they called it, and then in 1940 the sky itself erupted. The Blitz had begun. Night after night the Luftwaffe rained fire upon the city. Bombs fell on docks, railways, markets, homes, even the heart of Westminster. Entire streets vanished in seconds. The fires burned so bright they turned the clouds crimson. Yet amid the horror, something unbreakable emerged. Londoners refused to yield. Families slept in the underground stations, packed shoulder to shoulder on cold platforms, singing songs to drown out the thunder above. Volunteers pulled survivors from rubble, shared tea and bread with strangers, and swept the glass from shop fronts each morning as if to say, "We are still here." On one of the worst nights of the Blitz, when bombs rained upon the city centre, St. Paul's Cathedral, the same dome that had watched over London for centuries, stood untouched amid the flames. Photographers captured it rising through the smoke, defiant, its white dome glowing against the black sky. That image became the soul of wartime London, the city's unspoken vow that it would never be destroyed. When the Blitz finally ended, more than 30,000 Londoners were dead and entire neighborhoods lay in ruin. But even in grief, the city's spirit was unbroken. As one woman famously said, sweeping the rubble from her doorstep, "We can take it. We can take anything now." The war ended in 1945, and the celebrations that followed were unlike anything in memory. Crowds flooded Piccadilly Circus and Trafalgar Square, cheering, dancing, and weeping with joy. Soldiers embraced strangers, and fireworks burst over the Thames. When Winston Churchill spoke from the balcony, the roar was so loud it seemed to shake the city itself. But when the smoke cleared, London once again faced ruins. Not from fire this time, but from bombs. Whole districts lay flattened, churches shattered, streets erased. The cost of victory was almost too high to grasp, and so, once again, as it had done after the Great Fire nearly 3 centuries before, London began to rebuild. This time, the work was slower, quieter, but just as determined. New housing rose amid the wreckage. The old docks, crippled by war, were slowly restored. Children played where craters had been. New schools opened in makeshift halls. The scars of war remained, but so did the laughter. The late 1940s brought rationing, austerity, and exhaustion, but also hope. The National Health Service was born, ensuring that every citizen, rich or poor, would have care. Immigrants from across the Commonwealth began to arrive, helping rebuild the city they had fought for. A new London was beginning to take shape, humbler perhaps, but more human. By 1950, the skyline still bore the wounds of war, but life had returned. The buses rolled, the bells of St. Paul's rang again, and people looked toward the future. The city had survived yet another cataclysm, not through walls or weapons, but through will. For 1,000 years, London had been through disasters, and each time it had risen again. The fire had taught it to rebuild. The plagues had taught it endurance. The wars had taught it unity. And now, standing on the edge of a new age, London was ready to become something greater than empire or power, a symbol of resilience itself. The war was over, but its echoes lingered in every street. In the 1950s, London was a patchwork of past and promise, rows of blackened buildings, walls still cracked from bombs. Beside bright new houses built by hopeful hands, children played in the ruins, their laughter rising between the hollow shells of old churches. The air smelled of dust and rain. But beneath it there was a new scent, that of life returning. The city's people were weary, but unbroken. Ration books were still in use, but so were dreams. There was a sense that London had survived the worst it would ever face, and that anything built now would last. And so, brick by brick, it began again. In the East End, families rebuilt their homes from the rubble. In Westminster, the sound of hammers echoed as workers restored the Houses of Parliament. Cranes rose above the skyline, not of destruction, but of creation. And as the decade turned, something beautiful began to happen. London opened its arms to the world. Ships arrived from the Caribbean, India, Africa, and the Pacific. Men and women stepped off trains and boats carrying little more than hope, answering Britain's call to help rebuild. They came to drive buses, to work in hospitals, to fill the factories and shops that powered the post-war recovery. Their children grew up beneath grey skies and red buses, learning to call this place home. By the 1960s, the city was reborn again, but this time not through fire or empire, but through culture. The grey post-war streets suddenly burst into color. Young people filled Carnaby Street with wild clothes and louder music. The Beatles, the Rolling Stones, the Kinks, their songs became the heartbeat of a generation. Art, film, and fashion collided, and for a brief glittering moment, London was the center of the world again. The skyline began to shift once more. New towers rose beside old cathedrals. The River Thames, long neglected, began to sparkle again as new bridges and embankments took shape. The London Underground expanded, carrying millions daily beneath the earth like a vast circulatory system. And above ground, red double-decker buses and black taxis gave the city its unmistakable rhythm, a dance of motion and noise that somehow felt eternal. Through the 1970s and 80s, the city endured its share of hardship. Economic struggle, strikes, and political unrest cast long shadows. But each time, London reinvented itself, through art, through defiance, through laughter. The punk bands of the 70s sang of frustration and freedom. The street artists of the 80s turned grey walls into galleries. Even in its hardest years, London remained creative, restless, rebellious, alive. Then, in the 1990s, came another transformation. The old docklands, once silent and empty, became the shining district of Canary Wharf, a symbol of modern finance. Glass towers rose where cranes had rusted. The Millennium Dome appeared like a spaceship beside the river, and with the dawn of a new century the London Eye opened, a perfect circle turning slowly above the Thames, letting people see their city as never before. Today, London is vast, over 9 million people, countless stories and unending contrasts. It is a city of bankers and artists, scholars and dreamers, ancient stones and shining towers. From the markets of Camden to the palaces of Westminster, from the narrow alleys of Whitechapel to the green calm of Hyde Park, it remains a world within a world. The Thames still flows, as it has since before the Romans came. Barges glide where Viking ships once sailed, tourists stand on bridges where plague victims once crossed, and beneath it all, the heartbeat of London endures, steady, patient, and eternal. If you walk its streets at night when the noise fades and the air grows soft, you can almost hear the echoes of every age layered together. The bells of Wren's churches, the clatter of Georgian carriages, the whistle of Victorian trains, the sirens of the Blitz, and somewhere, faint but clear, the sound of laughter. The sound of people living, surviving, rebuilding. London has been burned, bombed, rebuilt and reborn more times than perhaps any city on earth. It has learned to carry its past not as a burden, but as music, a melody of memory that plays quietly beneath the surface of every new beginning. And as the lights shimmer on the river, you realize this is what makes London eternal. Not its monuments or power, but its spirit. The simple, stubborn will to keep going, to keep dreaming, to keep living. So tonight, let the river carry you gently through time. Let the hum of the city fade to a whisper. The story of London, fierce, fragile, unending, is still being written. And somewhere beyond the horizon, as dawn begins to glow over the Thames, another day in its 1,000-year tale quietly begins.
It was Christmas Day in the year 800. Inside St. Peter's Basilica in Rome, a Frankish king knelt before the Pope. As the golden crown was placed upon his head, the crowd cried out, "Long live the Emperor of the Romans!" In that moment, Europe's destiny shifted. For centuries, the West had lived in the shadow of Rome's fall, plagued by invasions and division. But now, under Charlemagne, a new empire was born, yet what began in glory would soon fragment. As brothers fought, Vikings sailed, and kings and popes wrestled for power. This is the story of Europe's rebirth. The Roman Empire in the West had fallen more than 300 years before, swept away by invasions, civil war, and collapse. Since then, the lands of Europe had been divided. Kingdoms rose and fell, tribes fought over territory, and cities shrank into shadows of their ancient glory. Yet now, in the year 800, the title of emperor was revived. To many, it was as if Rome itself had been reborn. But Charlemagne's empire was not Rome. It was a new creation, built not upon the marble of ancient forums, but upon wooden halls, monastic schools, and the bonds of loyalty between lords and warriors. The man who wore the crown was no Caesar. He was a king of the Franks, a people who had risen from the forests of Gaul and the banks of the Rhine. His authority rested not only on tradition but also on the sword, the cross, and his ability to command men across vast distances. Charlemagne, or Charles the Great, had inherited a powerful kingdom from his father, Pepin the Short, and his grandfather, Charles Martel, the victor of Tours. Through conquest and diplomacy, he expanded it into an empire that stretched across modern France, Germany, northern Italy, and beyond. He fought Saxons in the north, Lombards in Italy, and Avars in the east. With each victory, he gathered not only lands but also prestige. Yet his empire was not simply a realm of war. Charlemagne dreamed of renewal, a Christian empire where church and state worked together. He encouraged bishops and abbots to serve as administrators, spreading both learning and faith. He ordered the establishment of schools in monasteries and cathedrals so that young boys could learn to read, write, and copy texts. Out of this effort came what historians call the Carolingian Renaissance, a small but vital revival of learning that preserved much of classical knowledge. The script used by monks, Carolingian minuscule, was clear and legible, designed to avoid confusion. It is thanks to this writing that so many ancient texts survived, for without the patient work of scribes, much of Rome and Greece's wisdom might have vanished forever. Charlemagne's coronation by the Pope was more than a ceremony. It symbolized a new partnership. The Church gave legitimacy to kings, while kings defended the Church. For the Pope, crowning Charlemagne meant a protector against enemies in Rome. For Charlemagne, it meant that his rule was blessed by God and recognized as heir to the Caesars. But the empire he ruled was fragile. Unlike Rome, with its bureaucracy and roads, Charlemagne's empire relied on personal bonds. Counts and dukes governed provinces in his name, but their loyalty was never guaranteed. The emperor traveled constantly, holding assemblies, giving orders, rewarding followers, and reminding everyone of his presence. His rule was personal and direct, more like that of a great tribal king than a distant monarch. Even so, the idea of empire mattered. It gave Europeans a vision of unity, however imperfect. The memory of Rome, the promise of Christendom, and the figure of a crowned emperor bound together people who might otherwise have remained divided. For most people, however, the empire was distant. The lives of peasants in 800 AD were still marked by toil, seasons, and survival. They lived in wooden huts, worked the fields, and gave part of their harvest to their lords. Protection came from local warriors, while faith came from priests and monks. Monasteries dotted the landscape, offering not only prayer, but also safety, medicine, and education. In their scriptoria, monks bent over parchment by candlelight, copying gospels and classical works alike. In their cloisters, they sang chants that echoed through the stone walls, carrying faith into the silence of medieval nights. Life was harsh, but it was not without beauty. Festivals marked the turning of the year. Pilgrimages offered hope of healing or forgiveness. Tales and songs were told by firelight, celebrating heroes and saints. The Carolingian world was one of contrasts: violence and faith, hardship and learning, fear and renewal. Yet even as Charlemagne's empire shone brightly, shadows gathered. His wars were relentless and rebellions flared. In Saxony, pagan tribes resisted conversion, rising again and again. In the east, the Avars and Slavs threatened the borders. In the south, Muslim raiders struck into the Mediterranean coasts. And perhaps most dangerous of all was the question of succession. When Charlemagne died in 1814, his realm passed to his son Louis the Pious. But Louis lacked his father's strength. After him, the empire splintered between his sons, leading to civil wars and the Treaty of Verdun in 1843, which divided the Carolingian lands into three parts. From this division, the future kingdoms of France, Germany, and Italy would emerge. Thus the empire crowned in glory in 800 was already sowing the seeds of fragmentation. The dream of unity would not last, though the memory of it would linger for centuries. By the year 800, Europe was a patchwork of kingdoms, tribes, and faiths. The Byzantine Empire still stood in the east, while Muslim rule stretched across Spain and into North Africa. In the north, the Viking Age was just beginning, as long ships prepared to set sail. But in the heart of the continent, a Frankish king wore a crown of empire. Charlemagne's reign marked a turning point, a moment when medieval Europe began to find its shape, not as Rome reborn, but as a new civilization of its own. It was a fragile dawn, but it was a dawn nonetheless. When Charlemagne died in 1814, he left behind an empire that stretched from the Pyrenees to the Elbe, from the North Sea to central Italy. Few rulers had commanded so much land in Western Europe since the fall of Rome, but the strength of his empire rested upon him personally. His armies, his diplomacy, his presence, these held it together. Without him, the vast structure began to loosen. His only surviving son, Louis the Pious, inherited the crown. Louis was devout and well-meaning, more monk than warrior. He sought to maintain his father's empire and to live up to the title of Emperor of the Romans. Yet Louis was less skilled in holding the loyalty of dukes and counts, and he faced the impossible task of dividing the realm among his heirs while keeping unity. The Carolingian custom, inherited from Frankish tradition, was to divide the kingdom among sons. Unlike Rome, where primogeniture or adoption might secure one heir, the Franks believed that every son deserved a share. This practice was a recipe for division. Louis the Pious tried to balance between his sons, Lothair, Louis the German, and Charles the Bold. At times he granted more land to one, only to anger the others. Rebellions broke out, alliances shifted, and civil war tore through the empire. The climax came after Louis's death in 840. His sons fought for supremacy, until in 843 they signed the Treaty of Verdun. This treaty split the Carolingian Empire into three parts. West Francia, the realm of Charles the Bald, would evolve into the Kingdom of France. East Francia, the land of Louis the German, would become the foundation of Germany. Middle Francia, stretching awkwardly from the North Sea through Italy under Lothair, would soon fracture further, but from it the Low Countries, Burgundy, and northern Italy would take shape. What had been one empire was now a mosaic. Europe's future nation-states were being born, not in peace but in rivalry. Even as the Carolingians fought each other, a new danger arose from the north. In the year 793, raiders struck the monastery of Lindisfarne in northern England. The attack shocked Christendom, not only for its violence but for its sacrilege. Monks were slain, treasures seized, and holy places desecrated. Word spread quickly. The Northmen had come. These raiders, later called Vikings, came from Scandinavia, the lands of Norway, Denmark, and Sweden. Their longships were marvels of engineering. Swift, shallow drafted, able to cross open seas and rivers alike, they could appear suddenly on coasts and rivers, strike, and vanish before defenders arrived. In the 9th century, Viking raids became relentless. They attacked the coasts of Ireland and Britain, sailed up the Seine to Paris, and even reached Spain and Italy. No monastery was safe, no port secure. To contemporaries, it seemed as if the very fury of the pagans had been unleashed. Yet the Vikings were not merely raiders, they were also traders, explorers, and settlers. In Ireland, they founded towns like Dublin. In England, they carved out territories known as the Danelaw, where their laws and customs prevailed. In France, they pressed so hard on the Seine that eventually the French king granted them land in Normandy, land that would one day produce William the Conqueror. The Norse also pushed eastward, sailing along the rivers of Russia, trading with Byzantium and carrying goods from the Baltic to the Black Sea. Some of them became known as the Rus, and from them the future kingdom of Russia would take its name. But in Western Europe, it was their raids that left the deepest mark. For ordinary people, the sight of longships meant terror. Monasteries and villages alike were easy prey, and rulers often had no choice but to pay tribute, a practice known as Danegeld, to buy peace. The chaos of Viking raids, combined with the division of the Carolingian Empire, forced Europe to develop new ways of organizing society. Central authority was weak, kings could not protect every village, instead local lords built castles, fortified manors, and raised their own bands of knights. From this necessity grew the system we call feudalism. It was not invented overnight, nor was it uniform across Europe, but its essence was simple. In exchange for protection, peasants gave service and labor to lords, and lesser lords pledged loyalty to greater ones. Society became a web of personal bonds, vassals and lords, fiefs and oaths. Though often romanticized, feudalism was born out of fear of raiders, fear of neighbors, fear of collapse. Castles became symbols of security, standing on hilltops or river crossings. Knights became the defenders of the land, bound by loyalty and, in time, by codes of honor. The 9th and 10th centuries were not only times of war, faith continued to shape daily life. Monasteries, though often attacked, also recovered and grew. Pilgrimages increased, with holy sites like Santiago de Compostela in Spain drawing travelers. The cult of saints expanded, and relics were treasured as sources of protection and miracles. At the same time, reform movements stirred. Some monasteries sought stricter discipline, leading to the rise of the Cluniac order in the 10th century. These monks emphasized prayer, learning, and independence from local lords, and their influence would spread across Europe. By the end of the 9th century, Europe was very different from the Europe Charlemagne had known. His empire was gone, replaced by smaller kingdoms and lordships. The Vikings had become a constant threat, reshaping the political landscape. Feudal bonds and castles were becoming the backbone of defense. And yet, in this time of fragmentation, the foundations of the High Middle Ages were being laid. France and Germany were taking shape. England was beginning to unify under kings like Alfred the Great. The church was reforming and expanding. Out of chaos came resilience. Europe did not collapse completely. Instead, it adapted, setting the stage for the centuries to come. By the dawn of the 10th century, Europe had weathered storms of invasion and civil war. Charlemagne's empire was gone. The Vikings were still prowling the seas and rivers. The local lords had fortified themselves in castles. Yet amid this turbulence, new kingdoms were forming, and the map of medieval Europe was beginning to take on more familiar shapes. Nowhere were the Viking attacks more relentless than in the British Isles. In the 9th century, the Norse had carved out settlements in Ireland, Scotland, and much of eastern England, creating the Danelaw. For a time it seemed as if the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms might be swept away entirely, but one king stood against the tide, Alfred of Wessex, later called Alfred the Great. Ruling from 871 to 899, Alfred fought the Viking invaders with resilience and cunning. He reorganized the military, creating a system of fortified towns called burhs, and a navy to challenge the Norse at sea. Alfred was not only a warrior king but also a scholar. He promoted learning, translated texts into English, and encouraged education in his court. His dream was that all free men should be able to read scripture in their own tongue. By the time of his death, Wessex had survived and even expanded, laying the foundation for the eventual unification of England. In the generations after Alfred, the Anglo-Saxon kings would continue to resist and sometimes even absorb Viking settlers. By the 10th century, England was beginning to resemble a single kingdom, though it would remain vulnerable to raids until the Norman conquest centuries later. On the continent, the Viking presence took another form. Along the Seine, Norse raiders struck Paris repeatedly. Exhausted by constant attacks, the Frankish king Charles the Simple struck a bargain. In 911, he granted land in the lower Seine valley to a Viking leader named Rollo, on the condition that Rollo convert to Christianity and defend that land against further raids. This land became known as Normandy, the land of the Northmen. Here Vikings settled, intermarried with the local population, and gradually adopted the French language and culture. Within a century, the Normans were no longer pagan raiders, but Christian lords, famous for their cavalry and their ambition. Normandy would one day change the course of history, for it was from here that William the Conqueror would launch his invasion of England in 1066. But even in the 10th century, Normandy stood as proof that the Viking Age was not only about destruction, it was also about transformation, as Norsemen became Europeans. Meanwhile, in Central Europe, a new empire was rising. After the Treaty of Verdun, East Francia had evolved into the Kingdom of Germany. Its kings sought to revive Charlemagne's legacy, not merely as rulers of a kingdom but as emperors of Christendom. The man who achieved this was Otto I, later known as Otto the Great. Crowned king in 936, Otto strengthened his realm through alliances with the church and victories on the battlefield. In 955 he won a decisive victory over the Magyars, nomadic raiders from the east, at the Battle of Lechfeld. This victory ended the Magyar threat and secured Germany's place in Europe. In 962, Otto traveled to Rome, where the Pope crowned him Emperor of the Romans. Thus was born what came to be known as the Holy Roman Empire. Though it claimed to be the heir of Rome and Charlemagne, in truth it was a patchwork of duchies, bishoprics, and kingdoms bound together by the emperor's authority and the church's blessing. The Holy Roman Empire would endure for centuries, a central player in European politics, though it was never a centralized state in the modern sense. It was more an idea, the belief that a single emperor ruled Christendom, under God, with Rome as his spiritual capital. While the West dealt with Vikings and fracturing empires, the East was experiencing a transformation of its own. Pagan tribes that had long lived on the frontiers of Christendom were now beginning to embrace the faith. The Slavs, stretching from Poland to the Balkans, were slowly converted. Missionaries such as Cyril and Methodius brought Christianity to Moravia in the 9th century, creating an alphabet to translate scripture into the Slavic tongue, the ancestors of today's Cyrillic script. In Hungary, the once feared Magyars settled into the Carpathian Basin. Under King Stephen I, crowned in the year 1000, they accepted Christianity and began building a kingdom that would endure as part of Christendom. Farther north, in Scandinavia, the process was slower. For much of the 10th century, the Danes, Swedes, and Norwegians still clung to their old gods, Odin, Thor, and Frey. But even here, kings began to convert, often for political advantage, tying themselves to the Christian kingdoms of Europe. By the end of the 10th century, Scandinavia was on the path to becoming Christian. By the close of the 10th century, Europe had changed profoundly. The Carolingian Empire was long gone, yet from its ruins new powers had emerged. England was uniting under strong kings, Normandy was rising as a new principality, Germany had given birth to the Holy Roman Empire, and the Slavs and Magyars were entering the Christian world. Viking raids still came, but increasingly they ended not with plunder but with settlement, conversion, and integration. Castles dotted the landscape, knights patrolled the countryside, and feudal bonds tied lords to vassals. The continent was still fragile, still fragmented, but it was also more connected than before. And looming on the horizon was the new millennium. For some, the year 1000 brought fear of the world's end. For others, it was a marker of renewal. In either case, Europe was preparing to enter its next great age, the High Middle Ages, when kingdoms, crusades, and cathedrals would dominate the story. As the first millennium drew to a close, Europe stood at a crossroads. For centuries it had endured invasions, civil wars, and the collapse of empire. Yet by the year 1000, something remarkable had happened. The tide of destruction had slowed, and the continent was entering an age of renewal. In the face of raids and insecurity, local power had become the foundation of society. Castles dotted the landscape, rising above villages and fields. These were not the stone fortresses we picture from fairy tales, but wooden motte and bailey strongholds, built quickly on raised earth, surrounded by palisades. From these strong points, lords defended their lands and offered protection to those who served them. This arrangement formed the essence of feudalism. At its heart was an exchange, land and protection given by a lord, service and loyalty pledged by a vassal. A knight might swear to fight for his lord, while peasants worked the land in return for safety. Above them all stood kings, who granted great fiefs to dukes and counts, though in practice many kings were weaker than their own nobles. Feudalism was not a system written down in law, but a web of relationships, oaths, and expectations. It bound society together at a time when central authority was weak. It gave Europe structure, however fragile, and laid the foundation for medieval political life. For the vast majority of people, life remained tied to the soil. Most were peasants, working as serfs under their lords. They farmed strips of land, owed labor to their master, and paid dues in kind, grain, livestock, or firewood. Their huts were simple, their diet humble, their lives bound to the rhythms of the seasons. Yet even within hardship, there was resilience. Villages were communities where families shared work, festivals, and faith. The church bell marked time. for prayer, for mass, for planting and harvest. Saints' days brought moments of joy, with fairs, music, and feasts. Though life was short and uncertain, it was not without meaning. The church itself was undergoing transformation. In the centuries after Charlemagne, many monasteries and bishoprics had fallen under the control of local lords. Simony, the buying and selling of church offices, was widespread, and many priests married or lived in luxury. Reformers sought to change this, to restore purity and independence. The most influential reform began in Cluny, a monastery founded in Burgundy in 910. Unlike many monasteries, Cluny was placed directly under the authority of the Pope, free from local interference. Its monks followed the Benedictine rule with strict devotion, emphasizing prayer, discipline, and independence from worldly affairs. The Cluniac movement spread rapidly, inspiring hundreds of monasteries across Europe. These houses became centers of learning, art, and spirituality. Their churches rang with Gregorian chant, their scriptoria copied sacred texts, and their abbots guided kings and popes alike. By the 11th century, Cluny's influence reached every corner of Christendom. While the countryside remained the backbone of society, towns began to stir with new life. Many had shrunk after the fall of Rome, but around the year 1000 they began to revive. Markets grew at crossroads, river crossings, and near monasteries. Merchants and craftsmen gathered, and towns slowly expanded. Trade connected regions, salt from the coast, wool from England, wine from France, furs from the north, and spices from faraway lands. Italian cities like Venice, Genoa, and Pisa grew wealthy through maritime trade with the Byzantine Empire and the Islamic world. The revival of towns also revived freedom. Some towns gained charters, freeing them from feudal obligations and allowing them to govern themselves. Burghers and merchants formed guilds, defending their rights and regulating their crafts. Though small at first, these urban communities would grow into powerful forces in medieval Europe. Amid this renewal, devotion to the holy places of Christendom grew stronger. Pilgrimages became common, with travelers setting out to visit shrines and relics across Europe. Santiago de Compostela in Spain, believed to hold the remains of the Apostle James, drew pilgrims from across the continent. Rome, with the tombs of Peter and Paul, remained a beacon. Yet the greatest destination of all was Jerusalem. For Christians, the holy city was the center of the world, the place of Christ's death and resurrection. Though it lay under Muslim rule, pilgrims continued to travel there, often with hardship and danger. Their stories brought the East into the imagination of the West, planting seeds of longing and zeal. By the mid-11th century, these currents, feudal warfare, church reform, pilgrimage, and devotion, began to converge into something new. A spirit of holy war was taking shape. Knights once seen as violent thugs were being called to channel their power into the service of God. The idea emerged that fighting could be a form of penance, that one might save the soul by defending the church. This idea would grow and by the end of the century erupt in the call for the First Crusade. But already in the decades after the year 1000, the mindset was forming that Europe was not only a patchwork of lords and peasants, but also a single Christendom, united by faith and mission. Thus, as the year 1000 passed, Europe was no longer the fragile, raided land of the Carolingians. It was still divided, still poor by comparison by Byzantium or the Islamic world, but it was stirring with energy. Castles and monasteries rose across the land, towns bustled, trade expanded, and faith renewed. The 11th century was a century of preparation for reform, for growth, for conflict. From its soil would rise the soaring cathedrals, the powerful kings, and the long wars of the High Middle Ages. The dawn that had broken with Charlemagne in 800 was now giving way to a fuller light. Medieval Europe was entering its stride.
The cannons at Fort Sumter marked the end of one world and the birth of another. Smoke drifted over Charleston Harbor as the Union flag fell, and in that grey dawn, both sides believed the war would be brief. A single campaign, perhaps a season. But history had other plans. The young men who marched to war carried drums, banners, and confidence. They sang songs of glory, waving to crowds that lined the streets. No one yet understood what was coming. No one imagined that the rivers themselves would run red. In the north, President Lincoln moved quietly through sleepless nights, weighed down by the burden of holding a nation together. He spoke softly of union, never vengeance. "We are not enemies," he said, "but friends. We must not be enemies." But friendship was gone. The time for words had passed. The first great battle came at a place called Bull Run. Spectators brought picnic baskets to watch, as if war were theater. When the smoke cleared, horror replaced wonder. Bodies lay across the fields, and both sides realized the truth. This would not be a skirmish of months, but a trial of years. Factories in the north turned to war. Iron, gunpowder, locomotives. The South, rich in courage but poor in industry, relied on faith and the sharpness of its generals. From Virginia's green hills to Tennessee's rivers, battles flared and faded like lightning. The Battle of Shiloh, Antietam, Fredericksburg, names that would be carved into stone and memory. At Antietam, 23,000 men fell in a single day. For every mile gained, another was lost. Every victory was soaked in mourning. While soldiers fought, the enslaved waited, listening. They heard rumors of freedom moving like a wind through the camps. In 1863, Lincoln took pen to paper and changed the meaning of the war forever. The Emancipation Proclamation declared that all enslaved people in the rebelling states were free. The words did not free everyone overnight, but they turned the tide of purpose. The war for union had become a war for human dignity. And in that moment, America began to remake itself. Black soldiers joined the fight under their own banner, the United States colored troops, marching not just for a country, but for a future that had once seemed impossible. Their courage at Fort Wagner at Petersburg, at every front, became proof that freedom was no gift, it was earned. But freedom, like victory, demanded sacrifice. The South fought on with desperate fury. Its towns crumbled, its fields burned, yet its pride held firm. Robert E. Lee, calm and solemn, led armies that seemed to rise from the ashes again and again. Opposite him, Ulysses S. Grant advanced without pause, relentless, patient, unshakable. By 1864, the war had become a storm that consumed everything. Cities were emptied, families scattered, the land scarred. In Georgia, General Sherman's army marched to the sea, burning a path through the Confederacy. Behind them, the smoke of Atlanta rose against the crimson sky, a symbol of endings and of something yet to be reborn. Lincoln watched, weary, older than his years. He walked the corridors of the White House in silence, listening to the rain against the windows, knowing that each drop might mark another lost life. He carried the weight of every telegram, every name, and still he wrote, "With malice toward none, with charity for all." Words meant for the day peace would finally return. That day came in the spring of 1865. At Appomattox Courthouse, Lee met Grant. The two men spoke quietly, without triumph or humiliation. When they shook hands, the war ended not with cheers but with relief. The Union was saved, but changed forever. More than 600,000 lives had been lost. Towns lay in ruins, families torn beyond repair. The dream of America had survived, but its innocence had died. In the months that followed, hope flickered again. Freedmen walked the roads toward uncertain futures, carrying nothing but belief. The flag flew once more above a united nation, and for a moment, it seemed the dawn had finally come. Then, one April night, inside a crowded theater in Washington, D.C., a gunshot shattered that fragile peace. President Lincoln fell, and with him, the light of reconciliation dimmed. The nation stood in mourning, not only for a man, but for the spirit of gentleness he carried through the storm. Outside the Capitol, the cherry blossoms fell like snow, and the country wondered if it could ever heal. But history does not end with sorrow. Out of ashes, new generations would rise, builders, dreamers, and seekers, shaping the next chapter of the American story. The war had broken the old world, yet it also cleared the path for something greater to emerge. The United States would rebuild, redefine, and rise again. Stronger, more divided, more alive than ever before. And so, as the smoke of war faded across the horizon, a fragile silence settled over the land. The war had ended, but peace did not come easily. The battlefields were quiet now, no drums, no smoke, only silence and ruin. Cities lay in ashes, farms empty, bridges shattered. A nation that had torn itself apart now faced a harder task, to stitch itself back together. In the spring of 1865, the South was unrecognizable. Fields once white with cotton were grey with neglect. Railways were broken, towns hollowed by fire. Every family had lost someone. The victors were weary, and the defeated were bitter. Freedom had come, but it arrived on unsteady legs. 4 million people, once enslaved, stepped into the light of their first uncertain dawn of liberty. They carried no property, no savings, often no names that were truly their own. Yet they walked forward, building homes from wood and hope, forming communities, schools, and churches across the wreckage of the old order. Their joy was tempered by danger, their freedom tested every day by those who refused to accept it. The federal government sent soldiers and teachers into the South to protect and rebuild. For a few years, Reconstruction brought a fragile sense of possibility. New laws declared the rights of citizenship, the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, promising freedom, equality, and the vote. Black men were elected to Congress, families reunited after years of separation, children learned to read under candlelight for the first time. It was a moment when the dream of America seemed to expand, stretching to include those it had long ignored. But dreams invite resistance. Former Confederates called it humiliation. Secret groups rose in the night, hoods, torches, and fear. The Ku Klux Klan spread terror across the South, burning schools, lynching men who dared to vote, women who dared to teach. The promise of freedom was met by the shadow of hate. By 1877, Reconstruction was over. Federal troops withdrew, and the South was left to govern itself. In their place came new laws, new chains. Jim Crow, referring to the system of racial apartheid and segregation laws, separating black from white in every street, every school, every future. Freedom had not vanished, but it had been cornered. While the South struggled with its ghosts, the rest of the nation surged forward. The industrial age had arrived like thunder. Steel, coal, and steam reshaped everything. In the north, smokestacks rose higher than church towers. Railroads linked oceans, cities, and markets in iron threads. Where once the land had stretched endless and wild, now the whistle of trains filled the wind. Immigrants arrived by the millions, from Ireland, Germany, Italy, China. They came with empty pockets and full hearts, chasing the same fragile hope that hard work could rewrite destiny. They built railways across mountains, carved tunnels through rock, and raised cities of steel and brick. Their names would rarely appear in history books, but their hands built the modern world. In 1869, the Transcontinental Railroad was completed. East met west in a single line of polished iron. At Promontory Summit, two locomotives faced each other nose to nose, and a golden spike was driven into the rail, the symbolic joining of a continent. It was more than a triumph of engineering. It was the binding of a fractured nation. But the price of progress was high. The West was not empty, though many claimed it was. It was filled with life, nations of the plains, herds of buffalo, languages that carried centuries of wisdom. As settlers moved west, those worlds were pushed aside. The Indian Wars raged through the 1870s, scattering tribes into reservations. At Wounded Knee, in the cold of 1890, hundreds were slaughtered. It was the final act of conquest, and a silence fell across the plains where songs had once echoed. Still, the story of America rolled forward. New inventions transformed daily life. The telegraph, the telephone, the electric light. The Gilded Age began. An age of wealth and contradiction. Magnates like Carnegie, Rockefeller, and Vanderbilt built empires of industry. Their fortunes glittered like the skyline itself, while millions labored for pennies in crowded tenements. In New York, the Statue of Liberty was raised in 1886, a gift from France, shining above the harbor. For immigrants arriving by ship, it was the first thing they saw, a woman of bronze holding a torch against the night. She stood for welcome, but also for challenge. The poem at her base spoke of the tired, poor, and huddled masses. And yet many who came found not paradise but survival. By the end of the century, the United States had changed beyond recognition. It was no longer a scattered collection of states, but a continental power. Its railroads stretched over deserts, its factories lit up the night. Cities hummed with electricity and ambition. But under the noise, the question remained: what kind of nation would this be? For all its progress, the same contradictions lingered. Freedom and prejudice walked side by side. Wealth and poverty shared the same streets. Inventions promised equality. Yet power gathered in the hands of the few. The Civil War had ended slavery, but not struggle. The century closed with the same uneasy balance it had begun with: hope against injustice, promise against pain. And in that balance, America prepared to step into a new century, one of machines, skyscrapers, and voices demanding to be heard. The new century arrived with a sound the world had never heard before: the hum of machines, the whistle of trains, the low electric buzz of cities that never slept. America entered the 1900s with confidence, invention, and a quiet belief that anything was possible. Skyscrapers began to climb into the clouds, their steel skeletons rising higher each month. Elevators, electric lights, and telephones turned fantasy into routine. The horse gave way to the automobile, and soon the streets were alive with engines, horns, and the smell of oil and dust. Factories poured smoke into the sky. Typewriters clicked in endless rhythm. It was an age of speed. An age that believed in itself. Millions continued to arrive from distant shores. Italians, Poles, Jews, Russians, Chinese. They came carrying the weight of old worlds and the hope of new beginnings. Ellis Island echoed with their names, their languages, their fears. Many settled in crowded tenements, working 10, 12, 14 hours a day in factories that never rested. They built bridges, stitched clothes, cleaned streets, and raised the buildings that defined modern America. Their reward was survival, but also belonging. It was a time of extremes, astonishing progress, unbearable inequality. In the marble halls of Manhattan, the wealthy held glittering balls under chandeliers of 1,000 lights. In the shadows of those same buildings, families slept 10 to a room. The newspapers called it the Gilded Age, golden on the surface but fragile beneath. Children worked beside adults, faces grey with soot. Women labored without rights, without rest. Accidents were common and justice was rare, but voices were rising, reformers, writers, journalists. The muckrakers they were called, digging through corruption to reveal the truth. Upton Sinclair wrote of slaughterhouses and sweatshops. Ida Tarbell exposed the power of monopolies. Each word became a spark in the growing fire of reform. Across the country, new movements began to take shape. Farmers demanded fair prices, workers demanded unions, women demanded the vote. Their marches filled the streets, their banners fluttered in the wind. Equality, justice, bread and roses. It was the beginning of a new awakening, a moral revolution that sought to match progress with conscience. In the White House, President Theodore Roosevelt became the symbol of this restless age. He fought monopolies, preserved forests, built national parks, and dreamed of a Panama Canal that would unite the oceans. He called it the Square Deal, fairness for worker and owner alike. Though fairness was always a moving target. Still, he believed that a great nation should protect its weakest, not devour them. The 1900s roared forward like a locomotive. Airplanes lifted off the ground for the first time, fragile wings against the wind. Motion pictures flickered across silver screens, turning dreams into light. The human voice traveled through wires. Time itself seemed to accelerate. Yet, beneath the optimism, the old world's troubles were stirring again. Across Europe, rival empires armed themselves for a conflict few truly understood. By 1914, the first shots of the Great War echoed across the Atlantic. In muddy trenches from Belgium to France, millions of men vanished into smoke and silence. At first, America watched from afar, isolated, hesitant. President Woodrow Wilson promised neutrality, and the nation focused inward, building, inventing, working. But the oceans were no longer walls. When ships were sunk and allies called for aid, the United States entered the war in 1917. Not as an empire, but as a promise, a defender of democracy in a world gone mad. The country transformed overnight. Factories turned from cars to cannons, from typewriters to rifles. Posters filled every street corner. Uncle Sam wants you. Men enlisted by the millions. Women took their places in the factories they left behind. Fields became training grounds. Cities became supply lines. It was a war fought with machines, tanks, gas, airplanes, telegraphs, all born of modern invention, now used to destroy. Across the Atlantic, the young soldiers of America marched through villages no one at home could pronounce. They wrote letters by candlelight, dreaming of home, believing that this war somehow would end all wars. When the fighting finally ceased in November 1918, the silence that followed was immense. The world stood still, a graveyard stretching from one horizon to the next. Millions were gone. An entire generation had vanished into history's smoke. The Americans came home to parades, but also to confusion. They had fought to make the world safe for democracy, yet returned to a nation still divided by race, class, and fear. The promise of peace felt fragile, as if built on the edge of thunder. And yet, the age had changed everything. The old world had ended. The new world, industrial, connected, unstoppable, had begun. America stood on the threshold of global power, its people filled with pride and exhaustion. Factories were silent for a moment, then began again. Cities glowed brighter, airplanes dotted the sky, and for a fleeting moment, it felt as if humanity had triumphed over its own chaos. The guns of the Great War had fallen silent, and the world tried to dream again. The 1920s began not with mourning, but with music. Jazz poured from every city street, trumpets, laughter, and motion. The world was changing once more, and America danced into the future. Factories reopened, cities grew brighter, faster, louder. Electric signs lit up New York and Chicago like constellations made by human hands. Cars filled the roads, radios filled the air, and for the first time, millions shared the same songs, the same news, the same dreams. The Roaring Twenties, they called it, an age of speed and sparkle, of flappers and freedom, of skyscrapers that touched the clouds. Women had won the right to vote. Movies spoke, airplanes soared, and fortunes rose as quickly as they fell. In Wall Street offices, paper fortunes multiplied in a haze of confidence. Everyone believed the good times would never end, but good times are fragile things. In October 1929, the illusion shattered. The stock market crashed like a wave of glass, and the glittering age went dark. Banks collapsed, factories closed, millions lost their homes, their savings, their hope. The Great Depression had begun. Across the nation, families wandered dusty roads with everything they owned piled into trucks and wagons. In the Great Plains, the soil itself turned against them, a storm of dust that swallowed farms, homes, and lives. They called it the Dust Bowl. People covered their faces, their windows, their children. The land, once rich and golden, had become a sea of wind and ruin. In the cities, bread lines stretched around corners. Men who had built railroads now waited for a bowl of soup. Children learned hunger before they learned reading. And yet, even in that darkness, the spirit of endurance remained. In 1933, a new voice spoke to the nation. Calm, confident, steady. Franklin Delano Roosevelt took the oath of office and promised a New Deal. In his first speech, he told a weary people, "The only thing we have to fear is fear itself." His words were like light through fog. The government began to rebuild from the ground. Dams rose across rivers, bridges spanned valleys, workers carved tunnels and planted forests. The unemployed became builders of a new nation. Artists painted murals, writers recorded history, musicians filled the air with songs of endurance. It was not wealth they found, but purpose. Slowly, the economy began to breathe again. Hope returned, fragile, cautious, but real. And then, just as the nation began to stand again, the world began to fall apart. In Europe, old ghosts stirred once more. Dictators rose from the wreckage of the Great War, men who promised strength and order at any cost. Hitler in Germany, Mussolini in Italy. Their words spread faster than truth. Their armies followed soon after. By 1939, the world was at war again. This time, the storm would reach every shore. At first, America stayed back, still haunted by the memory of trenches and graves. Isolation seemed safe, but safety is never permanent. When Japanese planes attacked Pearl Harbor in December 1941, the illusion ended in fire and smoke. America woke as a giant does, slowly but with immense force. Factories roared to life once more, this time for war. Men enlisted by the millions, and women stepped into the jobs they left behind. They became welders, engineers, nurses, codebreakers, pilots. Rosie the Riveter, with her rolled-up sleeves and determined eyes, became the face of a generation. From the deserts of Africa to the beaches of France, from the islands of the Pacific to the skies above Germany, Americans fought beside allies against tyranny. The war united the nation in purpose, but divided it in cost. Ration books replaced abundance. Families waited for letters that sometimes never came. Victory seemed both near and unreachable. In 1914, the Allied armies stormed the beaches of Normandy. The sea was red, the sky grey, but the world held its breath, and the tide of war began to turn. By 1945, the dictators who had promised eternity lay defeated. Cities burned, millions were dead, and the planet was scarred by its own invention. That summer, a new weapon was tested, a flash brighter than the sun. The atomic bomb ended the war, but began a new age, one of awe and dread. Humanity had won its greatest battle and built its greatest danger. When the soldiers came home, they found a world forever changed. The cities were the same, but their hearts were not. There were no parades for the dead, no speeches that could fill the empty chairs, and yet, through all the loss, a quiet strength endured. America stood again, powerful, wary, wiser. It had survived depression and war. It had fed the world, armed allies, and proven that freedom could fight back against darkness. But victory raised new questions. What comes after power? What does peace mean, when peace itself carries the memory of fire? The world looked to America for leadership, and America looked inward for meaning. The future would be built not just by soldiers or presidents, but by families, dreamers, workers, by those who had learned to rebuild from nothing. And so, the lights of a new age flickered on, the world exhaled, calm for the first time in years, but in the distance a new tension was already rising. The war was over, but peace came wearing a different face. The world was no longer divided by armies, it was divided by ideas. In the ruins of Europe and Asia, two powers now stood unchallenged, the United States and the Soviet Union. Between them stretched not a battlefield, but a silence filled with satellites, secrets, and fear. They called it the Cold War, and for more than 40 years, it would shape the world's breath. At home, America entered an age of plenty. The economy boomed. Factories that had once built tanks now made cars, radios, refrigerators. Suburbs spread across the land like new constellations. Rows of houses with white fences and green lawns. Highways stretched toward the horizon, carrying families toward the promise of stability. It was a time of television, of Elvis and diners and baseball under the summer sky. To many, it felt like the dream had finally come true. Yet dreams are never simple. Beneath the calm surface ran the currents of anxiety. Duck and cover drills in classrooms, air raid sirens echoing in the night, the quiet dread of nuclear fire. The atomic bomb had ended one war but begun a new kind of fear, the fear that peace itself might vanish in a flash of light. In 1957, the world looked upward and gasped. The Soviet Union launched Sputnik, the first satellite to circle the Earth. A beeping metal sphere, smaller than a beach ball, and yet it changed everything. The race for the skies had begun. America answered with rockets, laboratories, and classrooms full of young dreamers staring at the stars. The space race became a new frontier, not of conquest, but of wonder. And in 1969, on a quiet night watched by millions, a human voice spoke from another world. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. The moon landing was more than victory, it was poetry, a symbol of what humanity could achieve when it reached upward instead of inward. But not all battles were fought in space. At home, another revolution was taking shape, not of weapons, but of words, courage, and conscience. In the South, black Americans who had waited a century for true freedom began to march. They faced fire hoses, jail cells, and hatred, armed only with faith and the belief that equality was not a dream, but a right. Rosa Parks sat down on a bus and refused to stand. Martin Luther King Jr. stood up on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial and spoke words that echoed across generations. I have a dream. The civil rights movement became the moral heartbeat of the nation. Laws changed, but hearts took longer. Still, step by step, the country began to move forward. Imperfectly, painfully, but undeniably. The 1960s burned with energy and contradiction. Peace marches filled the streets. Music spoke louder than speeches. Young people questioned everything: war, government, tradition, even the nature of love and freedom. In distant jungles, another conflict raged. Vietnam. It was a war that divided not continents but generations. Televisions brought its images into every home. Flames, helicopters, soldiers trudging through mud. For the first time, war was not distant, it was visible. And many asked, why are we fighting at all? By the 1970s, that question had fractured the country. Trust in leaders faltered. The Watergate scandal shook faith in government itself. But history, as always, kept moving. Slower, quieter, but never still. As the Cold War deepened, the arms race grew colder still. Nuclear missiles lined silos like silent prayers against annihilation. Yet amid the fear, humanity kept building, inventing, dreaming. Computers filled entire rooms, blinking, humming, calculating. Scientists imagined a future where machines could speak, think, and connect. The digital age was stirring, though few yet recognized its heartbeat. In the 1980s, a new confidence swept through America. Bright colors, loud music, and neon lights painted over a decade of doubt. The economy revived. The personal computer arrived. Satellites circled the globe, bringing voices and pictures from everywhere to everyone. President Ronald Reagan spoke of a shining city on a hill, of optimism, strength, and freedom triumphant. And while the rhetoric soared, the tension with the Soviet Union finally began to soften. The wall that had divided Berlin for a generation began to crack. And in 1989, as people climbed atop it and swung hammers against the stone, the Cold War came to an end not with an explosion, but with a cheer. The century that had begun with horses and telegrams ended with rockets, satellites, and computers. The divided world had survived itself. The dream had not vanished. It had simply changed shape. But the story of America remained the same. A story of contrasts, of light and shadow, of hope that refused to die, even in the face of fear. The 20th century closed not with a battle, but with a breath. The Cold War was over. The wall had fallen. The world, for a moment, seemed weightless. In the glow of television screens, crowds celebrated the end of fear. For the first time in living memory, there was no great enemy, no global war, only possibility. The map of the world, once carved by empires, now blurred into networks and markets. And at the center of it all stood a nation both young and ancient, the United States of America. The 1990s were an age of optimism, a moment when progress felt inevitable. Computers, once the size of rooms, now fit on desks. The internet was born, carrying information through invisible threads that wrapped around the globe. Emails replaced letters, voices traveled through cables, and the distance between people seemed to vanish overnight. In Silicon Valley, a new kind of frontier opened, not of land, but of code. Dreamers with ideas instead of armies began to reshape the world. Companies with names like Apple, Microsoft, and Google grew faster than nations. Information became the new gold, and imagination the new power. Music, movies, and culture spread faster than ever before. A song written in one room could reach 1 billion ears. The century of industry had given way to the century of connection. But even in connection, division remained. In 2001, a clear September morning turned to smoke and sorrow. The Twin Towers of New York City were attacked. The skyline fell, and with it, the illusion of invulnerability. Nearly 3,000 lives were lost, and the world stood still once more. The attack on September 11th marked the dawn of a new era, the age of uncertainty. In its wake came war, in Afghanistan, in Iraq, long and costly, fought in deserts far from home. Airports filled with checkpoints, and fear returned to the public heart. Yet from the ashes of tragedy came a fragile unity. Flags appeared on porches, candles in windows. For a brief moment, America remembered how to stand together, not as states or parties, but as people. The years that followed brought new triumphs and new trials. Technology reshaped everything. Social media connected billions and divided them. Voices once silent could now speak to the world. But with those voices came noise, confusion, and conflict. Politics grew louder. Truth became harder to hold. Screens filled every hand, every room, every hour. We could talk to anyone, anywhere, yet sometimes it felt as if we had forgotten how to listen. The digital age gave humanity more power than ever before, and forced it to confront what it truly valued. Through recessions, storms, and pandemics, the rhythm of life changed again. In 2008, the world watched as financial systems faltered, and the idea of endless growth proved once more an illusion. But new generations kept rising, hopeful, creative, restless. Movements for equality, climate, and justice filled the streets and screens. Science reached deeper into space, decoding genomes and distant galaxies. Voices demanded to be heard, every kind, every color, every belief. The United States, as always, reflected the world's contradictions: wealth and poverty, unity and division, pride and pain. But through it all, its story remained one of persistence, a nation forever trying to bridge the gap between its promise and its practice. In the early 21st century, humanity faced a new kind of frontier, not the West, not the moon, but the invisible world of data and discovery, the frontier of the mind. Artificial intelligence, renewable energy, medicine, and machines that could learn. Each invention another reflection of our own desire to understand and to endure. And through it all, the dream persisted, not just the American dream, but the human one, that life could be better, kinder, freer. As the century turns once more, the United States stands both humbled and hopeful, a mosaic of millions, still arguing, still reaching, still believing that tomorrow can be brighter than today. The farms, the cities, the deserts, and the coasts, each tells part of the same story, of people who build, break, and rebuild again. The world that began in wilderness and wood now hums with fiber and light. But listen closely, and beneath the noise, the same heartbeat remains. The sound of a people still searching for balance between power and peace, freedom and responsibility, ambition and grace. It was the year 1000. Europe stood at the edge of a new dawn, uncertain, uneasy, yet quietly hopeful. For centuries people had whispered of the world's end, believing the turning of the millennium might bring the final trumpet of Judgment Day. But the skies remained calm, the stars unmoved, and the fields once again filled with the familiar rhythm of life. The world had not ended, instead it was beginning again. Across the quiet valleys of France, stone towers rose above misty forests. In Germany and Italy, small towns clustered around ancient Roman ruins. The old empire was gone, but its bones still shaped the roads and cities of medieval life. It was a time of rebuilding and rediscovery. Warriors and monks, peasants and princes, all played their part in weaving the complex fabric of medieval Europe. The Viking raids that once haunted the coastlines had mostly faded. The Northmen were settling, farming, and converting to Christianity. The great waves of migration were slowing. What emerged was a continent learning how to govern itself again. Power now rested not in emperors, but in lords and vassals. It was a system born of chaos, simple yet deeply personal. A peasant worked the land belonged to a knight, and the knight served a lord, and a lord owed loyalty to a king. But these bonds were not fixed in law. They were made and broken through oaths, marriages, and war. At the center of this world stood the castle, both fortress and home. From its cold stone walls, the medieval noble could watch over his domain, protect his people, and command his knights. The clang of the blacksmith's hammer and the creak of drawbridges echoed across Europe, from Normandy to the Rhineland, from Spain to the Carpathian hills. Inside these walls, the idea of chivalry was taking shape, an unwritten code of honor that blended Christian virtue with warrior pride. Knights swore to defend the weak, to fight bravely, and to serve God and their Lord. In truth, many failed to live up to these ideals, but the stories and songs they inspired would live for centuries. Meanwhile, faith was the pulse of daily life. Monasteries dotted the countryside like islands of calm. Monks rose before dawn to pray, copied ancient manuscripts by flickering candlelight, and tended fields in silence. Their work kept knowledge alive. Latin texts, classical philosophy, and scripture preserved through patient hands. The church was everywhere, blessing crops, recording births, hearing confessions, and settling disputes. Bishops held lands as large as kings, and the Pope's word carried both spiritual and political weight. Europe was not a single nation, but the Church gave it a single soul. One faith, one calendar, one shared sense of divine purpose. And yet, beneath that unity, tensions brewed. The eastern and western branches of Christianity were drifting apart. The Great Schism of 1054 would finally divide Rome and Constantinople, creating two worlds of faith, Catholic and Orthodox. It was a quiet fracture at first, but one that would shape centuries of history. By the mid-11th century, Europe was stirring with new energy. Population grew, forests fell to the plow, and towns slowly expanded. Stone churches replaced wooden chapels. Trade routes opened between Italy, Flanders, and the Baltic. Pilgrims set out across the continent to visit holy sites: Compostela in Spain, Rome in Italy, Jerusalem in the distant east. And everywhere, builders dreamed higher. Romanesque arches curved across monasteries, great towers reached toward heaven. These early cathedrals were not yet the soaring marvels of later centuries, but their heavy pillars and dim light created a solemn beauty. They spoke of a people reaching upward after centuries of survival. In the north, a new breed of warriors carried this energy across the seas: the Normans. Descendants of Vikings who had settled in France, they were fierce, disciplined, and restless. In 1066, led by William the Conqueror, they crossed the Channel and changed England forever. The Battle of Hastings was not just a clash of kings, it was the collision of two ages. The Anglo-Saxon world met the Norman one, a fusion that would define English law, architecture, and language. Castles sprouted across the green hills, and a new aristocracy took root. But the Normans were not content with England alone. They carved out realms in southern Italy, Sicily, and even the edges of the Byzantine Empire. Everywhere they went, they built fortresses, churches, and ports, leaving a trail of stone and ambition that would reshape Europe's map. And then, one day, a single sermon changed the course of history. In 1095, at the Council of Clermont, Pope Urban II called upon the Knights of Christendom to take up the cross, to reclaim Jerusalem from Muslim rule, and protect Eastern Christians. His word spread like fire through the courts and villages of Europe. Tens of thousands took the vow. They sewed crosses onto their tunics, sold their lands, and marched toward the unknown. The First Crusade had begun. For many it was a journey of faith, for others adventure or greed, but together they set in motion a movement that would echo through centuries, a mingling of zeal and brutality that revealed both the glory and darkness of the medieval heart. As the year 1100 approached, Europe no longer feared the end of the world. It had found a new mission, one that would carry its people beyond the seas, into deserts, cities, and legends. The road to Jerusalem stretched farther than any map could show, through forest and mountain, across the plains of Hungary and the deserts of Syria. Thousands walked and rode under the banner of the cross. They were knights and peasants, bishops and beggars, drawn together by faith, by hunger, by the promise of glory or forgiveness. Some went for God, some went for gold. Most went simply because the world was changing, and they did not wish to be left behind. The First Crusade was no single army, but a tide of peoples moving eastward. Many perished before reaching the Holy Land, to famine, to disease, to their own lack of discipline, but those who survived saw things no European had seen in generations. Vast cities, golden mosques, libraries filled with ancient learning, and markets overflowing with silks and spices. To the weary knights from the cold stone halls of France and Germany, the East seemed like another world, older, brighter, richer, and yet they came as conquerors. In 1099, after years of suffering and siege, the Crusaders reached Jerusalem. They stormed its walls in a fury of faith and desperation. When the fighting ended, the holy city was theirs, and its streets were red. The massacre that followed would echo for centuries, but in the minds of those who survived, it was not horror they remembered. It was triumph. The will of God, they believed, had been fulfilled. In the aftermath, 4 small kingdoms were carved out of the Middle East: Jerusalem, Edessa, Antioch, and Tripoli. These were Europe's fragile footholds in the east. Each depended on reinforcements from home, on alliances with local powers, and on the constant flow of pilgrims who came to see the land of Christ with their own eyes. The rulers of these states learned quickly that faith alone could not hold a fortress. They built stone castles across Syria and Palestine, massive, beautiful strongholds like Crac de Chevaliers, whose white walls still gleam in the sunlight. Within them lived men who had come to see themselves not merely as soldiers, but as guardians of a sacred frontier. Trade followed war. Venetian and Genoese merchants opened routes through the Mediterranean, carrying silk and sugar, glass and gemstones. Europe began to taste the wealth of the East, and it would never again be content with the simple bread and iron of home. But it was not only treasure that traveled westward. Books crossed the seas too, ancient Greek and Arabic texts, preserved in the libraries of the East. From them, Europe rediscovered Aristotle, Galen, Euclid, the roots of philosophy, medicine, and mathematics. Monks and scholars translated these works into Latin, planting the first quiet seeds of what would one day become the Renaissance. It is one of history's small ironies that a war of faith would awaken the mind, that violence could open the door to learning. As the Crusades continued, a new kind of knight appeared, the monk warrior. Men who took vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience, but bore swords. The Knights Templar, founded in Jerusalem, guarded pilgrims on the road and defended the holy sites. The Hospitallers cared for the sick and wounded. The Teutonic Order would later rise in the north, bringing the crusading spirit to the Baltic. These orders grew rich and powerful, owning lands across Europe. They were admired and feared, men of both prayer and steel, bound by a code that few could truly live by. To the common people they seemed almost mythical, part saint, part soldier, serving a cause greater than kings. But faith and fortune are fleeting. In 1144, the county of Edessa, one of the first Crusader states, fell to Muslim forces. The shock reverberated through Christendom. From the pulpits of Europe came another call, a second crusade, led this time by kings themselves, Louis VII of France and Conrad III of Germany. The armies marched again, vast and glittering, but the land was unforgiving. The people they had come to liberate saw them as invaders, and the unity that had once driven the First Crusade was gone. The campaign ended in failure. Jerusalem remained Christian for now, but the dream of divine conquest had dimmed. The East, once seen as a place of salvation, now appeared endless and unknowable. Still, the great journey had changed Europe forever. Pilgrims and traders carried home spices, fabrics, and ideas. New maps were drawn, new words entered languages: sugar, cotton, lemon, algebra, and behind every cathedral and marketplace one could now feel the distant hum of the wider world. The medieval mind had begun to open, just a little. The horizon no longer ended at the edge of Christendom. Somewhere beyond the sea, other peoples lived, prayed, and built, and in the quiet hours of night, a few began to wonder what they might learn from them. The 12th century was a time of restlessness. Europe had tasted the world beyond its borders, and something within it began to stir, a hunger for greatness, for knowledge, for order. The crusading spirit did not fade, it simply changed shape. The same passion that had sent armies to Jerusalem now built cathedrals, raised universities, and wrote songs of love and honor. It was as if all the fervor of battle had turned inward, into art, thought, and faith. All across the continent, towns rose from timber to stone. Cathedrals began to pierce the sky. Chartres, Notre Dame, Canterbury, Rheims. Monuments to both human devotion and ingenuity. These were not just buildings, they were prayers made visible. Each arch, each stained glass window was a sermon of light, a glimpse of heaven rendered in color and stone. Inside, the air shimmered with incense and song. Pilgrims came barefoot from distant lands to see the sacred relics, a thorn from Christ's crown, a saint's bone, a drop of holy blood. In those dim interiors, surrounded by flickering candles, one could almost feel the divine breathing through the walls. But such wonders required money, vast sums. So cities grew rich from trade, bishops levied taxes, and guilds of craftsmen prospered. Europe, once scattered and poor, was becoming a web of wealth and power. With trade came knowledge, and with knowledge came questions. In Paris, Oxford, and Bologna, universities took shape, communities of scholars bound not by birth or title, but by curiosity. They studied the scriptures, but also Aristotle and Euclid, the medicine of Avicenna, the numbers of Al-Khwarizmi. For the first time in centuries, the old wisdom of Greece and the new discoveries of the Arabs shared the same parchment. To many, this seemed wondrous. To others, dangerous. Could human reason walk beside divine truth? The Church tried to draw the line, but thought, once awakened, cannot easily be chained. Not all learning was found in monasteries. In the courts of Aquitaine and Provence, poets sang of courtly love, of knights who served their ladies as faithfully as they served their lords. It was a strange, delicate world of idealized passion and impossible virtue. From it grew the great legends, Tristan and Isolde, Lancelot and Guinevere, the Holy Grail. These stories spread across Europe, blending Celtic myth, Christian symbolism, and the moral code of the knight. They gave the rough warrior class a dream of nobility, a mirror to polish their steel and souls alike. And somewhere in these songs, one hears the first whisper of modern Europe, a society beginning to imagine love, conscience, and honor as forces greater than the sword. Yet the same faith that inspired beauty also demanded obedience. As the Church's power grew, so did its will to purify. New orders arose. The Cistercians, led by Bernard of Clairvaux, sought simplicity and poverty. The Inquisition took root, hunting heresy wherever doubt dared to breathe. In southern France, the Cathars preached that the world was corrupt, that spirit and matter were eternal enemies. The Church saw them as a threat, and soon crusade was turned inward, Christian against Christian, a holy war in the very heart of Christendom. Such was the paradox of the age. The same fire that lit the cathedrals also kindled the stake. Beyond the seas, the struggle for the Holy Land continued. In 1187, Jerusalem fell once more, this time to Saladin, the great Muslim general, whose courage and mercy would make him a legend even among his enemies. The news struck Europe like a thunderclap. Kings answered the call again. Richard, the Lionheart of England, Philip Augustus of France, Frederick Barbarossa of the Holy Roman Empire, they led armies eastward in what would be known as the Third Crusade, a campaign as magnificent as it was tragic. Frederick drowned before reaching battle. Philip quarreled with Richard and returned home. Richard fought with brilliance but could not retake Jerusalem. In the end, a truce was made. Pilgrims would be allowed to visit the holy city, though it remained in Muslim hands. The crusade had failed, yet its stories of courage, betrayal, and distant honor became legend. As the 12th century drew to a close, Europe was stronger than ever, richer, wiser, yet no less restless. New powers were rising: France under the Capetians, England with its Plantagenet kings, and in the north the growing might of Scandinavia and the Baltic Crusaders. The age of wandering knights and holy wars was not yet over, but something deeper was changing, a slow shift from faith to reason, from the world of miracles to the world of men. The Middle Ages had reached its height. Soon it would begin to turn toward its end. By the year 1200, the medieval world stood at its height. Its cathedrals reached for heaven, its kings ruled with newfound confidence, and its faith, fierce and absolute, bound millions together beneath the cross. Yet in that very strength lay the seed of change. The dream of a united Christendom was beginning to strain under its own weight. Ambition had grown beside devotion, and men who once marched for salvation now marched for empire. In 1202, a new crusade was proclaimed, one meant to reclaim Jerusalem once and for all. Knights gathered from across Europe, their banners bright against the sea breeze of Venice, but the campaign began not with prayer, but with debt. The Crusaders owed money to the Venetian merchants who had built their ships. Unable to pay, they agreed to attack the city of Zara, a Christian port. Blood was spilled not for faith but for finance. And then came the fatal detour. Persuaded by politics and profit, the Crusaders turned their swords upon Constantinople, the greatest Christian city of the East. In 1204 they stormed its walls, looting, burning, and desecrating the Queen of Cities. The Hagia Sophia was stripped of its relics, its altars shattered, its priests slain. It was the greatest betrayal in medieval Christendom. East and West, once divided by theology, were now torn apart by greed. The Latin Empire they founded would last less than 60 years, but the wound it left would never heal. Back in the West, power was shifting from knights and nobles to monarchs. The feudal world that had once depended on personal oaths was hardening into kingdoms with laws, taxes, and courts. In France, the Capetian dynasty extended its reach, building the first true national administration. In England, after the conquests of William, the kings grew strong, until their ambitions met resistance. By 1215, angry barons forced King John to sign the Magna Carta, a document meant to limit royal power and affirm the rights of free men. It was a small beginning, just parchment and ink, yet in time it would echo louder than any sword. In Spain, the Christian kingdoms pushed south in the long Reconquista, reclaiming lands once ruled by Muslim caliphs. In Italy, merchant republics like Venice, Genoa, and Florence began to flourish, their ships threading the Mediterranean like veins of gold and silk. Europe was no longer a backwater, it was becoming the crossroads of the world. Amid all this, the builders kept working. The early Gothic cathedrals gave way to masterpieces of height and light. Stone became lace, windows became oceans of color. At Chartres and Amiens, the very air seemed carved into harmony. These were not the works of kings alone, but of entire communities, generations of masons, glassmakers, and dreamers who built for a future they would never see. To walk inside was to step into eternity. Faith had given Europe its bones, now imagination gave it a soul. In Paris, Thomas Aquinas taught that faith and reason were not enemies, but reflections of the same truth. In Assisi, a young man named Francis renounced wealth and power to live in poverty, preaching to birds and beggars alike. And in countless monasteries and schools, men debated questions once thought too bold to ask: the nature of the universe, of justice, of man himself. The flame of inquiry, once dim, was beginning to glow brighter. The medieval mind was awakening. Yet far beyond Europe's borders, new forces were gathering. In the steppes of Central Asia, a leader named Temujin, known to the world as Genghis Khan, united the Mongol tribes under one banner. His horsemen would soon thunder across the world, reaching as far as Poland and Hungary. The peace of Christendom would tremble before a storm unlike any it had known. And still the Church called for more crusades, against Muslims, against heretics, even against other Christians. The word holy war had become familiar, perhaps too familiar. For every victory, a doubt crept deeper into the soul of Europe. What if the world was not meant to be conquered by faith, but understood? The 13th century began with confidence. Europe had survived famine, war and betrayal, yet its heart still beat with a quiet faith. Cathedrals shimmered with new glass, universities buzzed with ideas. From the Atlantic to the Carpathians, it seemed that every field, every market, every city was alive with motion. But beneath that sense of order, the world was stretching, growing larger, stranger, and more connected than ever before. The spirit of holy war flickered on, but the fire was dying. The great crusader castles in the east stood like lonely islands in a hostile sea. The Islamic world had grown united under strong leaders, and one by one, the Christian states of Syria and Palestine began to fall. The Sixth Crusade of Emperor Frederick II reclaimed Jerusalem for a brief, bloodless moment through diplomacy, a curious peace in an age of swords, but it did not last. In 1291 the final fortress, Acre, fell. The Crusader banners were torn down, and with them ended 2 centuries of European presence in the Holy Land. There were no victors in the end, only lessons written in stone and memory. The Crusades had reshaped trade, faith, and imagination, but they had also left behind disillusion. The world seemed less holy now, more complex, more human. As pilgrims turned homeward, merchants took their place on the roads and seas. From Genoa to Bruges, from London to Lübeck, the pulse of Europe shifted from castles to marketplaces. Money replaced oaths, ledgers replaced swords. Guilds formed, brotherhoods of weavers, masons and traders. Their symbols hung over shop doors like family crests. Cities grew noisy and proud, their bells marking the hours of commerce as surely as the monasteries marked the hours of prayer. In Italy, bankers of Florence invented new ways to lend and invest, while Venice and Genoa built fleets that rivaled any army. In the north, the Hanseatic League bound Baltic ports into a web of trade, carrying salt, furs and grain. A merchant could now grow richer than a baron, and a city's will could rival a king's. The old boundaries of Christendom began to dissolve. Traders returned from the east with stories of Persia, India and China, their voices filled with wonder. Among them was Marco Polo, who traveled farther than almost anyone of his time, across deserts and empires to the court of the great Khan. When he returned to Venice around 1295, few believed his tales of golden cities, paper money, and vast armies, but they listened, and something in the European mind began to turn toward exploration, toward the idea that the world was far wider than any map. What began as a pilgrimage of faith was becoming a journey of curiosity. Within Europe, the Church still reigned supreme, yet cracks were showing. Popes claimed authority over kings. Kings began to resist. Theologians questioned, poets observed, and peasants murmured. Still, the 13th century was a golden one in its own way, a balance between heaven and earth. In art and thought, the human face appeared again, in the smiles of Gothic statues, in the measured reason of Aquinas, in the gentle mysticism of Hildegard of Bingen. Even in faith there was warmth. In towns and cloisters people spoke not only of sin and salvation, but of love, divine and human, both reflections of the same eternal light. By the year 1300, Europe stood on the brink of change. The old world of knights and crusaders was fading. The new world of merchants, scholars, and travelers was awakening. Castles were giving way to courthouses. Monasteries were turning into schools. Faith was still strong, but reason was rising beside it like a twin flame. Across the seas, the Mongol Empire connected continents under a single vast peace, the Pax Mongolica, and through it, silk, paper, and ideas flowed faster than ever before. A man could now, in theory, travel from France to China, bearing the cross on his chest and the curiosity of the West in his eyes. The medieval world had reached its greatest breadth. Its people had built, fought, dreamed, and prayed for 300 years. Ahead lay new storms, plague, heresy, and empire, but also the slow birth of modern thought. For now, the bells of Christendom still rang through the valleys and over the fields, calling monks to prayer and merchants to trade. The air was full of voices, of faith, of reason, of song, and somewhere in that harmony of stone and wind, the world waited quietly for its next beginning.
Long before the world spoke of America, this vast land already breathed with its own life. Forests stretched endlessly, whispering to the wind in 1,000 voices. Great rivers curved like silver veins through untouched wilderness, and snow-capped mountains rose in silence toward the clouds. Here, for countless generations, countless nations have lived. The people of these lands did not see themselves as owners, but as keepers. They hunted with respect, farmed with rhythm, and told stories by the fire about spirits that walked beside them. From the icy north to the golden deserts, hundreds of languages carried songs of belonging. To the east, the Iroquois built longhouses and leagues of unity. In the Great Plains, the Sioux followed the buffalo and the rhythm of the earth. Farther west, the Pueblos shaped cities of clay and sun, while the Navajo wove meaning into every pattern of cloth. Each people had their own time, their own way of life, yet all shared a bond with the living world. And then, across the endless sea, sails began to rise. At first, they were whispers on the horizon, strangers in wooden ships, crossing waters no human had ever dared to cross before. The Norse may have touched the northern shores centuries earlier, leaving traces of rumor and legend. But it was not until the 15th and 16th centuries that the great wave came. Explorers, driven by maps unfinished, by gold and by faith. The Spanish were among the first to arrive, their ships anchored on coasts that would one day be called Florida, Texas, and California. They planted crosses, built missions, and searched the sands for silver and souls. To the north, the French sailed down the wide St. Lawrence River, trading furs and building friendships and rivalries with the peoples of the Great Lakes. And to the east, the English began their quiet, cautious settlements. Jamestown in 1607, Plymouth in 1620. Names that would echo for centuries, born from hunger, courage, and hope. The journey was not kind to them. In the beginning, the colonies were fragile, clusters of wooden houses clinging to the edge of an unknown world. Famine, disease, and cold took more lives than war ever could, and yet they endured. More ships came, carrying families, farmers, preachers, and dreamers. Each carried something invisible, a vision of a better world, though few could agree on what better meant. To the south, plantations began to rise, vast fields of tobacco and rice worked by enslaved Africans, taken from their own homelands and sold across oceans. Their labor built fortunes, but their suffering built shadows that would never fade. In the north, small towns and wooden churches grew among forests and rivers, shaped by trade and the stubborn faith of Puritans and Quakers. And between them stretched an untamed world, wilderness that seemed eternal, yet changed with every axe and plow. The colonies slowly began to take root. 13 of them lined the coast like stepping stones, each with its own laws, accents, and ambitions. They were loyal to the British crown, but their hearts were beginning to drift. Across the Atlantic, Across the Atlantic, a king ruled from a distance so vast it might as well have been another planet. His taxes were heavy, his understanding light, and the colonists, children of England, now grown into something else, began to murmur among themselves. By the early 1700s, the New World was no longer new. It was alive with contradiction, faith and greed, freedom and cruelty, courage and conquest. The frontier pushed farther west, and the forests grew smaller. The indigenous peoples watched their lands shrink and their nations fracture, yet their spirit endured. They became traders, guides, warriors, and sometimes allies, navigating between worlds as best they could. History would remember them in fragments, but their presence never vanished. It still lingers in the names of rivers, mountains, and towns whispered across the map. By mid-century, the colonies had become something England had not expected. Prosperous, restless, and proud. Merchants in Boston and Philadelphia grew rich. Planters in Virginia built mansions from the profits of human bondage. And the children of these settlers, born on this soil, not across the sea, began to feel less English and more something new. They had never walked the streets of London, never bowed before its palaces. Their loyalty, like their identity, was beginning to shift. But independence was still a dream, faint and fragile. For now the colonies were still tied to the empire, their goods, their laws, and their wars. England fought France in battles that stretched across continents, from Canada to the Caribbean. The colonists fought beside them, died beside them, and then, when the war was done, were told to pay the bill. New taxes arrived like waves against the shore. The Stamp Act, the Tea Act, the townshend duties. To the king it was business. To the colonies it was betrayal. Protests grew. Pamphlets shouted rebellion. And in a harbor called Boston, one night, they threw the king's tea into the dark water. The echo of that splash would reach London, and then the world. No one knew it yet, but history had already begun to turn. The age of discovery was ending. The age of revolution was about to begin. The year was 1763, and peace had returned to the colonies, at least for a moment. Britain had triumphed over France, but victory came with a price. The empire was in debt, and across the sea, ministers began to look toward America to pay it. At first, the changes seemed small: new taxes on paper, paint, sugar, and tea. But for a people who had built their own towns, raised their own militias, and governed their own lives, it felt like a chain being slipped quietly over their wrists. They had fought beside British soldiers, buried their dead under the same flag, and now they were treated as subjects, not partners. Across taverns and meeting halls, voices began to rise. Pamphlets appeared like sparks. No taxation without representation. Ordinary farmers and shopkeepers began to speak the language of philosophers. Freedom, that word whispered across centuries, took on a new, electric meaning. In Boston, the tension thickened. British soldiers filled the streets, red coats glinting beneath grey skies. Crowds gathered, tempers burned. Snowballs became stones. Then, on a cold March evening in 1770, gunfire shattered the night. 5 colonists lay dead. The Boston Massacre, they called it, and the blood that stained the cobblestones would never wash away from memory. Yet rebellion still moved slowly. For many, loyalty ran deep. The king's image still hung in taverns and churches. But the seed was planted, and 5 years later, in 1775, it broke through the soil. The spark came again in Boston. Ships in the harbor, crates of tea, men in disguise. Under moonlight, they boarded the vessels, split open the cargo, and poured the empire's wealth into the sea. The water turned black with protest, and the world took notice. Britain answered with anger. The port was closed, troops poured in, but punishment only united them. 13 distant outposts began to see themselves as one. From Virginia to Massachusetts, delegates rode for Philadelphia to talk, to argue, to dream. The First Continental Congress met in 1774. No one yet dared to speak openly of independence, but the thought hung in the air like the smell of gunpowder before a battle. They wrote letters to the king, petitions to Parliament, and when no reply came, they prepared. Then came April 1775, Lexington, Concord. At dawn, the first shot was fired, a single crack that echoed across the colonies. No one knew who pulled the trigger, but it didn't matter. The world had changed. Farmers with muskets faced trained soldiers, and even though they broke and ran, the message was clear. The fight had begun. George Washington, tall, solemn, and silent, was chosen to command the Continental Army. He rode north through summer fields to take control of men who had never fought in uniform, who carried hunting rifles and faith in equal measure. Against him stood the might of Britain, its fleet, its discipline, its empire. For months the war hovered between disaster and miracle. Cities burned, armies starved. And then, in a quiet hall in Philadelphia, words were written that would outlast every musket and cannon. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. It was July the 4th, 1776. They signed their names, John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, and many more, knowing it could mean death. Each signature was an act of rebellion and faith. Outside, bells rang through the heat of summer. A nation had been declared, not yet born, but declared. Across the colonies, people gathered to read the words aloud. In taverns, in courtyards, by candlelight, they whispered the lines again and again, as if repeating them could make them real. But reality came with a cost. The British struck back with fury. Armies landed in New York, burning towns and scattering rebels. Washington lost battle after battle, retreating across the frozen Delaware. By winter, the revolution seemed over, a dream trampled in the snow. Yet it was in that winter that America learned endurance. At Valley Forge, men wrapped their feet in rags and trained beneath the gray sky. Hunger gnawed at them, but belief kept them standing. When spring returned, they marched again. Not for pay, not for empire, but for the fragile idea of freedom. Across the ocean, the French king watched with interest and envy. Old rivals of Britain, the French saw an opportunity in the colonies' courage. In 1778, their ships sailed west to join the fight. With their help, the tide began to turn. By 1781, at Yorktown, the British found themselves surrounded. The French fleet at sea, Washington's army on land. Cannon thundered for days until the redcoats laid down their arms. The war was over. In the autumn light, the American soldiers stood silent as their enemies marched past. There was no cheering, no taunting, only exhaustion and disbelief. After 7 long years, they had done the impossible. But independence is only the beginning of freedom. The old world had fallen away. The new world stood uncertain on trembling legs. 13 colonies had won their right to exist, but had yet to learn how to live together. Their government was weak, their debts heavy, and their unity fragile. Still, hope lingered. As Washington rode home through fields of corn and quiet towns, people lined the roads to see him pass. They called him hero, savior, father of the nation, but he said little. He knew that victory was not the end of the story, it was the start of a harder one. And so, as the sun set over the United States, the people looked westward, toward a frontier stretching beyond imagination, and a future waiting to be written. The war was over, the gun had fallen silent, and the world looked toward a new experiment, a nation born not of kings or conquerors, but of words. In the soft light of 1783, the Treaty of Paris was signed. Britain recognized the United States of America, and across the ocean bells rang for peace. On parchment, lines were drawn to mark the new borders. Yet in truth, the country was still an idea, fragile as a candle flame. The men who had fought together now faced a question far greater than war. How does one build a republic from dust and dreams? The first attempt was called the Articles of Confederation, a loose union of states, each guarding its own power. It was government by trust alone, and soon it began to crack. Debts piled up, states argued, armies went unpaid, and the very freedom they had bled for seemed to crumble from within. In Philadelphia, the founders met again. The summer of 1787 was sweltering, the air thick with flies and debate. Behind closed doors, 55 men argued over the shape of the future. Some feared too much power, others feared too little. And slowly, through compromise and exhaustion, they built a system that balanced both, a constitution. It began with words that echoed like prayer: "We, the people of the United States." They created 3 branches: legislative, executive, judicial, each watching the other, like stars bound in orbit. It was a document born of fear and faith, designed to last beyond them all. When it was finally signed, Benjamin Franklin, old and frail, was asked what kind of government they had given the people. He smiled faintly and said, "A republic, if you can keep it." George Washington became the first president, though he had never wanted the crown of power. He took the oath on a spring morning in 1789, his hands trembling slightly on the Bible. The city was still small, muddy streets, wooden houses, but the moment was vast. Every gesture, every word was being written into history. He set precedents with quiet restraint. He refused to be called Your Excellency. He stepped down after 2 terms, proving that the presidency was service, not possession. When he retired to Mount Vernon, he left behind something greater than victory, an example of dignity in power and humility in leadership. The new republic faced storms from the beginning. In Europe, old empires clashed again, Britain and France at war, and America, young and untested, stood caught between them. Ships were seized, sailors taken, trade threatened. Within its borders, political factions grew, the Federalists and Republicans, each accusing the other of betraying the revolution's spirit. Yet the nation endured. It expanded westward, beyond the Appalachian Mountains, into lands of forests and plains known only to the peoples who had lived there for millennia. The Lewis and Clark expedition followed rivers that seemed to flow forever, mapping the bones of a continent. Pioneers followed behind them, carrying wagons, faith, and hunger for land. But every mile west brought conflict. The frontier was not empty, it was alive. Nations like the Cherokee, Creek, and Shawnee resisted as their worlds vanished before their eyes. Treaties were signed and broken, promises made and forgotten. The dream of expansion was built on a deep sorrow the new nation chose not to see. As the century turned, America began to change. Factories rose along rivers. Cities grew louder, faster, brighter. The age of steam and iron had arrived. The country's heart beat with invention. Cotton gins, printing presses, railroads, tools that would reshape everything. But even as the nation grew stronger, a shadow lengthened across it: slavery. In the South, the cotton fields stretched like oceans, worked by millions of enslaved men, women, and children. Their songs carried through the night, filled with pain and hope, the secret language of survival. In the North, abolitionists began to speak louder, writing, preaching, pleading for justice. Two worlds existed within one flag, and each year the tension grew. In 1803, President Thomas Jefferson bought the Louisiana Territory from France, a deal so vast it doubled the size of the nation overnight. He called it a noble bargain. Others called it destiny. But for people who already lived on that land, it was displacement without end. As the young republic stretched across rivers and mountains, it began to define itself not just by geography, but by belief. Freedom, opportunity, progress, words repeated like scripture, even when their meaning was unevenly applied. The War of 1812 tested that belief again. British troops burned Washington, the capital itself left in smoke and ash. And yet, out of that fire came resilience, a nation anthem born beside a tattered flag still standing in the dawn. When peace returned, a new pride took root. Americans began to call their country not just a place, but a promise. By the 1820s, writers, artists, and statesmen spoke of a destiny, manifest, divine, unstoppable, that the nation was meant to reach from ocean to ocean. But destiny, as history always reminds us, demands a price. Westward expansion brought progress for some, ruin for others. The Trail of Tears carried thousands of native families from their homelands, walking through snow and death toward lands they did not know. The same Congress that spoke of liberty also approved their removal. And in every generation, the contradiction grew louder. How could a nation built on freedom survive while so many remained unfree? The answer was coming, though few yet knew it. In the fields, in the factories, in the halls of Congress, a storm was gathering. The lines were being drawn, not on maps but in hearts, and soon the dream of unity would be tested in fire once more. By the middle of the 19th century, the United States was no longer an experiment. It was a force, restless, expanding, hungry. From the Atlantic to the Mississippi, towns rose where forests once stood. Railroads carved across plains, steamships crowded rivers that had once known only silence and wind. The air was thick with ambition. Inventions and fortunes multiplied. Cities glowed with gaslight. Newspapers spread ideas faster than ever before. It was an age of movement, of dreamers, settlers, and wanderers, all chasing something they could not name. To many, this growth felt like destiny fulfilled, but beneath the celebration, old fractures deepened. The South lived by the rhythm of the plantation, by cotton, by labor, by chains. Its wealth rested on the backs of millions who had no freedom. In the North, factories and mills spun a new kind of prosperity, one that required machines instead of slaves. Each side believed its way was progress, and neither could imagine the other's survival. The 1820s and 1830s brought compromise after compromise, each one a patch on a widening tear. The Missouri applied for statehood as a slave state. Congress hesitated. The Missouri Compromise drew an invisible line across the map. Above it, no slavery. Below it, the old order remained. But lines on paper could not contain conviction. Every new territory stirred the same question. Would it be slave or free? Each answer pleased one half of the nation and enraged the other. While politicians argued, people began to act. In the South, slaveholders tightened their grip, fearing rebellion. In the North, abolitionists raised their voices, their pens, their prayers. Names like Frederick Douglass and Harriet Tubman became whispers of courage and defiance. Through hidden paths known as the Underground Railroad, the enslaved fled north beneath the stars, guided by faith, risk, and the promise of freedom. Each escape was a victory, and each victory a wound to those who profited from bondage. The debate over slavery was no longer political. It was moral, spiritual, unstoppable. As the frontier pushed west, new storms gathered. Settlers crossed the Mississippi and kept going. Through Kansas, Nebraska, Texas, and beyond. The land seemed endless, but conflict followed them everywhere. Mexico, newly independent, watched nervously as the United States crept closer. Then came Texas. Settled by Americans, it rebelled against Mexico and declared itself free. Soon after, it sought to join the Union, and the question returned, slave or free? The war that followed, the Mexican-American War, added vast new lands to the American map. California, New Mexico, Arizona, Utah, Nevada. It was a triumph for expansion, but a tragedy for peace. Each new territory reopened the wound. And in the gold-rich hills of California, the discovery of fortune only deepened the hunger for more. The nation was young and growing, but like a tree that expands too fast, its roots were straining against the earth. In 1850, a new compromise tried once again to save the Union. California entered as free, but the Fugitive Slave Act forced all states, even the free ones, to return escaped slaves to their masters. The law reached into every town and every conscience. Now, the North could no longer ignore the South's chains. The nation's moral fault line ran through its very soul. That same decade, the debate turned violent. In Kansas, pro-slavery and anti-slavery settlers fought in the streets, a preview of the war to come. Bleeding Kansas, they called it. Houses burned, men died, and in the Senate itself, a congressman was beaten nearly to death for speaking against slavery. The age of reason was ending. Emotion had taken its place. Through it all, one figure began to rise. A tall, solemn lawyer from Illinois with a face carved by thought and sorrow. Abraham Lincoln spoke softly but carried words like thunder. He did not begin as an abolitionist, but as a believer in unity. Yet, as he read the words of the Constitution, as he saw the suffering of the enslaved, he began to realize what the founders had left unfinished. In his debates with Stephen Douglas, Lincoln spoke of a nation divided. A house divided against itself cannot stand. The words echoed across the land, calm, deliberate, undeniable. He did not threaten war, he warned of it. By 1860, the country stood at the edge of an abyss. Each side feared the other's victory more than its own defeat. When Lincoln was elected president, the South saw not a man but a verdict. Within weeks, states began to secede, one by one, like stars falling from the flag. They formed a new nation, the Confederate States of America, built on the belief that freedom could exist beside slavery. And in the cold of April 1861, the first shots were fired at Fort Sumter. The cannon thundered across Charleston Harbor. Smoke rose above the water, and just like that, peace was gone. Families were torn apart, friends became enemies. The North called it a rebellion, the South called it defense. Each side claimed God and destiny, and the fields that had once grown cotton and corn would soon be fields of graves. The Union, as Washington had once feared, was breaking. But the story of America, that strange and stubborn story of freedom, was not finished. From the ashes of the old dream, a new one would rise, tested in blood and remembered for generations. Brother faced brother, and the promise of the new world trembled.